Let's get back to it. It's Sunday, that means weekly one-shot day, but every so often a game comes in and it's so hazardous to my life that it ruins the schedule as well. I thought European Speedrun would ruin the schedule a bit more, but they have gone really aggressive with the advertisements on it, so I'm just going to wait until the VODs are done and watch those ad-free. I suppose there is a solution, but I haven't tried implementing it yet. And besides, Avorion. Let's get back to it then, shall we? When we left off, well, pretty much the situation we had now is what we had then. I have auto mining and scrapping going on in the trinium area. I know it says xenion there, but trinium is over here. That has been plugging away at our resources and adding us various bits and bobs, but mostly goods. And hey, after we ran it overnight, we've actually got a reasonable amount of iron, titanium, naonite, and trinium. We need to solve the deficit in the other three materials, and that's one of the to-do list for today. What else is going on? Well, the explorers all finished up their task, and they have now congregated in this neutral zone. Although I have been told that neutral zones never spawn Zotan attacks or pirates, I have seen, whilst we were waiting for this to load, I did notice a pirate attack on this neutral zone, so I'm going to keep my eye on that. I was under the impression that neutral zones were never attacked by pirates or Zotan, and I just first-hand saw evidence that they are. Anyway, the explorers are chilling out, and they will continue to chill out until they get the job to scour, hopefully the Avorion area. I don't care too much about learning about Augenite or Xenion, but I really need to know about the Avorion area to find the best place to pitch camp and strip mine for Avorion resources. Avorion and Augenite and Xenion, and we'll get far less of the other materials, but that's ideal because that will counteract this mine getting mostly trinium and naonite, and our mining operation here getting only titanium and iron, so it should all work out. Well, one can hope at least. On top of that, the Feed Me Your Sector ship, which is our dumping ground for ill-gotten wares, finished off its job and gave us the money, and now it's sitting about idle, and I need to put it to work. And I've had this reserve ship over here for ages, just clogging up the list, and I think it's high time to get rid of it. I have long been away from the situation where I need a reserve ship, and ideally this is what a reserve does. Sits around, does no harm to nobody, and is just there as a backup, but it doesn't have anyone of any note, so we are just finally going to delete you. I could keep the thing and restructure it for another ship, but no, I am simply going to do away with the ship. No harm, no foul. I'm also going to go over to the Feed Me Your Sector ship and move you over because we need to go and check on our mining operation, don't we? We can do so remotely, largely courtesy of the factory overview mod, which shows all of our factories. And if you thought the most profitable mine was going to be the zinc mine, then you'd be right. It has shown the best profit per hour whilst we've left this thing running, clocking in at almost 5 million credits per hour for the Alliance Vault, which is looking at a delicious 340 million credits. Do these numbers add up? I suppose so. We can just check raw profit. 70 and 50 and 40, it's like 160, 170, 270. Yeah, okay, looks pretty good to me. The ice mine and the coal mine, as expected, performing miserably. I don't think the ice mine has even paid back the upgrades I gave it, and the reason for that is... well, that's interesting. The reason is that the ice mine produces far too much water, more than it can ever sell. For this mine to be very much more profitable, it needs to supply other factories. So I kind of already knew that, but I wanted to see it firsthand. That can be offset by manually collecting the goods and selling them, but the whole point of setting up mines is to not have a manual process. Nevertheless, Feed Me Your Sectors is going to go over there and offload some of it just to give it some work. Work is experience after all, and our tier 3 smuggler merchant could become even better leveled up, or level 4. That said, I'm not sure their traits actually get any better. I'm unsure. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to head you over to where those mines are. The coal, the copper, the ice, the ore. And then we're going to go there and sell those goods. So get over there. Should only take 2 ticks. Pew! And I want to put my explorers to work as well. They are able to pierce through here, but I need to give them a relatively safe zone to go to. I'd actually prefer to work from the bottom up, but I don't know any good areas around here. So what are we going to do? There are pirates over there. Well, I'm not happy about that. I'm also not happy about the prospect of losing them all, throwing them into this territory. But their lives might have to be put to risk. Is there an equipment dock around here? For once spelling equipment correctly. Ice mine making peanuts, hardly even worth running. Yeah, but it's also not worth getting rid of. I tell you what, this looks relatively safe-ish. I'm going to move all of my explorers over here, I think. Although it's a bit of a long journey for not much payoff, is it? Tell you what I can do. I can see how their scouting will work, and it's very dangerous. But what if I gave you multiple scouts? 3 scouts drop the ambush probability to 0. Now that does drastically slow down my exploration, but it's very important to me that I get it done safely. So I think that might be what I do. But I'd really like to know... Well, as far as I'm aware, this is all blank, empty space. What I think I'll do, actually, is I'll take Decare, and I'll try and locate somewhere around this area that is not hostile and is populated, and then start checking from there. Speaking of Decare... should we speak of Decare? Feed me all your sector is all over here already. I'll get you to work first, and I'll speak about what Decare was doing whilst we were offline. So I'm going to bring you over. I hopefully gave you a not too shabby limited adventuring companion. It's a pretty good one. So I'm going to have you go and grab all the goods that have been piling up around here, so I can check their inventories. So even the copper mine is actually starting to overflow on copper. If left unchecked, you would actually end up with too much copper and unable to sell it all. I want to make sure that my cargo bay is absolutely huge. Excellent. So what I can do is transfer all that copper over here. It barely makes a dent in the inventory. The ore mine I know is flooded full of ore. There's another high quantity good that's difficult to shift out in enough quantity. There we go. Yeah, you weren't making money at all because you were stacked full of ores, and they're not small either. Is the coal mine also full of coal? Not quite, but I will still take it all. Just get it all sold. Help a brother out. Where are the other factories of mine? Is that the ice mine over there? Come to me. Yeah, you're the big tricky dicky. Right, give me all of that water. At most, I think a station can store 50,000 of its goods, so there we go. Feed me your sector now as all these goods, and it can go out and manually sell them, hopefully. Okay, we'll forget the energy inverters, the jewelry, and the laser modules. But the rest of these goods, they can get sold in, an hour. Barely seems worth the time, does it? I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going to move Feed Me Your Sector back to... Tell you what, how about all that gold and platinum? Are those piling up as well? Do I have a way of checking their inventories from here? I don't think I... No, I do. I can check it from Alliance, Fleet. Yeah, there we go. Copper Mine 1 is actually backing up with copper. And the zinc mine actually has a fair bit of zinc. And I'll go over to Copper Mine 1 and take its stuff as well. Copper Mine 1 is here. Alright, then Feed Me Your Sector is going to head on over and grab that. Huzzah. Then I'm also going to move Decare back, unbrand their goods and get those sold as well. And just generally have that merchant doing merchanty things. It's a good way to just offload a bunch of junk that I have. Yeah, and then I'll move the... Well, for now, actually, the explorers could do a little bit of exploring around here. It wouldn't do a world of harm. This may be enemy territory, but I'm sure you'll be fine. And then how about the rest of you? Could you scout a more convenient location? If I moved all of you over here, which I hope doesn't just end up being a dangerous location. Could be they all get jumped and die, but no, it looks like they're fine. I want you guys to scout right here, all 3 of you. There we go. Hadn't considered this previously, but yeah, just crummy though the explorers may be, well, not that crummy, but in this area they are, having them stack up significantly reduces the risk, so I'm happy about that. Right, feed me your sector, I swear I'll get around to decay. Hey Jake, remind me, have you streamed anything other than Avorion this week? I believe I have not, Thagnus. And I have no defense nor desire to defend against that. Besides, it's an obsession. It has come and it will go. It always does. Right, there we go. We got that copper eventually going to pile up too high. So if I grab feed me your sector and tell you to go selling around here, where's going to get the best money? 35, 35.8, 35.9. Ooh, you get away. 43 over there. 42, alright, 43 it is then. Do not waste time with energy inverters, fluorine, jewelry, laser modules. But here we go, we can actually sell the coal, the copper, and the ore at a reasonable price. What about the water? Whoa, the water actually sells pretty well. Not that 38 million is a great way to spend all this time. Oh crumbs, I don't want to do that yet. I want decay down there. Alright, decay. What I've been doing with decay, and this is what I tend to do when I leave the game AFKing, is I take my strongest ship, or strongest ships, have them be the main ship that I'm looking at whilst idling, and I order them to patrol the sector. And then they just wander around the area, they blow up the pirates, and they improve the relations with people here. So these guys were previously neutral, but because I've been here blowing up their stuff, their enemies, we are now in great relations. Now that does put the ship at risk if things go really badly in the sector, which is why they had 199 million shield, impenetrable shield that also revives once every 10 minutes to 30%. So it was highly unlikely they were going to die there. And I did it over here, and I woke up at 7 AM, and I was really tired, so I just went back to sleep. But before I did, I relocated it from there to here. So this is a good way to just passively get goods, income, and relations with a faction. And we'll have a look at exactly what I did get, I guess right now. So we stole a lot of stuff. This will be from faction ships that got blown up. Loads of scrap as well, including some much coveted scrap. Well, not so much Xenion. Where's the Orgonite? There we go, Orgonite. Where's a scrap of Avorion? Oh, that's a bit sad. I want a lot more than that. But what's a man to do? Now, unless there's a refinery here, which there is... there is? Oh, well, that's convenient. But this might be a bit too much to refine here, so let's instead travel all the way back. And if this takes too long, I'm going to switch out your gear. Where's that safe zone that I keep all my guys? It's kind of obscured by this equipment dock, though. Oh, God. It's over here, and you can be there in... I'm not waiting 10 minutes. Let's actually go to an equipment dock and get you switched into your Speedy Gonzales trousers. Much better. And that gives me an opportunity to look at what we gained. So plenty of ore, plenty of cash, and the Alliance Vault is positively overflowing. I think it's high time that we reap to the benefits of that. I think I'll take all millions of that if you don't mind, and I'm sure it doesn't. And what about the inventory? Because we'll have picked up a lot of stuff from the scrappers, as well as flying around shooting these things. I got tons of this Zotan technology fragment. You need to make a legendary version of this for the end boss. You don't need to, but it helps quite a lot. One whole legendary item. They're rare enough to find, so I'm quite happy with that, but the scanner booster is quite useless. Plenty of exotic stuff. Unarmed turrets, generated energy, and I really like that. Velocity booster, which I think is fairly useless. Fighter squadrons, and these will be useful because I plan on upgrading to carriers today. Planned on it yesterday, but didn't do it. Exotic injector, good. Now I just need a legendary version of you. But I thought I already had one of these. Peculiar. Let's see, So-So Trinium Beamer. A pretty good Xenion long-distance lightning cannon. I like the look of that. Massive damage to shields. And a purifying Xenion laser. Since I'm going to have to mine out Avorion today, that's well worth looking at. Let's just look at subsystems overall. Loads of exceptional gear. The Sphinx is for selling. Anything here of note? Well, at this point, anything exceptional isn't really of note anymore. It's all about the exotics and the legendaries. Except, I suppose, for flat shields. I'm always interested in getting my hands on lots of flat, and for that matter, multiplicative shielders. Boy, I wish there was a faster way to mark things as red. So if I look at my shield subsystems, is it in shield integrity? What's the shield value booster? Shield durability. Now we've got quite a lot of flat shielders of rare variety. Tons of the multipliers, that's good. More flat shields, but hey, this is something that I just cannot have enough of. Flat shield boosters, we love you. That's not flat, but basically all of the shield boosters. I love them. I will put the mark of love on them. The only ones I don't particularly like are the ones that just give shield replenishing multiplier. Do I even have any of those? I don't think I'll say I love those, because the petty ones I want to combine up to better ones. Jake, if you mark everything as trash and then unmark it, it will mark it as red. Ooh, thank you, Dougals. That's really good to know. Do we have a trash? Oh, we have a trash everything. Cool. I'm going to try that. Right, I'm also looking for turrets. Let's see, let's look at all that and then let's say everything is trash. Huh. Maybe I need to say everything under legendary. Oh, it all just became trash. Okay, very good. And now everything is unmarked as trash. Hey, very good. Thank you. Let's not accidentally have our important stuff trashed, though. That would be very disheartening. Basically, do I have any amazing DPS weapons that have come on in? DPS gunner weapons, because the mines always trump those. Nothing as good as a shield destabilizer, apparently. But holy moly, look at this thing. Orgonite Bi Thumper with huge DPS on hull per shot. Multi-projectile. Yeah, like the look of you. I love me bolters. Burst firing, accuracy boosting. A lot of good Orgonite Xenion tier weapons. I should really check what I can equip my flagship out with, but we shall do so in due time. It doesn't need to take any fights yet, but it will take fights soon. Oh, Morbywoob. Oh, I'm sure we've had dozens of different names like that would be applicable. That's just how it goes. I get obsessed with the game, I play it to death, and then move on. There are very few games that I just keep playing again and again and again for years and years on end. There'd be EU4, Caesar 3, anything else? I like to play lots and lots of different games. Right, I'm going to tear off all these shield boosters. I don't need massive shields anymore. Although I still like having decent shields. I want my jump boosters back. At this point, I'd really like to get an exotic or legendary jump booster, so I don't need to have so many of them in. But jump range up, jump range cool down, down, and maybe another jump range up, because I like to jump around a whole lot. And then maybe strip out another shield booster, maybe this errant one over here, in favor of, well, what else would I want on my ship? If I can jump far and fast, I think I've already got everything I need. Trucking, DDR, oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. But when games take over a channel like this, it's usually a short-lived affair. There we go, 3 minutes to travel across most of the galaxy. That's certainly acceptable. Is there a resource dock there? There is, and they're my allies. In fact, well, they're still my allies, so they'll give me a good deal on it. So down you get over there, and in 3 minutes we'll be good to go with you. So, let's talk about the goals we have for today. I think I'm in 10,000 hours for it on Steam on RimWorld. Oh boy. RimWorld is my desert island game. If I was locked on a desert island, I would have that game with me. As long as I could have mods. If I couldn't have mods, I'd probably rather have Factorio. So I can certainly see the obsession there, but 10,000 hours? Let me check my own hours for RimWorld. 1,300. And a lot of that has been idling. Great game though. I do fire that up every now and then just to admire my endgame colony. I have no desire to start another run, but it's good to just see the troopers that I've used for a very long save. Not from the long play I did recently, but the one before that when the religious DLC came out. When I did that, I kept playing that save long after the stream was done, and I still enjoy just loading it up. Playing around with the pawns, having a massive attack come in and gun them all down with the legendary miniguns. Feels good. But 10,000 hours, holy moly. Oh, if only State of Decay had mod support. Gosh, that I could easily become Sod Jake. But no, they seem to hate mod support over there. Right, so I will refine the goods, unbrand the stolen goods, and give them over to Feed Me Your Sector, and he's going to sell goods to make me more. And then we're going to do our goals, which I said I'd talk about. We have 9 profit-making stations. 2 of them barely make a profit, but it's still a profit. I want to up that to 30 because I'm gonna be taking 2 days off of streaming. I always, touch wood, take Monday and Tuesday off, and I do want the game running and generating plenty of dosh in the downtime. So if I have 30 of them running, I should come back to multi-billions that can really kickstart the trade empire. So I plan on making the stations mostly mines. But if someone could make a very strong case for a certain kind of station or small-scale multi-good setup, something like water and wood to paper, paper and energy cells to books, so I could sell books, then I could do that. I don't think I would, because books, paper, water, it doesn't use enough water, it requires energy cells. Energy cells are used for a million different things, so I don't want to burden myself with them. But if somebody has something they really think should be added, then I can do that. Also, music feels kind of loud today. I did mute the music when I was off stream, so I can't remember what I had it set at. Decare is here. Let's check out Decare. Set these goods to refine, and we talk about the other goals for the day. Turret production line. Yeah, I'm sorely tempted. If I can find a nice safe place to set up a turret production line, I will strongly consider it. But the thing is, turrets cost a lot of money. And I'd rather invest my current money in making more money. What am I doing first here? I want to go to the resource depot. Decare, dock up there. Drop off the resources, and then there's a smuggler den extremely conveniently located right here. So we jump over, legitimize our goods, jump back, dump them into Feed Me Your Sector, and he'll sell them for not a lot of money, because I didn't get a lot of stolen goods, but I still want the stuff put to good use. When he's done with that, maybe I can even move him somewhere else where he offloads the goods that I do have at a decent rate. Here's a thought: if energy cells are used for a million different things, you could throw that down and let it trade away within the sector until you have your own dependencies. This is true, but I want to set up a fairly large neutral zone industrial empire that has most of my stuff. And I want it to be quite near the core, because the closer you are to the core, the more goods you can shift, I believe. Based on very little experience that I have playing around with it, there is a larger capacity for goods trading the closer to the center you go. Which is weird, because this is meant to be ravaged area. And this is meant to be, you know, safe, industrious, but whilst it doesn't make sense in a lore perspective, it makes sense in a gameplay perspective that the more dangerous the area, the better the reward, and for trade, the reward is more capacity. So what I'm saying is I don't want to set up large-scale production unless I'm doing it over here in a neutral zone. Again, neutral zone, because apparently the attacks don't happen there. Although they totally do. There we go, a minute and a half to refine down all these ores at only a 1% tithe. I keep forgetting you have to manually renew Amazon Prime sub. I love seeing you play Avorion, Jake. Why, thank you, Shy Mystic. I'm sure many people abhor me playing Avorion because it has come at the expense of everything else in the channel right now. No DDR, no weekly one-shot, no Resident Evil 4 2023 long play. No real wild cards whatsoever, just Avorion, Avorion, Avorion. But you know what? I'm obsessed with this at the moment, and I will see this through. And once we've seen it through, it'll be gone. And you could be quite confident that there will never be Avorion on the channel again. Because I don't think I've ever returned to a game on stream after doing a perfect run of it. Because after all, after a perfect run, what's left to do? No great mountains left to climb. I think I'm going to take you off. No, I'll keep you on. It just bothers me that after this guy completes a captain mission, it re-enables all of his guns down here, even if you had them turned off. And it bothers me to see that little laser flying around. I'm not a cat infatuated with a laser pointer pen, but I still don't want to look at it. Anyway, I grabbed all these goods, so just unbrand a lot of them. How much does this cost? 14 million, so it should actually make us a good 45 million selling it off. Let's be fair, there won't be too many people upset at not seeing DDR yet. DDR remains my least viewed stream of all time, every time. And that is fine, because content for everyone is content for no one. I love playing DDR, and that is the only reason I need to play it. I often muse that if I was just in this for getting the most viewers and the most money possible, I would stream 2 games, although on reflection it would be 3. State of Decay, Frostpunk, and Hearts of Iron 4. Now please take all my cargo and return to me. Why do you have scrap naonite? And trinium. But I want my Rift research data. There it is. You're never allowed my Rift research data, never in a million years. Because if I accidentally sell that, I'll be very sad. I'd have to buy it back at a ridiculous price. Okay, so again, don't sell the energy inverters, or the fluorine, or the jewelry, or laser modulators. Anything that's minus 30 or below, I don't sell, because I'm almost making a loss on it. 71 million for an hour and 40 odd. The risk just goes up and up with a profit made, which is another reason that I think this manual process will drop off, and eventually I won't be doing trader missions at all. Because there'll be no point. Trader missions are there to make money, and you will make better money. Oh, hello, you guys did well here. Didn't unveil much of note, but I'm actually going to move all of you down here, since it's apparently a safe sector. And we're going to continue your little scouting operation here. 4, 5, and 6. And 1, 2, and 3. This is good, really good. And since I have so many of them, and this is a much smaller area to explore than all of this, I don't mind doing it a little slower, especially since it's more concentrated. I need to know this mostly. But Decare will go and find out what's going on around there. So Decare, now that we're back with you around, I can get rid of this ridiculous cargo bay, right? No need to fly around like a giant bus anymore. I don't like going down to 14 modules, which is why I always come back to my computer core right here. Just enough to bring us up to 15. There we go. Grab that, merge it together. Still well, actually, that acceleration is still kind of sad, isn't it? Well, it's fine. We can always boost up for acceleration. As long as I don't have that big pregnant cargo bay under me, we're a whole lot better. Now, where are those goods that I set to refine? They'll be at the refinery, and the refinery is there. I had to scour around the edge of the screen to look for it. With 169 viewers, this is looking like an effective viewer reduction strat. Well, we only just started a few minutes ago, actually half an hour ago. Might not be wrong, though. Avorion tends to level out between 200 and 300. That said, the day I care about viewer numbers is the day that I should just hang up my boots, because then I'll have lost what I do this for. Take all the goods, shove in the very few back. It's nice to get a little chunk more of Avorion. I still need that for making turret bases. And you know what? I had an idea for this ship, and I never actually did it, so let's finally do it. I am going to set my view to only be armor. There's a lot of armor, and because I've upped the scale of the ship, look how thick and chunky that armor is. It may be made of trinium, but it still has fairly high mass. So what I'm going to do is I am going to grab all armor of this type. Let's move this over so I can actually see the ship. This is going to end up being quite ugly, but it should be quite functional if it works out. So grab the trinium armor, select all of that type, and replace it with framework. And just like that, acceleration went up almost 50%. Not too shabby. And I bet the ship looks like ass now. If we set it to show all materials and all of everything. Yeah, we've got these big chunks of framework there, but this was just to lighten the ship. I could actually do the same to all the trinium edge armor and the like. So if I say bring me all the smart edge. No, that's smart edge, I want armor. Edge armor. Select all the edge armor, replace it with just makes the thing look horrible and bulky, although it does improve that acceleration yet more. I think there comes a point where making a ship look better is too bad, but I will keep the other bits of framework. I should be able to accelerate a whole lot faster. Feels good, even turn a bit better. Wonderful. Okay, so what are we doing with you now? I need to, and I know it sounds very exciting, I need to go and find a whole lot more asteroids and places to put the asteroids. Which actually, did I leave that free wildcard spot? I did not. I suppose I could do that after I claim a bunch of asteroids, but I'm going to be looking for places to put in my mines. And as we can tell, overall, if we want to make damn good money, it's copper, zinc, gold, plat. Surprised that the zinc makes such crazy money, but the zinc is also the most expensive mine to establish. Still though, hard to deny the profit per hour coming in for that one, and on top of that, zinc seems to run without getting backed up in full. Can't say the same for the copper mine all the time. Give me these free goodies. Gosh, I like lucky captains. I was going to be talking about other goals, wasn't I? But perhaps I need to get back up to where I want to explore a bit, because I can't think of anything Duquesne needs to do around here other than find asteroids. And what I'd like to do here is find places to chart out. So I want you to... Actually, you know what? The explorers could come up here and explore from here. I think they would do alright working from here. They should find some places. Then again, I'd like a bit of a head start over here. So, Duquesne, make your way over here and just explore a bit for me, please. Only takes 3 minutes, that's no big deal. So yes, I want to get those 30 profit-making stations so that when we AFK after now, it's going to result in ridiculous dosh. I want to explore the Ogonite and Avorion region. That's a nice prerequisite for getting the mining of the Avorion region. Not going to mine the Ogonite region, there's no point. Avorion gets Ogonite as well, and Avorion is going to be more useful to me than Ogonite. Ogonite's the best for making armor, but I still prefer trinium armor over Ogonite armor, because trinium is far easier to move around with. There is an exception to that, and that is for my automated miners. They'll need Ogonite. And actually that's a strong argument to get a lot of Ogonite. But I'll get enough of it out of the Avorion sector anyway, and Avorion sells like crazy. Procure Avorion tier weaponry. I will be going on the warpath in the Avorion area, just to get my hands on those sweet Avorion drops. Those guns are good. I also want to go around equipment docks and pick up their really good weapons. They'll be expensive. But we should have the money. We do have the money. Carriers. I said I'd do this last time. Certainly going to get it done this time. We've got a good carrier build. I can switch it over to trinium instead of Ogonite. Can always switch it back to Ogonite later. And now we actually have the trinium and the money to do so. The other part is stacking them up with miners, and that can be a bit iffy, but we will get it done. I also need to give them subsystems in order to get the miners, but I should have beaten up the AI enough times to do that. In fact, I'm going to go beat up the AI again just to be sure. And I want to do a Zotan Hunter expedition, and I should be able to do that quite early. The Zotan Hunter, I have been told, but have not confirmed myself, that he can get rare rift modules. I don't know what quality he can get them at, but I do want to see if he gets them with any regularity. So I'll set him up to do those expeditions and see how that goes, because I have never done an expedition in this game. Good day, everyone. It doesn't look that bad. Yeah, things are going quite well. Oh, you probably mean the framework that we put on the ship. Function over form, thank you. So I'll get some initial exploration done here. Pirates that I'm at war with. Hopefully that's just a small pirate. Yeah, that's a pirate shipyard. And apparently the army is there just a little bit. Dakar has already reached destination. We need to switch to Dakar to show the blips on the map. And you might notice they're just blipping out like that. That is horrible to look at, which is why I have this quality of life blip thinger to make it always visible. And as you can see, there is no sign of civilization over here. That's not good. I'm fairly certain we've checked this already, but I am very keen to find, well, civilization. Because it will make a good starting point for my explorers to explore from. It could be that there's no civilization here. There is up here, but I want it to be on the south side of the border, because otherwise I'm doing extra distance only to move further away from the core. I think I said core when I meant border there. Why is your hyperspace so long? Or taking so long to cool down, rather. Heavens knows. I mean, it was instant there, I think. I think it was just taking a bit to load sector, perhaps. A little trepidatious jumping around here with 12 million hull. I'd really like it to be 10 times that, but I think we'll be okay. Also, if I find the hideouts, that'll work. In fact, just one hideout will be fine. And sadly, I think the hideouts are yellow blips, so tell you what, I'm going to do some hideout blip jumping. If I just find one, I'll be fine. And here's how I'm going to do you as well. I'm going to just have you be on your own. Because then I don't need to pussyfoot around the Zotan if I find them. So there's just asteroids there. I'm almost bound to jump into Pi. Oh, see, that's exactly what I wanted. A resistance outpost. From there, I can explore around. Another resistance outpost, and not only that, it's a resistance outpost of my good friends. If they have a... You don't get to know what kind of building a resistance outpost is, but if it's an equipment dock, then that is going to make me very happy. Because I would actually like to get the full map of these guys. I know it's expensive to get maps, but it will help me just chart their entire territory, wherever it may be. The Gurkha. Hold on, are these the Gurkha? No, that's the Kuptes. Yeah, I will actually check and see if they've got an equipment dock here, and then see if I can't buy their maps. Because that is not an equipment dock, and not anything. I haven't bought any maps so far. There's no real point in getting maps for 100%, because I'll be charting the entire galaxy, and you don't, as far as I'm aware, get any extra information from buying their maps. Is there a list of the mods you use? Yes, there is. This right here. Oh god. Steam managed to break the UX for this thing somehow. There we go. What mods are you using? These mods. I would recommend taking a screenshot because I can't hold this up forever. But you can also see the list of mods on the mods menu here. If it's got a little wrench icon, or this icon, it's on the workshop so you can grab it. These two are ones that I have local. You won't find these on the workshop, but you will find them on my Google Drive. Flat systems stops the variance of subsystems and values, and max auto turrets means max auto turrets. Wouldn't leave home without it. Thanks, done, says Squiblick. You're very welcome. Mix and match and look for ones of your own. This is a game that is quite mod happy, and I'm quite happy with that. So the resistance outpost here is actually a turret factory. Hello, Tech 50 turrets. Give me the DPS per slot turrets you have. An 8 kilometer over Tesla with 1500. And any hidden objects as well, you better believe I'm taking those. Funny, I didn't actually think turret factories could make mining equipment. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. These are expensive, but have I ever mentioned how much I love bolters? Now, there is this little button here to refresh the blueprints that it generates, but you could only press that if you own the turret factory, which I don't. Are you still traveling with the poor cargo mule? No, the cargo mule has been upgraded to doing its own merchant adventures. And come to think of it, once it's done doing that, I might dedicate it as my expedition ship. Well, it probably doesn't need that much cargo bay, does it? Boys oh boys, there's some good stuff here. That over Tesla. Technical block damage, less battery consumption, unlimited power it claims. But how can I say no to the bolter? Where'd the bolter go? Here we go. It's not very good against shields, and it's a size 4 weapon, which is always a bit blah. Even so, I should make my own turret factory, truly. That'll give me a lot more control over the turret blueprints that I get out of here. Although this button costs 1 million to press, so... Although I may have 500 million, it's a button you want to press hundreds of times, so it's not so easy. Anyway, let's talk to the resistance outpost. I was just in a position to talk to them, and then I went away. Who are you? We're what's left of the factions in the center of the galaxy struggling against the Zotan for 200 years. I'm not from around here. Yes, I'm from the outside. So many questions. How did you manage to get here? Why'd you even come here? It's none of your business. Oh, okay, that puts an end to it. Aliens have warped in. Well, I'll be damned if I'm not taking on these alien scumbags. Dangerous though it may be. Auto fire on my everything, actually, please. Oh gosh. Oh golly gosh. Look at how much damage they're doing. And they are absolutely focusing me. This was a mistake. Uh-oh. I've made mistakes in my life, and this was one of them. Get me out of here. Whew. I thought there were more friendly ships there. Maybe there were none. Okay, that was scary. That was pretty damn scary. Yeah, look at that 200,000 Omicron with my paltry shields. Not a good idea. Let's perhaps not aggravate the Zotan like that. A calculated risk, but boy, you should make sure you're good at maths beforehand. Yeah, I might have just doomed that sector. It's okay, there are other sectors. Yeah, the explorers are still exploring. Okay, so another resistance outpost. Hello. Who are you? We're what's left of the factions. I'm not from around here. Yeah, I'm from outside. I want to put an end to the Zotan, if you're serious. Okay, sure. How do you fight them? There's a ship that channels black hole energy, is opening up wormholes to other places. Take down the ship, they'll stop the constant reinforcements. With some wormhole technology, we've got some very experimental stuff. Yeah, I see where this is going. Blah, 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 blah. It's done. And that unlocks the new mission, getting technical. In order to do the mission, I need to gather Zotan technology and then melt it down in a research place to get a legendary subsystem, which I actually forgot about in my count. Just thought about it right now. That is actually the 54th legendary module that I'm going to need. I keep calling them modules. They're subsystems. Subsystems. Factorio uses modules. Avorion uses these. Also, all those... weren't there a whole load of hidden goodies back there? Man, that whole place is just done now, isn't it? Yes, it was only late, not cancelled. Yeah, I had to sleep. I did get to bed at not too unreasonable a time after Avorion last night, but you know, I was just lying there thinking about Avorion. And whilst I did, oh god, that area that I was in just became a hazard zone, meaning that they're getting completely destroyed. That's okay. There will be other resistance outposts, I'm sure. Let's grab these sweet secret stashes. Hopefully none of them are booby-trapped. I don't have my dock on me to check. I could add the dock, but hey, come on, there's reinforcements here. Look, there's 3 destroyers. With 20,000 Omicron, right, I can see why the Zotan blew you to shreds. 20,000 Omicron for a destroyer here? Maybe that was just the cargo transport. No, these guys are terribly, pathetically weak. Okay, they're not going to offer much help then. Oh yeah, they haven't even reached YouTube yet because I haven't had the time to just go and put them there. Oh, that's a reconstruction kit. Oh no, it's a hyperspace interrupter. That's even worse. But hey, I got my backup of Avorion building knowledge. Now we have 3 of the building knowledges as backup: iron, titanium, and Avorion. I want to get 1 of each, just so we have a bit more of a perfect inventory. So, this is a place. Let's hope this one actually has an equipment dock. Even if it doesn't, I can get my explorers over here to explore and find other equipment docks. Besides, who even needs to catch up on Avorion VODs? There's shooting and looting and money making. I don't think anyone paid attention to the center parts of Patrician. Then again, who am I to judge what other people want to enjoy in a stream? I've rewatched my own run of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis Knife Only plenty of times, and I still enjoy watching it. Which is a good sign that I'm doing what I set out to do. I wanted to make streams that I would enjoy, which is why my initial streaming list ended up with a lot of don'ts. My very first motivation for streaming was the sheer amount of time I'd spent watching the AGDQ speedrun marathons. I watched a lot of those when I was doing my security gig, and I reckon that I'd watched about 100 hours of it maybe. And I decided I would give something back. I would stream until I have streamed pretty much for every hour of that I watched. And I did, and I just kept on going because it was so enjoyable. Glad I started. And I'm also glad that I streamed in a small group, because it means there was always people there to talk with at the very start. I don't know how people do it when they start streaming and there's literally nobody watching. Must be very demotivating. Alright, explorers, I want you up here. This is going to be where everything starts. Get over here on the double, all of you. Pew! Me, Lucky, Callum, Tandy, Lucas, Cameron, Minorico. I would say they're all great people, but that would be disingenuous. But they're my great people. We're actually a breakaway from a larger grand strategy group that was infested with horribly retarded people. So that was another great decision we made. Right, now that we've already checked this out, the rest can be in the hands of my explorers. So the question is, what do I do from here? I think I'll go up... These are the same guys, aren't they? Lebowicki, but I thought it was Gikti. Yeah, you're the glithy whatsits. Right, I want to go over to the equipment dock here, ally these people, and get their maps. The maps are the big one. Do you also have a research place here? Equipment dock and research. Hey, that's an ideal place then. Get over there. It's nice to watch in the background while doing other stuff. Oh, absolutely. Some streams I really do want to give it 100% of my attention, because if you stop paying attention, I feel like you lose your place, you lose the investment and the attention. That's how I feel about Slay the Spire streams. They are quick and easy to jump into, but I don't like them in the background. I like to pay attention, be invested, think about the moves that I would make. But some of the streams just have them in the background. It's like when I have Bob Ross going on in the background. All I care about him listing the colours, saying what he's going to do. I look away and I look back and there's a pretty picture. And all is well, all the while he muses about The snow in Alaska, the sun in Florida, his little crittery friends and whatnot. What a great show. I'm listening to play Avorion while I'm playing Eve. Well, Andre, which do you think is the superior game? Or maybe that's an unfair question. I bet they scratch different itches. For my own safety, I don't touch Eve. I just imagine it would go very badly. It was bad enough when I played Tribal Wars. My 300 villages really... the worst... Tribal Wars is probably the worst thing I've ever done online. In Tribal Wars, as a balancing mechanic, Tribal Wars is a free-to-play but pay-to-get the good features mobile browser game, or browser game that you can also play in mobile, where you have villages, they produce resources, you make armies, you take over other villages that are owned by other players. But in that game there was a scaling thing. If you were very powerful, then your troops became up to, I think, 70 or 75% weaker. So that means it's harder to bully smaller players if you're big and powerful. So what people would do is they'd get vassals. They'd get other smaller players to be their armies. So you'd provide them protection and they would fight for you. And I remember bullying this guy, or a couple of guys, to be my vassals. Like, be my vassals or I kill you. I'll give you troops and resources, you send your armies where I tell you to, when I tell you to. And this guy in the private message is like, please, I just want to play with my friend. Please don't kill us. We'll do what you say. Please, please. And that was kind of the moment where I thought, this game is making a monster out of me. So I eventually stopped, and whoever ate my 350 unattended villages probably felt really good about it. But I just had to drop that game. It was getting out of hand. Incidentally, I was working with a guy at Paradox who also worked on Tribal Wars, and he said, that's a grim part of my life. Can we stop talking about it, please? To which I laughed and would occasionally bring it up to him every time that I saw him there. Right. I'll still grab the usual stuff that I always get out of here, but I'm interested in... Well, not in Avorion area, but do you have... Oh man, look at that raw DPS on you. It's just not good enough, though. Looking for R lasers, as I often am, and I don't see anything other than a... you're still an R laser. Give them both to me. But what I'm really here for is the utility... faction territory map, 7.9 million. That's very expensive. And you might say it's not worth it, and I'd be inclined to agree. But I'm going to get it anyway, because I haven't gotten any maps so far. So first we negotiate an alliance with them. How patient do you think they'll be? You take 5 million? No, you will not. You take 6 million? I find they always want loads of money out of this. I've never been able to lowball anybody. Oh, well, for 6 million that's not bad. And then let's go and grab their faction map. Chunk. You know what, I'm going to take their reinforcements transmitter as well, because if ever there was a place I need reinforcements... Then again, these guys are wimps, aren't they? I either collect all of these or none of these. They clutter up my inventory. But they can always be used. No, I'm not going to grab those. They'll always be available, and I don't want to have 300 of those cluttering up my inventory. I will, however, use their faction map. Da-chunk, and then you can just see it unveil on the map. And I hope it actually does unveil, because there is sometimes you make friends, you get their map, and you come to discover that you already knew all their territory. So considering I only knew this, it unveiled a whole lot for me, including this area. Unfortunately, it's next to the Dominion of Themulzo. And I really don't want enemy factions in Avorion space, so I'm actually planning on becoming friendly with these people, even though, yeah, I don't really want to. So let's get exploring Hobbs. Let's just do this kind of wildly. How many? Oh dear lord, even with all of you, it's too dangerous. That is scary, scary stuff. These explorers need a lot more everything. Alright, I need to make these explorers a whole lot better. Is there another equipment dock around here? It's a shame there's not one around here. I really need to find an equipment dock with the Glithy and find out their locations as well. For now, though, it's kind of dangerous over there. I'm going to have you guys over here. Do I want to waste 5 minutes on that? No, stay where you are. I'm going to see if I can find another equipment dock. The research center was here for me, but after that I'm going to travel over here-ish. Actually, you could do a bit of exploring over here if the explorers aren't so hot at dealing with that area. But I'm going to get a section, I'm going to get a territory map anyway. Just stay there and don't die for me, okay? If you all die, that's very disheartening. You get over here and figure out what's what. Avorion, I love it so much, says Macy. Thanks for perfect Hansa-ing it. You're very welcome. I don't know if this game gets streamed often. I can't think of having seen streams of it going around. Oh, it's a nice and relaxing game to play. Not so relaxing dumping out about 15 million on those, on that alliance plus grabbing the map, but gotta spend money to make money. And there we go, Decare got there, didn't even take a minute. Switch over and find me anywhere with an equipment dock around here. Oh, well that's easy. There's an equipment dock right there, no questions asked. Because it gives us that kind of atomic looking symbol, and that's how we know pirates are attacking the sector. They're immediately shutting me down. This could actually be bad since I did not kit out my ship for war. How powerful are they? 52k Omicron. I think I can handle that. If things look really grim, I do have better guns that I can switch out, but I'd rather avoid doing that right now. Because shifting out guns is an endless, thankless affair until you make custom ones. Alright, he's actually got very low shields and hull, so regardless of his Omicron, he should die before he becomes too much of a threat. I love to see it. Not only that, I'm in the Ogonite region, so you'll happily drop me some new Ogonite gear. Yeah, there we go, nothing to worry about. There never was. Too dangerous, let's get out. About that. You there. I think it struggles as a stream game as people look for wildly different things in it. Either a 13-hour mega build of a ship, a looter shooter game, or an industrial development stream. Kind of wild catchment. Yeah, I get that. It does do a lot of different things, but I'm never looking for mass appeal. If people want to stick around for Avorion, then great. If people want to wait around for anything else, also great. If people think, screw this channel, I'm out of here, also great. Not my position to tell people what they should and shouldn't watch. It's only my position to judge them harshly for it. Boy, that was nice and simple. You even got destroyed by attacks I wasn't even aware of. Now, get me over to here. Pardon me. Kind of how the big alliances and Eve work. Bunch of evil, greedy bastards convincing others to fight wars and grind money for them. I just wanted Sombra, Kalpa, Hamster, and Alpha to grind money for me, but it didn't work out. I'd imagine it has a very similar situation to our multiplayer here, where there are certainly people adding a lot to the vault, but there are also people taking huge amounts, and they either don't know or don't care enough about the game to repay their debt to society. Whoa, teleporter, whoa. Cease your titular teleporting. Overtech trading subsystem. If that gave proportional cargo hold, I'd be interested. Also 20 scan range? Doesn't my legendary only give 25? Get out of here. Yeah, it does give 25. I wonder if that one also gives 25 at legendary. Also some really deep rifts here. Do like the hardening bulwark. I always like to grab that when I see it. An energizing hyperspace cool. 30% hyperspace cool. No, that's 30 seconds. Damn. I don't like the flat time difference. I like the percentage reduction. I won't be taking you then. Then again, I barely have enough Rift research data. I came over here for an equipment dock, right? But why? I managed to forget why I came here. Ah, of course, to purchase a map. Yes, how could I forget? In that case, get me over to the equipment dock. And whilst I'm going there, I will negotiate an alliance with these people. Again, the reason... There we go, I'm muting myself in time to cough and splutter. The reason I have such good relations to get an alliance is because I AFK'd with my ship patrolling their territory. Meaning between all the pirates in Zotan I shot down, I got plenty of added relations for this. Hands-free as well. I can't just park a ship everywhere and get that though, because it needs to simulate the sector for that to work. So whilst you might think, oh, in the end game just park a cruiser in all these places, it won't work. The real time needs to be put in. I need to figure out a way to, or I need to figure out the most efficient way to ally lots and lots of people. Alright, let's lowball you for 5 million. They say no. I say, what about 5.8 million? They say yes. Sweet. And then I can just say, now that I'm your trusted friend, I want your faction map. And then they say it's all yours, boss. And now let's once again hope that this reveals a lot of faction territory. All we know is this. Some factions are big, some factions are very small. Oh lord. Oh lordy. The only real downside to that is that it doesn't penetrate Avorion. So I don't think there's anyone living here. Or here. And the people over here are not my friends. So you see the Dominion of Themulzo. This is going to hurt me a bit, but... probably going to have to go diplomacy, Themulzo, and negotiate a ceasefire. They want a lot of money, but I do want that ceasefire, so I'll offer them 10 million for it. If you keep making such low offers, we'll cancel our negotiations. Alright, 11 million. There we go. And I can even pay tribute to boost relations by 10,000. 10,000 isn't that much to do, and relations sure are bad, aren't they? Doesn't actually explain what a ceasefire is, but I have a lot of relation boosting to do with them. But as long as they don't attack me, that's what I'm looking for. There we go, ceasefire. What will put an end to the ceasefire, heavens only knows. Right, I was hoping to find a nice close-by equipment dock for them, but I guess this will have to do. There's so much exploration that I want to do. Of the Avorion sector. Ideally over here, because it's closest to everything else, but it's not too bad a thing to do it over here. Depends who gets close to Avorion. Alright, tell you what. Get over there, my explorers, and I'll see if I can kit you up to the point where you can survive exploring around here. As for the Decayer, seems I was perhaps a bit hasty in pulling out so much of your shielding capabilities. And as it happens, I did... well, I still didn't get an exotic shield booster. That's a shame. Boy, do I want even better shield boosting. Oh well, in you go. 31 million shields. I would really like yet one more shield booster, but I can't think of anything I would sacrifice for that. You've already got the hyperspace cooldown 16. If I were to pull out that 22 and put in another shield booster to get a reasonable amount of shield for this region, would you still be able to jump around at a good speed? The answer is good enough. Actually, that's very good. So I am going to do some Decayer exploration. I'm actually quite convinced there's nobody living here. But I'm more than a little interested about this. So I'm going to jump you over to here. I'm going to jump you wherever I can go within 1 minute, because I'm greedy like that. Greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Oh, come now. I don't want to put you this far out. Alright, guess we're doing a 2-minute jump. Get over there. Comes a point where you're wasting more time. Last time I paid attention, you had 20 million. Now you have 400. Well done. Don't thank me. Thank me for my brilliant plan to set up A profitable mining venture. Look at these guys. They've all been boosted to extra, extra large, and with the exception of the coal and ice mine, they all make respectable money every hour. Problem with the coal and the ice mine? Actually, I don't think the coal mine filled up. It's just that coal is pretty rubbish unless you're making steel. But the ice mine, I am partially tempted to set up a steel mine, I must say. Not a steel mine, but a steel refinery. Because all I need is a scrap metal collector, which generates scrap metal ore, or just scrap metal. And then between that and the coal, it fuels a steel mill. And steel does sell. Steel sells well. In fact, if I look at the factory list and I look at steel... What's it even called? Is it Steel Factory? Yes, it is. Uses lots of scrap metal and lots of coal and produces steel. And steel has a value of 277 each, which actually isn't very good, but I'll take it. Because it makes 6 per cycle. And that's probably even better than the gold platinum mine. But mines are so good because they're very fire and forget. You find the mine, you set it up, and it will just keep on chugging out money. And look at these guys. Look at the profit they're turning and the constant money that I'll be making forevermore. I love to see it. Right, I'll deck out my explorers shortly, but first I want to set the Ducaire on a bit of an exploration mission around here. I want to go and look at all these supposedly friendly people. For that, I exit into the drone, because I think it... Okay, no, I won't exit into the drone. I guess I'll jump over to Ducaire, because that way I can actually see these sectors. Ba-boop, 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 ba-boop. So this is my budget way of exploring. That should sufficiently teach me about the place, and then whilst you go and do that, I will grab my explorers and deck them out a bit better. Don't the mine ever get destroyed by pirates and whatnot? That's why I move my mines to populated sectors, preferably neutral zones, and far away from any enemies. So over here I've got 3 mines, but the Inuf, my allies, patrol this sector regularly because their own stuff is there as well. And over here is admittedly close to my enemies, the Apujutos. But yeah, again, it's patrolled by other people. I don't have to worry about it. And it's another neutral zone, so you'd think it would be safer. So yes, even when you find a mine, you can just pack it up and move it to a safer area. And I always recommend that. And even if there is some kind of turf war or pirates and they focus down your stations, mines have millions of hit points because they're mostly made of big chunky stones. So there goes Ducaire exploring these people that I have a ceasefire with. As for you guys, well... Wait, you guys don't have docking range, do you? No, but that doesn't matter because what I'm going to be doing is... Equipment dock, 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 dock. I wonder what happens when you set more people to dock at a place that can handle it. Maybe they just fly around. They need more shields and they need more Omicron. Their shields are really paltry at 400k. That's just not enough for this area. What I could well do is give them computer coring until they get up to another maybe 1 or 2 slots, and then I can jam... Let's see, they got 2 of the percentage boosters. I need to look at how much shield subsystems that I have. Shield durability, please. I've got a lot of these half-decent percentage boosters. That 59 becomes 100 and something if I tear them out and replace them with those. And 12 of those could replace all the ones that I have. That boosts shields remarkably well. If I couple that with 1 more slot and I give them a nice big flat shield booster each. But I don't have enough for flat shield boosting. No siree, I do not. Could just give them a bigger chunk of shielding. Yeah, that might be what I do. So I deck these guys out with considerably larger Naonite shield generators. Doesn't have to be naonite, could be trinium. Got a lot of trinium. They'll probably also need power generation, because currently they barely get enough power, but that's what I'll do. I'll set them up to have a lot more shield, and I'll also bump up their Omicron values. More Avorion. I should have spent my winter vacation with Avorion instead of Eve, for sure, says Kalpa. You knew the deal you were making with Eve. Everyone's heard of Eve. Not everyone's heard of Avorion. Alright, so you are a great idea of what we can do here. Let's try and modify this ship to be a better ship. It doesn't really matter how much I put under them, because I never look at these ships. They're always off doing their abstracted adventures. Generator, shield generator. So let's grab these, merge them together, and replace them with trinium. That is a generator, right? Yeah. Does actually produce more power and have less weight. And what about this thing? That's the naonite shield generator. Merge it all together, replace it with a trinium shield generator. Not free to do that. That trinium's going to be very valuable to me quite soon. But yes, I think the right thing to do is to give them more shield generation until they have 9 slots. Oh gosh. Not so trivial, huh? Also, they require a lot more energy when I do that. Merge that together. And boost up their shield like so. 50,000 of it. Grab you and you, merge you together. And then I need to put in some computer core to boost you up. That was more computer core than they needed. Yeah, that wasn't quite enough. That'll be quite good as long as I also give them... let's see, they just need a bit more energy generation, so another... Are these generators? Yeah, they are. Good, good, good. You get out of the way a bit. I highly recommend playing this game on a larger resolution, pretty much as large as you can if you're just playing it for yourself. Is that enough energy? It's barely not. Oh, I also got to remember that I'm going to be giving them a... Are you going to merge? No, not really. I'm going to be giving them a bigger impact on their shields thanks to the shield booster, so let's add quite a bit more energy to them. Might even need to give them a shield, an energy generating booster at this rate, huh? Yeah, because I'm going to be taking out energy to shield converter at that rate and give them 2 of these significantly better ones. And now they got a lot more shields. Excellent. But of course their power is going way down, so I actually need to give them an energy generator as well. Energy, energy. Do I have a lot of one kind? Energy... Let's call the generator booster. So gen boost. I've got quite a lot of these ones, but I think they'll make do with the green ones. Oh, they'll more than make do with the green ones. I can actually save myself on energy generators with that. Gonna reduce them until their energy rate is fine. No sense oversupplying them. That was way too much. Okay, that's sufficient though. That looks good. That looks very good. How about the crew though? Well, as long as they're on autosign, which the game loves to turn off, that'll be okay. Still want to give them more and better guns, which will be a bit more of an involved process. But with this, I can just go into here. Where's my Explorer mid? There's Explorer 10, which I think is what I had. If I save the current design... Holy smokes, it's a lot more expensive, isn't it? And a whole lot more naonite, but hey, we need to make this cost so that we can explore the new regions. So. Explorer 10 becomes Explorer 20. Well, that's fine by me. Alright. I'll sort out their guns if I need to later, I think. But man, they have some crappy guns, don't they? Well, they're going to need better guns eventually. I may as well give them now. My only concern is maybe I don't have enough decent guns for them. Well, anyway, that was 2. Let's go 6. Apply that. Make sure they're on auto and make sure they have enough crew for it as well. Oh, they don't. Or do they? You shift 5 from there to over there, but yeah, that won't be enough, will it? That's okay. A bit of manual work is not beneath me. Well, I say that, but it actually did work out pretty well. Okay, good. 2 and 6 and 4 now. Oh, one thing I didn't do for the other one. 6. I forgot you need to switch out. Get yourself a booster and get yourself the shield boosters. Blunk, blunk. And now with you, similar story. It's a daisy. Didn't like hearing that explosion. That's because I gave you the wrong ship, didn't I? Huh. Maybe you were like an old version of this. It's possible. Shield durability, and it's probably easier to find it in this screen, isn't it? Energy booster. Now you should be fine. You don't look very fine. What's your problem? To a degree, the lack of crew. Why is it still saying that the generated energy is insufficient? This is the same design as the other ones I'm using, right? Let's got the shield generator, the generator's on the back. Let me double check how the other ones are doing. You seem to be doing just fine. Does it have more energy to shield systems? This one's got 2 of the energy to shield converters and 1 of the... Oh, maybe I'm using the wrong one of these. Oh, I might have given a recharge rate instead of a generated energy one. I'll have to double check that one then. Explorer 5. Oh, I didn't do Explorer 5. I think it was 2 that I did. I got generated energy. Right. I'll need to go through them and make sure they're okay. Right, 6 is fine. 5 could be finer. Junk. Again, auto assign, always on, please. Looks okay. Out you go, out you go, in you go with the generated energy. Yeah, I'm starting to think I put on the wrong one for someone else. And then 2 of those beloved shield boosters. Chunk, chunk. So 6 is good, 5 is good, 4 is not good. Yeah, recharge rate, the very wrong one to give. Take generated energy, please. Yeah, you could take the generated energy with recharge rate. No skin off my nose. It's just outright better. Alright, if 4 is good, let's do 3. Probably not the last time I'm going to upgrade my explorers, but it might be. Well, there's going to be the big exploration towards the end, but that's a long way away. Auto assign, please. Tell you what, actually, they're all going to need more staff for their gunners too, aren't they? It never ends. Right. Off with the crappy shield boosters, on with the energy booster and the considerably better shield boosters. And then 2 already looks good. 2 is looking fine. And then 1. 1 is the last one to do. Apply the design. Set to auto assign crew. Make sure that it has the not extremely crummy subsystems, but instead the considerably better ones. And we're looking a whole lot better. Why are you sitting around with spare explorer? That's my reckless explorer. He can just sit there and think about what he's done. Okay, now I need to give you guns, because I'm fairly certain that exploded a lot of the guns off of you. So, we don't put much thought into it, we just go DPS per slot, guns with gunners, and you each have room for about 12 of them. Hey, there's a coaxial Avorion massive gun that I have. Look at that. 11,000 Omicron on its own. Fire rate. Does it have a fire rate shown there? Yeah. Almost once a second for 15,000 damage. Now you might think that's tempting to use on the main ship. And I'm almost inclined to agree. But the problem is you can't aim this thing. I actually really like using coaxial guns on my auto fleets because it adds ridiculous Omicron and you don't have to worry about it being used in combat because it's all abstracted away. However, that is a damn good weapon. Penetrates 6 blocks of hull, it's instant, its range is long. Extra damage and extra shooting till cooldown. I'd hate to not use that gun, but I've got no reason to use that gun here. So I'm going to hold on to that for probably one of my mining operations. The Avorion mining operation actually could put that to good use. That's a really nice Omicron boost for a very dangerous operation. So absolutely keeping a note of that and not accidentally using it elsewhere. However, I'm sad to say for these guns that when it comes to giving them crummy Omicron, I like to just give out chain guns because I wouldn't be caught dead using chain guns on my main fleet. So there you go. And you don't complain about being understaffed. And then over to you, number 2. You, for some reason, kept your guns, but I'm under the impression that all of the guns that you currently have are terrible. So let's get rid of all of those and go back to DPS. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. See, at the very least, these weapons, even if they're just crummy chain guns, are at least crummy chain guns made of Ogonite, Xenion, and Avorion. Although my best one apparently is a Trinium tier 1. And you again seem to have sufficient crew, which is nice. Good of me to think ahead and actually give my ships the amount of crew that they need. I didn't do that with number 3 apparently. So just take my really good chain guns and put them to excellent work. Otherwise I'd just be junking these. So yeah, just throw them on. They're still counted as Omicron. And you need to go and get yourself some... Why are you on autopilot? Get over there. Get docked and get some crew. How many do you need? I don't know. How many can you fit? That I do know. Just grab a bunch of crew and put them to work. Much better. Now for Explorer 4. I know. I'm not setting up my guns very nicely. They're just unceremoniously shoved on the front. Truth be told, I'd rather not even place the guns. I would like to just give them to the captain and tell him, here gun, go perform. But even though the captains fetch a fairly nice salary, They can't do all that thinking. It's painful to think all the time, I guess. Again, autopilot is on. Probably because I told them to come over here. They're waiting for their opportunity to dock. Boosted fire rate, triple chain guns are great though. A lot to be said for projectile spam, especially when it procs more system and turret drops. You mean from blowing up more of the enemy ship? I can get behind that. I don't like chain guns because they tend not to have very good range, and if you boost the range, you tend not to be able to boost all the other stuff as well. But bolters, they mix all the good stuff. The only downside is the cooldown that they have, and you can get around that cooldown. Look at how much more crew there is available here in the center of the galaxy. Kind of mad, isn't it? Right, 4 is looking good. What about 5? Take my DPSE chain guns that I would never use anywhere else. Holy moly, that's a big chain gun. I think the chain guns can get the ionized stuff that pierces shields, but I haven't looked into it enough. I think I got a level size 3 chain guns here, somewhere here. Perhaps I was mistaken. There you go, it's still 3k Omicron, and you don't have the people for it, but are we docked here? We are now. Give me the crew, give me extra crew so that I have room for upgrading these yet further. And the final one, Explorer 6. Gonna be very sad if and when these guys die in combat, but they would melt in any real combat, sadly. You just take the rest of my very best DPS chain guns. None of these guys are ever expected to fight, and if they are in a fight, I expect them to flee. Although their generated energy means that they're unlikely to survive. But that's why I give them tasks in which there is hopefully no chance of being destroyed. Also, your Omicron actually ended up being very bad, so do I have any gunner guns with better Omicron that aren't necessarily chain guns? Here, I'll give you this Over Tesla and this big ass Scorcher and this railgun I'm probably never going to use. Now you've got some Omicron. So let's see how they perform. If I were to tell you to just explore here, you'd say no. If I gave you a friend, you'd say hell yes. So I can send them out in groups of 2, which is better. I was expecting to have to do groups of 3. Alright, all sorted. They all had the same size, the same weight, and they all had Johnson's Lassard. We've got these fairly uniform explorers, and that should be all I need to finish this off. But I did want to explore the center more, so I am actually going to still have you go over here. But do I need you to do it like that? I also want to explore more about these weirdos, but I can do that in a more manual sense, can't I? The more I explore, the more I can ditch into friendly sectors and go from there. So yeah, I'll move you over. Back to the Ducaire, back to figuring out these people that I am trying to make friends with, but they're not making it easy. Been a week and a half since Jake's been playing this game, and I've already bought it, says Pope Shrike. And doesn't it feel good? Well, maybe so, maybe no. Oh wow, I can't even do business with their scrapyard. How am I meant to get my relations better with these guys? I guess I'd have to do tribute or kill their enemies. Curiously, were any of these neutral zones? A lot of neutral zones. So something I've come to discover is that to realize if somewhere is a neutral zone, the sector's under attack by another faction. Oh, cool. Let's not take any sides. Those guns of mine are going off. But, you know, could be some nice goods for me to grab. I could attack my own allies to make these guys friendly, but that's putting the cart before the horse. Don't worry, I'm just here to grab what's rightfully mine coming off of your ship. The guys that I did ally have such weak ships. The destroyer here was far better, but even he couldn't take on all the others. Don't mind me, I'm just making sure that... well, he's just adding to the... Oh, God! We got a full-on turf war now. Alright, let's just not take part in it. We are just... we are just an independent verifier of how this is going down. Oh, God, they really brought in the reinforcements. It's a shame this is Omicronville and not Oganiteville and not Avorionville. Could do with the Avorion tier stuff dropping. I also hope I don't also regret having ditched my cargo bay. Look at all the scrap that's going to be flying around with my name on it. Yeah, the relation took a hit because I collided with someone there. And to be fair, it was my fault. I wasn't paying attention to them. We evaded a big laser, but there was no damaging it. There's a big laser out there somewhere. So yeah, my allies are pathetic. There was also a Zotan that decided to join in the fun. He'll have been activated by all the energy expulsion here. That's what drives them hostile, any sort of weapon activation or laser activation. And the Zotan go all silly. Please don't hit me. I actually think if I collided with you, it would cause you to go hostile. And I would get blown apart in the middle of all their warships. Alright, not bad, not bad. One bit of scrap stolen Xenion. They have one ship that's actually managing to hold. But even Zen is such a wimp. They've got hull, sure. But these Lejubats, which also sounds Dutch, I guess there's a lot of Dutch naming convention. They just suck at Omicron. They don't have good firepower. So I guess they're pretty terrible to have as an ally, huh? I haven't played Rebel Galaxy. I like Imperion, but Pope offers condolences. Does the Pope also offer indulgences? Alright, I'm gonna fly over and grab more of this. It was funny to have a fight like this in a scrapyard. The guy owning and operating the scrapyard is just gonna be rubbing his hands together at all the fat free loot he's gonna get. And you know what? He's not alone. I walked out of there with some nice Xenion and Oganite, which I do need. But the whole point of me coming here was to try and chart out this territory a bit better. I was also trying to mention neutral zones. So I might think, there are neutral zones here, but not here. That's because one thing that your explorers do not tell you about is which zones are neutral or not. You have to visit them. Now, it's not very relevant. They'll still remain neutral or not. I just need to go there. But it means wherever I think I'm going to want to do business, I should scout around manually, or at least, you know, as manually as I'm willing to do, to discover what is actually neutral and not. And this is how I would do it. I would just queue up jumps to known sectors. Alright, you do that. I will not pay attention to you. And in the meantime, grab my goodies off of my explorers, who have made it and are idling. And let's see how good you can do this. Can you explore this on your own? Almost certainly not. 2 of you? No. 3 of you? Yes! That's good. Over here? 1 of you? No. 2 of you? No. 3 of you? Yeah. Needing 3 of them to explore the Avorion sector, not unexpected, and I'm not too fussed about it. I'm also only slightly fussed by the fact that it's off-center. I like to align myself with the major grids of the tiles. That way. Pardon me, I got like hiccups and a choking and all sorts. This, well, it's what I get for doing nothing but Avorion. I need to look after myself a bit more. But yes, I would like to have my exploration run by the grids here, so that I can very diligently map it out like this. But this isn't so much about diligent mapping, this is about simply finding safe spots to work on my everything. How's it going to care? He's already done 5 of his 30-odd jumps. It's so fast. As long as you give him good hyperspace cooldown, jump range and all that, he just goes jump, 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 jump. And he'd be doing it even faster, but I did rob him of one of his cooldowns here. And that's going to tell me about these. Yeah, another neutral zone right here. Trying to think what I can do to make better friends with these people. There's no way I want to dump millions of ducats on them, but I should think of something. You'll scout the complete galaxy. That's on my 100% list here. All milestones, all legendary subsystems, all universe charted, all factions allied or eliminated, unspendable resources, giant monolithic statue to Sheffrin, and full production chains. Actually, we have a production chain for gold, platinum, water, zinc, copper, and I think one other thing. I'm counting 5 there. What was the other thing? Zinc, copper, gold, platinum, ore, ice coal, water coal. That's 7. Yeah, there we go. 7 out of 130 already. 5 years later, it doesn't take that long to chart the galaxy. Ching, so the ragtag group of explorers, we already did 6%. I fully charted you, and you. Oh yeah, 6% of the galaxy, almost 7. Yeah, that's done in no time. When do you think you will kill the endgame boss? So, when you kill the endgame boss, all the Zotan will always be aggro against you, which can be good or bad. I'll probably just kill the boss as soon as I'm able to. The boss is an excellent loot drop. But it's going to be really difficult to do on insane mode on my own. Because in multiplayer, it was a massive slog of a fight, and there were a bunch of us with very good Omicron. I do not have very good Omicron. The only thing I can do very good are shields currently. And even then, they're not as good as I would like. So the end boss fight's still a ways away. It's not that exciting, honestly. It's just a very big fight with loads of enemies. But in the end, you prepare for the fight and then you defeat it. It's not going to be one of those down to the wire, back to the wall situations, because I would just jump away, honestly, if it went down to that. This is not a game to come for excitement, I'm afraid. Pretty happy with this, though. In fact, I should make note of how many allies I have, because that I can also keep track of. And it would show here, and I could show relations ascending, or rather descending. And look at that, I got 1, 2, 3 allies. And I got a bunch that I could ally, and I see very little reason not to. How much you want for an alliance? Very cheap, very good. I'll give you 1,200,000. Alright, I'll give you 1,300,000. Alright, I'll give you 1,400,000. Alright, I will give you your 1.696. There we go. Alright, how about you, Ithud? You want 2 million. Alright, here's 2 million. And Quapte. I don't see any downside in allying them right now. It's not like I plan on betraying any of them anytime soon. And the Andersons you cannot... They're not a major faction though, it doesn't matter. The Andersons are, I think, one of the weird DLC family things. Anyway, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 allies. So we have allied 6 out of an unknown amount of factions. Once we chart the galaxy, we'll know exactly how many there are, and then comes the very long grind of allying them all. The resources, well... I have to go by the smallest account, so I guess I'm 4,000 out of 100 million. But it's good to see these coming along nicely. Yeah, wow, actually rather a lot of neutral zones around here. And this is what I want, neutral zones within the Avorion area. That would make a good place to stop and do my business. But I'd like to put an end to this ceasefire and actually have good relations with these scary people. Could pay tribute, but I really do not want to pay tribute. That's a lot of money for not a lot of points of relation. But I don't know how else I could be friendly with them, except for fighting their pirates for them. Which isn't unthinkable. If I played as Ducaire in somewhere like here, and I just hung around, I could help them fight anything, really. As long as there's an equipment dock, which I'm always on the lookout for. Okay, there's one over here. Seems very hard pressed to get and find those. work on first stations, or actually I think what I can do very soon, perhaps even now, is equip myself for carriers. Yeah, because Decatur is busy jumping around doing all sorts. Maybe I'll queue him up for another bunch of jumping before I do more. Never know where he's going to end up after all. Never know when that ceasefire is going to end and they decide to have my guts for garters. But I could equip my trinium miners with carriers. I certainly have the trinium and the money to do so. So yeah, that's what we'll do. We've long been overdue getting miners, and the sooner we have them, the sooner our income of trinium is going to skyrocket. And since trinium is the building block for pretty much everything I want to build, I don't bother with Orgonite armor most of the time, and it seems like a decent idea. Thank you, Explorer. Give me a petty generator, which generates a staggering 18% power. They'll continue with their scouting. Feed me your sectors continues to sell for, what was it, like 50 million ducats? We emptied the Alliance Vault when we started today's session. That was an hour and 40 ago, and it's already made 20 million additional ducats. So I'm chuffed to bits with that, but I'll even be more chuffed when I have yet more money coming in. And I plan to have yet more money coming in. There's even an argument for shoving some of my mines over here, because I think the demand is going to be even higher for it. The tricky part will be getting mines over here to bring over to there. But maybe I could do it. If I went to... yeah, actually, once Decatur is done doing this very basic kind of charting, I might slam the merchant thing on it and try and figure out what the demand for goods are here. Because as we see, we have a neutral zone over here, and if I keep selling to these guys, it will improve their happiness. However, they will not be happy at me taking over one of their zones, so maybe not. I don't want to put it in... I don't want to put my equipment over in a non-neutral zone, but I also want to chart this so I can find maybe, just maybe, there's a neutral resistance zone. I don't know if those two things can be together, but maybe. So queue up Decatur, and then let's go and outfit ourselves with carriers. And not left for dead carriers. Affirmative, propagator. There we go. We've discovered so much. Do wish this game didn't have the 90 seconds of no music during certain points. No music makes me nervous. Right. You know what? You could actually scout yourself and it's fairly free, but you are not an explorer. However, if I gave you an explorer, you could do that. But I'm happier using the setup that I have here. That said, you're running out of places to explore. Yeah, I was too late. Is Jake going to create his own wronghold? I'm certainly going to have one or two large industrial complexes, but I think that's as far as it's going to go. So Decatur does all of that, whilst I go and outfit my miners. So what I do is I find my my mining fleet. Will I outfit titanium with mining drones as well? The answer is there's no good reason not to. You're going to give me a bit of your yield in 1 minute, so I guess I can wait on that. Actually, you're all going to give me a yield in 1 or 2 minutes. You know what that is? That's an excuse for me to go and refill my water. I'll be back momentarily. And there we go. Decare is almost finished with that already. I might queue you up for some more jobs. I imagine I got my yield. I didn't see it, but I'm inclined to believe that it happened. And then I'm happy enough to equip all of these guys with my endgame mining setup, believe it or not. Although I will be sacrificing Ogonite for Trinium, and I may want to do that up later on. We'll see how it goes. Creating a high DPS carrier and patrolling around ceasefire space would boost relations a lot, wouldn't it? Yes. Yes, it would. However, it would need to be my active ship. And Decare is not going to be active, because I'm going to be dealing with my other fleet. So it's more of an AFK thing to do. Sadly, you can't just make a fleet, put it here, put it on patrol, and then passively gain relations. I wish you could, though. And also, they won't trade with me. I don't know if they'll take let me do missions, though. That might be a little interesting. If I switch over to you, can I quickly check if there are missions in this sector? At least missions they'll let me do. There's a lost friend, a delivery of steel, and investigate missing freighters. And also, that's for the wrong faction. Oh, but that tells me there's another faction around here. Interesting. Yeah, that shipyard has no missions for me either. Also another neutral zone. Huh. A lot more faction-y stuff going on out here, and another faction over there. I'm less interested in Ogoniteville. I'm much more interested in Avorion space, so there's not much for me to explore by going out there. Or not much of relevance for me to explore out there. But I might go somewhere that has a lot of potential missions. Food factory, turret supplier, resource depot. That's a reasonable option. And see if I can do a mission or two just to improve relations here a bit. Although I don't know how far that would go. Now let's have a check. We'll jump over there. 1 minute. Yeah, I'll take 1 minute. Whilst you're doing that, though, I am very keen to equip up my mining fleet. So for that, I wish you could open this screen on the Galaxy screen, but you cannot. Titanium mine, cease and desist. Give me your lucky found items. I will go over here and switch to you. And I believe you're in a shipyard, which should be fine. Okay. But it's not fine, is it? Well, it might be. You're going to have more subsystem slots. So what I do is I just go and turn you into the awesome endgame mining situation, which isn't this big chunky thing right here. It is... Where is it? Ah, there it is. This significantly bigger, chunkier thing right here. And you're right, it uses more Xenion and Ogonite that I can afford, so we just make it out of Trinium instead. We have 1 billion Trinium, so that's okay, we have the money. Actually, is this okay? I can only equip 6 of you like this. That could be a problem. If that's the case, then the iron and titanium do not get the upgrade because they're not important enough to justify it, so I'm sorry to have bothered you. Please get back to work. The 2 of you for as long as possible on safe mode. Pains me to put you on safe mode, but at least that way I don't need to care about you. And then the other guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you, huh? But I don't have the Trinium to do 7 of you. Actually, they already have some Trinium on their bodies. I'm sure we'll be fine. Anyway, miners before scrappers, because miners are more important for resource generation. Oh, crap, I stopped the same ones, didn't I? Yes, I did. Sorry. Sorry to keep bothering you guys. But do get back to work. 1.1. I thought we were making more than that. There we go, 1.2. Also, the explorers are done. Please get back to work. Nice and safely. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Miners of Trinium, stop. And I'll get you guys kitted up. As long as you're over in a place with a shipyard, that should be fine. Boy, these upgrades feel good. What's your current slot set? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know what the slot number for the new thing is. Yes, Trinium, bit of Xenion, Crunch. It's a 10 slaughter, and it could very trivially be made an 11 slaughter, so I will. God, it looks so good. I like this a lot. Okay, what are we going to do with you? Do you have any framework? You do? Okay, that's quite useful. Don't know why I'm so coffee today, but what can you do? A lot of framework to work with, but I shouldn't need much or any of it. Do you have a Xenion teleporter? That's what that is. That's a transponder. That's just what I need. Alright, very good if you've got the transponder. Although it says it needs a transport block, I'm pretty convinced they don't need them to function. So I don't think I'm going to waste a valuable subsystem slot on that. What I am going to give them is the AI's... Ooh, I don't have many of that. Alright. Fighter slot boosters. That gives 3. That also gives 3. And you get, I think, 1 by default. Yeah, do you? Honestly, I can't remember. Fighters, fighters, fighters. Academy, production, roll, yaw, cargo hold. That's funny. If I slam in this, I don't think it's updating how many of those I get or not. I thought you got a default of 1, but now I'm second guessing myself. Also, I thought I had more of the AI's subsystem. I thought I'd beaten them up more, because this is what I want to use. That way I don't need pilot workforce, which is rather nice. I can beat them up 1 more, but then I have to wait half an hour to do it again. He's thinking, he's thinking... He's still thinking. I could give these guys the Hydra systems that I have, and then save these for the Avorion miners. That'll keep it more consistent, so I think I'll do that. Alright, in that case, you get to enjoy that. Your shield hit point is actually quite drastically low, but your hull has improved significantly, so you might be alright. I am once again going to need to deck them out with guns, but I also need to make sure that this is something that is it's a good baseline that I can apply to all of these miners. So once again, I grab an Avorion hyperspace core of pretty much nil size. It can be arbitrarily small. As long as it's there, it will be able to jump through Avorion space. And it's got the space for the miners. I just need to give it some dashed good guns. But what I'm also going to do is give it, let's see, there, there, not there, and is this one big slab? Guess it is. Okay, not that then. I'll replace this with Avorion framework. Yeah, framework's fine. And what about this? Oh, that has framework as well? I'm not so sure I do. I think I'd rather just grab a chunk of framework and then just put it on here. It's just to have somewhere else to throw weapons onto. There we go. There, and there, and tonk. Okay, and now how many gun slots do you have? Quite a few, quite a few. So again, I want to DPS you with gunner. And this I could shove that massive coaxial. So I can put that there and it will still function. But I'm saving this for my Avorion mining operation. So. Gunner. Oh my, I've got a lot of these long-range blasters that aren't going to be put to much use elsewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good enough. And look at that, 4.4k Omicron, that's already plenty. And now I want, sorted by material, I would like your miner, not miner, but break stone. And I don't need the good stuff, I just need trinium. Trinium or naonite. So trinium, naonite, 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 and you still got more room for more. Naonite, not titanium. The titanium would still boost them, but for these guys, nah. Let's give them stuff that's actually relevant. Something relevant, something modern. The internet. All right, seems kind of enough for you for now. Don't worry about all the other things that aren't working well for him, including not having auto-assigned crew. What I care more about is going a bit away from these other guys, making sure that this current design is saved over here. Save current design, and this is going to be... did it care? I think I grabbed the wrong one there. There you are. Looks good. Rename to... budget endgame miner, even though it's also going to be a scrapper. So if I have you there, I go and apply it to the other 2 trinium. Wait, I thought I had more than 3 trinium miners. Miner trinium 1, 2, 3. Really? God, I thought I had 4 of you. I am getting worse at counting as the days go by. Anyway, number 2, you also get yourself away from the others so you can transform without breaking them. Apply that other design so I don't need to keep applying down the mesh of Avorion or the hyperspace jumper. Chunk. And again, we go and we give you... what was I wanted on this? Wow, you've actually got subsystem spaces. I haven't made you guys very uniform, have I? In that case, actually, since it combines all of the shield and hull values, it's probably good to have one guy that absolutely maximizes shields on his miner. Yeah. Because that way it's going to act for the whole lot. I'll consider that when I do the Avorion, less so here, because I don't think it's so important here. Nonetheless, you've got a flat shield booster there. Yeah, well, that's all the more reason I want to maintain my flat shield boosters for another day. We'll see how you guys can perform. If it's not good enough, I can always consider giving you more shields by moving you over, but I want to get my numbers run first. Where's that Hydra? There we go. And then we shove on our mining stuff. Trinium, trinium, petty trinium. Petty trinium. Naonite. Naonite. As long as it's R mining, it's all good. Got room for one more naonite. And then I want DPS per slot gunner. Looks good, but it could look a lot better with a beer belly. But this guy's sacrificed the beer belly in exchange for the love handle. And I actually did a version of this where I got rid of these upper parts and extended the cargo bay much higher. And use that as just my dumping ground for resources and selling them on, but now I'd rather use my USB stick. What do I have? I got more of these long-range blasters, so just take them. Any DPS is still DPS. 15, 12, 12. For the love of God, auto-assign your crew. And then the final one, number 3. Get you away from the others. Give you that very design with budget endgame miner. Dunk. And once again, the gunner DPSs. Economical, economical, a shocker, a railgun made of Avorion, a Tesla cannon, quadriplasma gun, Orgonite rocket launcher with non-seeking shots. I gave you a lot of gun stuff to play with here, it seems. have some more bolters and whatnot. You even got 4 more spaces. Well, here, have this non-seeking rocket launcher and this Ogonite beamer, and now you've got good DPS. And now, once again, I want Breaks Stone. Sort by material and give him the trinium and the trinium. And at this point I can just throw down all my trinium stuff. Trinium, trinium, trinium. Naonite, yeah sure. You still got space for 4 more. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. Now, I'd love to send these guys out on their magical journey. But I can't, because they have problems. Problems that I am not going to solve. Where's that fighter thing? There it is. Now you've all got space for fighters. I think I actually need to set you up with squads, don't I? There we go, there's your limit. So it is +1 and then 3 for the others. Okay, good, good, good. Let's grab this miner guy. Set him up with 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this miner guy. And set him up with 1, 2, 3, 4. And then... look at his lack of crew. Now what we go is we go to the galaxy map and we go maintenance. No maintenance work to do. Well, I want you to have... why don't you go maximum crew? That way I can just have them on hand. I don't care about your rockets, but I want you to get maximum amount of all of your R mining. Simultaneous fighter miners. This is not going to be cheap, by the way. This is why I've saved this for later. Raw mining, raw mining, raw mining. Exceptional ones are exceptionally expensive. But maybe I'll get them anyway. After all, it's a one-time cost. Yeah, 4 million. I'm sure it'll be worthwhile. Takes 38 minutes, but it's probably worthwhile. So go and get all those. And then I'm going to tell you to do much the same. Maintenance, please. You don't move it around on the map, thank God, because that's a very unpleasant thing to do. And hey, it remembers maximum crew, but it doesn't remember any of the other stuff. Raw mining, raw mining. Gonna suck to accidentally click raw salvaging on one of these. Get me the best of the best. I have no idea, actually, if it matters between common and exceptional for their mining prowess. Should we check that? Maybe it's better to find out for science. Nah, there are too many other moving pieces. I'd have to make 2 exact identical ships with the exact identical weapons and then see how they perform against each other. And I'm not in a position to care about that right now, because although this is expensive, it's not exactly breaking my fat bank. Get all the best ones you can. Maximize your crew. Why is this something? Not enough quarters. It'll be overpopulated. Really? Do it anyway. And why is this cheaper? Something strange about that. The USB, the Universal Storage Brick, they all had different costs by some millions. Weird. Very weird. Oh well, why worry about it? I'm sure it'll be fine. There we go, the explorers are doing all this. Now I'm curious where the resistance outposts are. I'm also curious why this is not taking my input anymore. There we go. Resistance outposts. Ducaire, I need you to find those resistance outposts. Starting with this one. Ooh, there's a casino all the way out here in the center of the galaxy. Isn't that cute? Alright, so they're going to set up with that. And honestly, it didn't cost quite so much, so I wouldn't have any problem telling my trinium miners to do the same. So let's... I can do that with the scrap trinium guys, I guess. I'll give one of them common and give the other one exotic and see how that goes. What are they doing all the way out there? They're kind of sitting in the middle of no man's land. Get over to somewhere much safer, please. Safer and with a shipyard, that's important too. Very good. Yeah, that different cost is concerning, because it's in the same exact place. Maybe concerning is the wrong word, but it is curious. Right, give you back the big old budget endgame miner. And look at that, crew 499. There's no way that, you know, maximum crew shouldn't put them overpopulated on crew, should it? Oh, maybe it doesn't count the captain when you do that. Ah, I'll have to look at them when they're done. It'll be a shame if I have to manually kick one member out, but if I do, I do. Now. Can you get yourselves the necessary units without causing me any headache? Also, how many Hydra slots do I have? I guess you guys are only getting 2. Because 2's all I can do. Maybe we'll be fine with 3. 3 total, that is. 1, 2, 3. Here's your Hydra. Probably makes no difference between those, so I'll just give you the uncommon one. Take over you. And similarly, no hanger? Well, we'll see about that. Budget endgame miner, get. Budget endgame miner, get. I think I saved what you currently have, didn't I? I think I put you down. Well, away you go. One, 2, 3, and there you go. Are you able to do this without any risk to yourself? Maintenance, maximal crew. Yeah, it says ambush probability 0%. So let's go raw salvaging exceptional. Okay. Also, can someone write in the chat 2308 000? That's the cost of doing it with this captain. And then the other captain, if they also do raw salvaging with the exceptionals and the maximum crew, yeah, it's more expensive. One wonders why. Oh well, anyway, you're going to use common ones and we're going to see if there's any difference. I hope I told them both to get raw salvaging. It's a lot cheaper, but there aren't enough quarters for all the crew we're about to hire. We'll be on, well, you know, I'll be the one to judge that. So once they are done, they'll have new mining missions and we'll compare them to how they did before. Problem is I can't remember how they did before, so too bad. I guess I can check the VOD, that's no big deal. Right, resistance outposts. I want you to care to check them all, please. At least all the ones we know about, which admittedly are quite few. Oh, this one has an equipment dock. Excellent. Excellent. I've never seen anything like this before. Caution. Is there a wormhole in there? I guess I'll have to go back and check it. Anyway, good to uncover all of this stuff. And it should at least show me where empty sectors are, so it'll be relatively safe for my explorers to jump into empty sectors and do their exploration from there. Of course, if they get caught and killed, then goodbye them. But I have one way of handling a ship that gets caught out in the open, and I can still help them survive even if death is at hand. And the answer is this, the Unbound Reconstruction Kit. It does work even on Insane Mode's permadeath. I bound one to... where even is it? Here we go. I bound one to the Ducaire so that I can always bring back my flagship if it dies. But when I came back from the idling, as it happens, one of my explorers, I think, got jumped. And I used it on them. They exploded and I was able to bring them back using the reconstruction kit. Conveniently, also giving me another milestone. Reconstruct with a reconstruction kit. Had to be done eventually, so I'm glad I was able to do it in a productive manner. And thank you, Protozomac. Are these counted as... Oh wow, there are resistance outposts all the way out here as well. But yes, shipyard, 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 shipyard. I thought we said one of these had an equipment dock. I even remember going, ooh, equipment dock. Why am I not seeing it now? Well, I'm not. Let's check out where this weird unknown thing is. No weekly one-shot this week? Nah, Avorion's just taken over my brain. Even if I started a weekly one-shot, my mind would just be thinking of Avorion. Wouldn't be fair for anyone, especially not me. Hey, there is an equipment dock here. Equipment dock. And these are my allies, so I should be able to buy anything. It's well worth checking out then. What is that over there? Behind the asteroid. Do you have anything I need to buy immediately? Nah, there's time. Also, you don't sell weapons. Huh. Well, that is a damn shame for me. Too addicted, says Varen. I saw you load up Avorion. I feel okay. Actually, I've got more shields than I thought. There's no need to fear. I'm pretty happy with all the setup that I have here, truth be told. That secret stash can't possibly be what my my captain was saying. Oh, I've never seen anything like this before about. Running smoothly on my i5 laptop with no dedicated GPU. What a game. I don't think it's a particularly demanding game unless you have the huge fights or you have multiplayer going on. Multiplayer can certainly get a bit demanding. Should we check and see if it's booby-trapped? Nah. Just take the goodies. 500,000 credits. And an energy to shield converter, which is always welcome. But what in the world? I've never seen anything like this before. Caution. What? What did our captain see? There's a shipyard. There's a resource depot. There's a whole lot of meh around here. Just asteroids and that. Normally when he says that, there's a wormhole or something. 500,000 is pocket change by now, right? Yeah, pretty much. But you shouldn't poo-poo such values, right? Save the pennies, save the pounds. How bizarre. I have no idea what our captain saw that made him go, caution, warning. But I think I'll manually check each of these, because if there are equipment docks, I certainly want to know about them. I can always build my own equipment docks, nothing stopping that, but that is time-consuming, laborious, expensive, uses up valuable resources that I need for my operations. Also, let's keep our guns off. We don't want to annoy the Zotan if they're around here. This resistance outpost is simply a trade hub, which neither buys nor sells anything. Huh. We've got some weird folks around here, but we've also got Avorion. Tempting, but I am far beyond the days of manual mining. I am into the days of... Hang on, I wanted to put on my merchant thing and find out what's worth good money around here. I also want to find out if any of these are neutral zones. I sincerely doubt I'm going to find neutral zones in the resistance outposts. Wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? But these are a lot of neutral zones, and I'd like to make better friends with them. Well, not to worry about it. How many times has Jake skipped a weekly one-shot? You can extrapolate the numbers. When did I do the first weekly one-shot? They're meant to be weekly. I've done 275 of them. 52 weeks and a... Uh-oh. Oh god, right. Let's hope those guys don't turn on me because they just deleted someone. I'm not here to tango with you guys. Jesus. I'm just here to steal the goods. Actually, this would be a nice time for pirates to come in and tangle with the Zotan. Oh, that's kind of dangerous for the poor shipyard and trading post over here. I'm not sure this resistance outpost is going to be resisting much for long. If I leave, they might survive. But I want their hidden goodies. Especially when it's a legendary goodie like that. Oh god, that shipyard's going to disappear. It was an unbound reconstruction kit. I'm sorry, the Zotan only appeared because of my presence, and I think resistance outposts are... Oh yeah, there goes that shipyard. But that probably means they'll call in reinforcements that just arrived, and that's even more scrap for me to pick through. Whilst I grab their secret stashes. I am a good ally. That looked like building knowledge, but it's not. It's an exotic class miner booster, which does boost mining yields. I have not yet checked if you need one on every miner that's being sent on a mission, or if only the lead miner works. I should run those numbers someday, but I'm not doing it currently. Can you help? Patrician 4. The guild asks someone to make a city a Hanseatic city, but they don't tell me what to do. The requirements are not written anywhere. Where are the requirements? In the town hall, there is a... what do you call it? You know, you can do things like extend the wall or build a chapel. There is application to become a Hanseatic city. And you can do that after you have a certain population. I think it's 10,000. So you have to be the mayor, or you have to appeal for that in the city hall. What's the city hall? You sound German. Christ, I should know this. But I managed to forget it. Well, this resistance outpost just got wiped out. Time to update the map already. The Zotan are terrifyingly powerful in this setting. Something strange in this area, be careful. Yeah, but there wasn't anything strange. How bizarre. These guys are so dead. And my cargo hold is so too full. Well, we know what that means. Our favourite, the big fat underbelly. It's not that bad. Besides, I like the stolen goods. No way am I taking part in that fight though. The Zotan would wipe me out. Just like they wiped out all those poor buggers. I'm Danish. Rathaus. Thank you, Rathaus. Yes, go to the Rathaus and champion for the application to become a Hanseatic city. Yeah, the one you're talking about, Crickney, is a different sort of thing. That's establishing a new colony. But to become a Hanseatic city, that is something that you do in the Rathaus. Although it is possible that Densey was asking about that. Such devastation. And it's all my fault. Are those coming my way? Certainly looks like it. Go, my highly magnetic cargo bay, give me the goods. I've also missed an exceptional item back there. Oh no, I think it's coming my way. The only thing not coming my way is karmic balance. I was not asking how to make a new city, but good info anyway. Making a new city is great. You get control of everything. And as long as you don't let the AI build, you will continue to have everything. So make sure there are more jobs and houses that your people than your people need. And the AI will stay out of your way. So that whole place just got deleted. What a shame for them. Now, how are we going to do this? I kind of explored a fair bit around here, but let's be somewhat methodical. There's a nice shipyard over there. I don't know if it's friendly, so let's find out if it's friendly first. If it is, that's an excellent base to explore this square, and this square, and actually an excellent base overall for checking out this area, because I don't think the shipyard is going to be always angry against the Zotan. The Agerid Syndicate in a very nice place, thank you. Screwed up pretty quick when the AI builds roads, yeah. The less the AI are allowed to build, the happier a time you have in Patrician. But I guess the big question is, how far do you want to take it? There's always more to do until you've completely perfected the game, I think. I got a lot of stolen goods right there, didn't I? I don't even think I'll bother unbranding them, I'll just offload them here. So to that extent, I want to care to just dock here. And I want my explorers to all move over here. A 2-minute job? Oh no, they don't care. Get over here on the double. Then we explore all of this, and then we figure out where the best place to set up our mining operation is. Is there another smuggler? Oh, golly gosh, look at that. There's a smuggler right here. That's a little tempting, because I could set up here and mine in this direction, or I could set up here and mine in that direction. Probably here and down, because there are fewer rifted areas. So actually, I think I want that. How are we looking for asteroids? Quite a lot. Good, good. Alright, I think we're onto something then. Docare, once you have dispatched of these stolen goods on this horrible, horrible interface. So that was apparently 46 million credits of goods. I was all ready to say, oh, that was only 4 million credits, not worth our time when we have hundreds of millions, but actually 40-something million is worth my time. Now, Docare, go and investigate that other smuggler den. I think it was right here. Are there other smugglers? Alright, you know what, just check all the smugglers in the area, because they are good to get friendly with. Yeah, crumbs, I was hoping I could pop out in time. Not so much being friendly with, but just smuggler markets are excellent places to just rest and recuperate. They tend to be lovely neutral grounds unless you're very close to another nasty piece of work. But yes, that's going to go and check out all of them. We have had a situation in the MP where somebody was hostile with smugglers upon meeting them, so I don't want to take that chance too much. The minor trinium and scrap trinium are both done. I'll wait until they're all done. Okay, explorers. You've already partially explored this, but please explore it more. 1, 2, and 3 over here. 4, 5, and 6. That is already explored fully, so I don't need to do more there. But down here and here I do. So here first, please. 10 minutes. 13 minutes. Yeah, I'm sure you're fine. The Eddy area is teeming with enemies. I'm sure we won't be attacked. Okay. Why tell me that then? Minor Trinium 3 got finished so much faster than the others. How bizarre. Anyway, if I wanted you to go out mining here, and I do, look at how much better that is. Not only that, it's not that unsafe to do without safe mode on. Also, I've got a mod on that enables immediate delivery by default, no longer having to click that every time. Look at that yield, and that's just one of them. The ship is able to mine several asteroids at the same time using mining fighters. Question is, can we boost this even higher? I'm gonna wait and see when the other trinium guys are done. 17 minutes, 15 minutes. Wow, you are so much faster than the others. Perhaps I should make sure that you actually got all of your goods. Let's check you out. I have not played No Man's Sky. Didn't seem very appealing to me. There we go. Have 2 full fighter squads on your ship. Yet another milestone unlocked. And look at that. 4 set up with our fighter exceptional trinium miners. He likes to see it. Not only that, he's chock full of all the crew that we need. We're going to be overpaying for them, but at this point, do I really care about that salary of $250,000 every 3 hours? No. No, I do not. We can't pick up ores or scrap. We need a functioning transponder. You know, I should try that, shouldn't I? I thought I was going to put this up to 11 processing power, and I forgot to add the extra bit for it. Wouldn't be difficult to add, and it would be easy to take away as well in case it doesn't do much for me. Where can I slam it on inconspicuously? There you go. Permanent installation only. Okay. I don't think I want to permanently install this. Is there an equipment dock here? Of course there's not. Then I need an equipment dock. Don't show ships in operation. Get over here. I just want to see if the transponder improves simultaneous mining or not, because I suspect it's not needed at all for ships on operation, even though you would need it to do manual mining work. If it is needed, I can just give them the limited adventuring appy thing and they'll be fine. And this ship even travels quite well. Stands to reason it's got a massive engine at a pretty good position. Where's the equipment dock? There it is. Good ship. I really like this design. You know, not when I've got the little computing power thing sticking out like a bit of an ulcer. I hope this thing can slow down. I don't think it can slow down. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well. The importance of dampeners. What's your story with Paradox? Any fun stories or interesting things? I've got plenty of stories, but I can't scour my mind for them right now. If you have specific things, I can talk about that. I've been away for about half a decade, so I doubt they're going to chase me down. It'll buff right out. I think some people died there. Right, why did I come here again? I wanted to try throwing on... So, first off, if I were to tell you to mine over here, it would say simultaneous mining 69%. And to be clear, that doesn't change with other things that I do. Safe mode, non-immediate delivery, different goods. It's all the same. Now, if I gave you transponder software, I could search the files for this, but I always trust this more. Alright, simultaneous mining is still at 69, so actually I think it scales up the more of these guys I get. The question is, how high do you really want it to scale? And that I don't know. Let's take that thing off. Clearly don't need it. Don't know what to make of that personally. Do I want to squeeze out the next 31% or not? Well, the better question is, do I have enough slots here for it? And the answer is probably no. Wow, I've got a fair few pilots, huh? How many hydro systems do I have? I can get an additional 2 there. If 4 of them give 69%, then you'd think 6 would give 100%, right? If this guy's so quick to do it, why don't we just find out? I'm going to give you 2 more squads of it. I'm going to give you this additional +2 squads from this thing. And then I'm going to tell you to do maintenance, get yourself raw mining, let's keep them exceptional. Apparently you can do that in 3 minutes, not if I tell you to actually do your work. 8 minutes, there we go. And we'll check in on that and we'll do some comparison. Oh, the other scrap trinium guy got done, huh? But he probably has a similar story, right? Mining here. Oh no, you're a scrapper, of course. Scrapping here. 87% with the simultaneous mining. Huh, what am I to make of all this? I do not know. But I'll wait for the others to be done. The other guy's just investigative journalism, I suppose. Right, I trust we've uncovered all of our smuggler yards out here. One of them is actually hostile to us. And I doubt I'm in a position to just blow them all up, so we'll just avoid them and stick to this area. I'm glad the Decare didn't get stuck there. They're still doing exploration stuff around here for another 13 and 8 minutes, and I've got another square to investigate. So I need to ask myself, what are my goals and what are we working towards here? Explore the arrow, give me more here, and we can say exploration, okay, ongoing. Procure Avorion tier weaponry. That's going to be a bit tougher. I'm going to have to do a lot of fights or a lot of trading, but it looks like I don't sell the goods. If I could just find a neutral zone around here. If I befriend these people, I could set up a turret manufactory over here, and I would be able to make tech level 46-ish turrets. But the thing is, now that I've reached the center, why settle for tech level 46? I want tech level ultra maximum. I might actually set it up over here. But neutral zone is more important, but having it safe is difficult. I actually think setting up over in the Pena Syndicate might be a good idea. Just move my turret manufactory over there. Yeah, and then I can roll for good turrets, make a bunch of them, and then equip my flagship, give my flight... Wait, did I say give myself a squadron? Upgrade from flagship to squadron. Yeah, we'll get on that. Trinium done. Titanium to do. Avorion to do. Good. Mine Avorion region, that's about to be done. Well, not yet, but we will get there. But yeah, that smuggler hideout right there, very well placed. I just got Xenia the cheesiest way possible, and I love it. How did you get it the cheesiest way possible? There are plenty of ways to cheese it. You could fight the big pirate ship, but have faction guys do it for you. You could just find it in a stash. You can hack it open. You could even hack it open in a safe place. If you hack a box inside sector area, then the pirates will fight the sector for you. You get the goods and the scrap, and you do it risk-free. I jumped into a pirate war zone. Zotan show up. I fired 0 shots and I profited. That's how you do it. Good job. Although I'm surprised that the Zotan were able to take out enough of the pirates. 9 minutes, 9 minutes, 3 minutes, 7 minutes. So in 10 minutes all of the minor stuff should be taken care of. Why did I not give carriers to my titanium people? Was there a good reason for that? Probably my crippling lack of trinium. Yeah, and I'd rather save that trinium for making my Avorion tier miners, so the titanium people will have to wait. I get the trinium one set up, and then I will be a lot happier for that. What does Decare do? I want to explore more of this once the explorers are done. 9 minutes, 3 minutes, 8 minutes, 3 minutes, and you guys are good. 1 minute until the feed me your sector guy is done. And then I'm going to move him along and see about selling the other goods elsewhere. So I'm going to move him over to this area perhaps and see if he gets a better deal on the other items that I'm struggling to sell. Alright, satisfied with that. It's unusual for me to sit back and not have anything to do, but I do want to get the exploration done up here before I blast away. I want to know exactly what is immediately in this vicinity, because it's a very important vicinity to check out. But that's for Decare to do. Gotta go, I love the content, says Densei. I appreciate your takes on games, and most of all, thanks for having a nicely organized playlist on YouTube. Oh, finally, somebody appreciates it. It's not a mess like others. Have a great Sunday wherever you are in the world. I'm in Hungary. I've been here now for almost a year. Alright, feed me your sectors. You just got me another 70 million credits, which is going to be pounded into mines. And whilst the fluorine, energy inverters, jewelry and laser modules are hardly the biggest thing in the world to take care of. Hang on, can you refine? Take you 11 minutes to refine 46 iron. Are you having a laugh? Anyway, I want you to travel over here and then sell your wares over there. Hopefully you get better prices. Once I check out these areas with Decare, I will probably go and see if I can make friendlier over here, but no, I'm gonna see about getting my turret thing over here. It should be safe. Look at that, it's got Legibat and the Syndicate to defend it, and I very seldom see pirates attack smugglers. Plus, if I think it's in too much danger, I can always just ship it out. Trinium Miner 3. Now you have 6 batches. What's your percentage on simultaneous mining? Yaku%. Did anyone remember what these numbers were at before? Because sweet Mary and Joseph, those are some good numbers. But I also want to see if the simultaneous mining doesn't stack that well. When he mixes with the other ones. There's a lot of moving parts in this, honestly. Whilst I do have your attention, and you do have an equipment dock, there's something else I want to try. Where's that equipment dock at? Also, why are you overpopulated? Why did you get more people than you needed? Let's just shove 24 of them out into the airlock. And now we're all a lot happier. And Explorer 4, please explore this region as well. Do it safely. Pretty cool thematically that having a bunch of explorers watching each other's back allows for much safer exploration. Same goes for the miners. I'd always figured that escorts should just be military ships, and I always thought, crikey, that's a lot of military ships, but now knowing that your escorts can just be more miners that still mine, and more explorers that, well, they don't really do anything, but they're still there. It's nice. Why did I move you over here again? There was something I was wanting to try. That's right, the mining subsystem. With no mining subsystem, your mining operation here for 8 hours does 3.4 million. With the best mining... Oh, but if you were to do it in safe mode, it drops to 33% and 1.8. 33%, 1.8. But if I gave you this awesome super duper legendary mining thingamajigger, It goes up to... Whoa! Oh, okay, no, it was that already, but still. A much bigger boost for safe mode using this thing. 43 2.1. And then if I gave you, instead of that one, the crappiest mining module that I can. Yeah, there we go. I've even got a petty one. Still helps out, surprisingly. Alright, well, I've got plenty of these. I'll give you the excavators tier 1. Feed me your scrap has made it here. Hopefully you can sell these goods. God, nobody wants jewelry. I guess there just isn't demand for it, huh? None of this stuff has good demand. Should I just sell it anyway? I'm not going to fart around the universe trying to find somewhere to offload these goods. Just do what you can. Sell it all. Even for barely any money. That's a waste of your time, but just get out of my face. The miner, the scrapper, the doucaire. Again, I'm looking for the... not shipyards, smugglers. Doucaire is currently where? Here. Alright, guess we've checked them all. Only one of them's hostile, which is good to know. But yeah, this is a happy place for me. So doucaire, I want you to get up to there. Just boink, boink. And then I'll see about constructing my turret factory over there. And then we'll see what we can make in it. Scrap Trinium 01 and scrap Trinium 02. And yeah, I'm aware I misspelt scrap. I'll switch over to you. I do a lot of misspelling, it's a very bad habit. And I need to take your yield. I'll take all the yield. It'd be nice if there was a take all yield button, but if there's one thing you always want out of this game, it's better quality of life. Now, scrap Trinium 01 and scrap Trinium 02. We want you to scrap, unsurprisingly. The area is not that hot. Maybe you could jump your way over here first. I don't think I need subsystems on you, do I? No, no I don't. There is the 87%, and it stays 87% even if I give you extra, an extra miner, but you know what, 87% is sufficient. I just want to get this started. Get over there and get working for me. Oh, hello. Miner Trinium 1, 2, and 3. Ready for action. Get mining here. 100%. 8 hours. With all the backup, it drops only to 15. That's a shame. Would have been real nice if I could have dropped that way low. 2 hours is 2.1 million. 8 hours is 5.2 million. So I really am halving the amount that they get out of that, huh? $5.2 million with you in charge, but I think I gave Trinium 3 the best one. I would actually quite like you over there if possible. Get over here. 88%, 94%. Gotta remember you guys are looking for Rex. Shepherd. It'd be nice if they could figure out themselves who the best places to find their wrecks are. There we go, there are a lot of wrecks, a lot of hostile sectors. That sounds like not my problem. If it's the two of you going in there, and you do it safely... Boy, that safely kneecaps the resources, but it does not kneecap the modules, which is why we're doing this. So I can send you in there for 8 hours, and I'll get 271 turrets and subsystems. Well, between 200 and 271 over that course of time. If you went there for shorter periods of safe mode, yeah, it'd be better, but it'd be more having to hassle with you. So that's actually very agreeable. Get over there. The explorers have finished doing stuff up there. Now where else do they go? I think currently a straight line down is the best option. Or maybe this, then this, then this, and straight down. I would like all of this though. For now, the three of you get over there. Then you can explore these two. So I like to jump my explorers to somewhere that I know is completely empty. Oh wait, I don't know that that's completely empty. Oh boy. I sent you there, right? Please don't do that jump. And please don't stop somewhere dangerous either. No, I want you here because I know that's empty. The other one may have been confirmed empty, but I wanted to be absolutely sure. And Ducaire, you're over here, so let's get to you and make sure that that shipyard starts building me my factory. Also, what do we have here? A secret stash that I'm after, and also my miners. So if the miners were to mine this area, it would be simultaneous mining 69% with you like that. There's even 1% chance of ambush, but that's okay. 3.9, 29, 69. But if miner 3 did it... 3.9, 30, 100%. Now I'm starting to wonder if this simultaneous mining is doing as much as I would have hoped. That's still pretty good though. That's 4 million trinium just coming in over the next 8 hours. And they shouldn't ever reasonably be attacked at 1%. So I just need to push that button every 8 hours and make plenty of goodies. Alright, I can get behind that. Explorer 1, head over here with 2 and 3. Explorer 4, they're in a position to do both of these. What are you in a position to do? I want you to explore this square fully. I'm stepping very gingerly here. These explorers, as much as I've kitted them out, are still rather delicate. But this is all good setup for what I'm planning on doing, which is of course vast operations of mining out of Avorion. Avorion is an answer to a lot of money problems that you might have. Okay, a large group of alien ships which are hopefully not hostile. They're very hot. Oh god, I wanted this place to survive and now it's going to die. I'm getting out of here then. I certainly can't take these on. Wait, maybe they won't fight the... Oh, no, they're definitely fighting the other guys. I think it's an unbound reconstruction kit. No, my smuggler dock! That smuggler dock is so dead. Well, I guess we're going to the other one. We sure none of these are neutral zones? Yeah, maybe there are no neutral zones this close. That was a great final message to be hearing in that place. Okay, shipyard. I would like you to build me a station founder. And you are going to be Turret Factory 01. Yeah, it's good to differentiate from the other turret factories. It doesn't really matter what you're made of. You'll be transforming soon enough. Carrier, freighter, miner, ship, what does it matter? Yeah, get that built, please. And hopefully these people don't mind me swinging this thing down here. Is this going to be close enough to be Tech 52, though? Might not be. I might have to actually move this closer to the center for Tech 52. It's no good indicator of the tech levels. Well, I mean, this gives you a rough idea, but I do think I need to be closer for Tech 52. Could actually take it over to a completely empty block. 1-0 is not a terrible idea for that. I just wanted it to be populated, but maybe that is a bad idea. That old place is now a hazard zone, of course. Alright, alright, alright. Can I jump into you? You're going to be a bit terrible as stations go. But I want you over here. Bodunk. Probably going to turn you into another one of my... I'll probably use the mine. Typical factory design. It's very big and very expensive, but I kind of need big and expensive right now. Advanced factory is very big and very expensive. Will I use this design? Probably yes. There we go. So I want you to found an other station. It's of course a turret factory. 20 million. I could be redesigned by the nearby syndicate, but now I think I'll have what I have. You're too close to another station. Well, phooey. Guess we're transforming back into something that can just zip around, huh? Just turn into a, no, maybe not a Falcon cruiser. Maybe a little Mars cruiser. You alright with that? You'll be more alright if you're on auto... Oh god, they have pretty much no crew. Oh, whatever, just blast yourself away from the existing station. When this thing goes away, I'll be able to found. As I move agonizingly slowly. Yeah, there we go. Now, found station, turret factory, boom, yes. I think I moved closer just by sheer mass there. Okay, okay. Game certainly does not like what I'm trying to do here. How about now? Found station, turret factory, bada bing, bada boom. Hey, there we go. Auto assign the crew, of which I don't have enough, so I'm going to hire all of my own crew. Hey, I spawned a Commodore here. It's not bad. I think I might even hire you, just keep you sat around here. Not exactly a big deal. And now, let's see what turrets I can do. And here's my refresh button, and the tech level is 50. It's not 52, but I might make do with tech 50. Tech 52 is as high as it goes. Congratulations on your station. It's a little small. Shut your mouth. Step in the right direction. Found a station. Yeah, go away. Go away, all of you. You have no idea what I go through. My hull is only 2.4 million, but my idea is that no one's going to attack me. Give me all those goods. Give me all those goods. Let those explorers go exploring. Hopefully as they get further away from Avorion and high tech level, they won't need to go in groups of 3s, they can go in groups of 2s, but for now 0% ambush chance is very important. And Ducaire, would you mind... You know what, I really shouldn't hang around here lest the Zotan come and blow up these guys as well. But at least I should get a warning before they appear. And then I'll know to get out of this sector. And looking at that, there's no indication that they're on their way. So as long as I don't come here when the Zotan beam in, I should be fine. Crummy pirates should be easy enough for the dreadnoughts to dispatch. Yeah, 80,000 Omicron, these guys actually know how to fight. So, what about these turrets? Why did I come all the way here just to build turrets? Sort them by DPS per slot and then consider my options. For example, a coaxial 5-slot rocket phalanx. A long-range antimatter blaster with damage, range, damage to hull, and shooting until overload. This is immediately an amazing weapon that we've got here. A range of almost 10 kilometers and overall great stats on a bolter. Continuous shots, build up, dissipation. Has to dissipate for 5 seconds, but if you reduce the number of servos, you can actually turn it into a weapon that fires constantly. I do lose about 100 DPS on it, so what I could do actually... could reduce it to here, so it does 283 continuous shots. And then it'll usually cool down enough when aiming over to the next guy, because it's going to take almost a minute of pure firing before it has to cool down. On top of that, I can add some high pressure tubes to increase its range. I can add some medium ammunition to increase its overall DPS, and I can add explosive charges to further increase it. And that is a size 1 4000 DPS per slot on average. The problem is it's not very good against shields. But then I just make something else that's good against shields. This was an amazing instant thing to get here. It's not legendary, but as we can see, the legendary ones even aren't as good. So what we should do now is go and find ourselves the goods to make this. It does cost an eye-watering 8.5 million to make each. And I'm going to want, you know, at least 30 of these things. But once I have them, anything I look at is going to disappear. So I'm going to take a screenshot of that. And we're going to go and source these goods. I can also create blueprint. Yeah, there's the thing. I can create a blueprint of this and continue to randomize other goods, because you can make blueprints of Tech 50. It's Tech 52 that you cannot. So that's pretty immense. I like it. Bulletin board, hire crew, yeah, none of that. Hold that thought while I actually pull up my screenshot. Screenshot taken, open a new window. Or don't. Come on, maybe just show on disk then. Where are you? Bottom right icon gives you a mission to source the goods. It does? I've never heard of such a thing. I'll believe it though. I'm just getting this over in my other window so that I can reference the goods that I need and the quantity that I need. That's a ton of servos though. Oh, you mean that kind of... Ah! New ingredients, track it in the missions tab. Well, that's very useful, thank you kindly. Awesome. Okay, well, Ducaire, we have pretty much done our work here, unless there are other smugglers to investigate. Don't think I've investigated these two guys. So I'll go there. I'll go there. Is there also a resistance outpost? Yeah, there is, so... let's just get to know all of what's out there. Okay, once he has that, we're going to go on a hunt. I want the Ducaire to get me all these goods. Servos, steel tubes, ammunition, steel, aluminium, lead. I could send my merchantman on a procure mission to go and get all that. But I think we know a bit more about how we procure our items. Also, why does it say servos 0 out of 15? I need lots of them. Same with the munitions. These numbers are all out of whack. Yeah, I need servos in the hundreds. But fortunately, there's plenty of areas over here who are relatively hostile to me. You know, that's a good thing. So what we could do is we can go, where is the oh god. Hangs out trying to type that in. So we have a servo factory, 3 of them over there. They're certainly going to get raided. I could buy them, right? That is an option. Nothing saying I have to be a monster. But there's nothing saying I don't have to be a monster. Jake, you tracked a different turret, really? Well, that would explain it. Ah, you're right, that's a point defense. Right, so abandon that. Track that. That's much better. Except those aren't the right numbers. Because I want this with 52-minute cooldown. I mean, I can increase the DPS, but it's going to spend all of its time dissipating. And since those bullets don't fire instantly, that's not so interesting to me. Now, there are better guns, and I could roll and find a gun that is just absolutely perfect. But you know what? Although this is the perfect run, for now, this will suffice. The rest of these are being maxed out, though. Yum, 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 yum. Track that. And I am quite paranoid about this. I don't want to blow it up. I wonder if what I should do is give it some shielding. But then I would have to give it my precious shield subsystems, and I don't want to do that. Because I could give it a reviving, hardening bulwark with some flat shields and shield multipliers. Or I could just stack a big fat load of Now-Nite shields on it. Where's my shield durability? Well, you know what? I will give you that. It's an important structure to me, so why don't we treat it like it is important? And multiply your shields. Then I'm going to multiply your shields again. 1 million shield, as we well know, is not enough around here. And multiply your shields a couple more times. At least 3 million will save you from the errant pirate shot. And that's not going to be enough energy for you, so we need to make sure that we have a generated energy thing. Very surprised that isn't enough. Alright, and then what I could do is just shove a big chunky Now-Nite shield generator on top of you. Really chunky, it gets multiplied anyway. You didn't need that much extra energy. I wouldn't normally care this much about my factory's well-being, but this is a dangerous zone, and I want to make sure it doesn't just get errantly shot to shreds. Believe it or not, I'm tempted to put another energy shield multiplier on it. Nah, believe in it. Believe in it being okay. Also believe in it having enough crew. Now I give it auto-assign crew, it'll be fine. Alright, there we go. 8 million shields, relatively safe area, not moving. Stay beautiful for me. Alright, Decare. Is it time to go on a warpath? Depends. First of all, let's switch to Decare. Maybe somewhere a bit safer. Maybe I can check and see if there's anything left of this shipyard. This would have been a better place. Could have had Tech 52 items here, but well, the shipyard is still here. And look at that, the Dreadnoughts arrived to dispatch the Zotan. Not only that, look at all the loot that's lying around for me. And I do have my big fat underbelly for grabbing extra loot. I also have way more shields than I need. And maybe not enough cargo space for everything I want to grab. Come to me, my yum-yums. Yum, 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 yum. Stolen or not, it's all mine. I bet the smugglers had it coming. What are those big red things? Don't know, but it really is taking up my cargo space. Anyway, I have a lot of things that I need to get, and I do not mind having a big fat pot belly underneath me to do it. Meaning I don't need this computer core where I'm going. I need space. I'm hungry, hombre. And there is no kind justification we can put on this. We are doing this so we can have even more goods to be even more of a hideous bastard of a privateer. Have all of those mulched together, please. I could actually happily tear out even 2 of my shield generators to put in even more cargo space for everything I want to grab. Because I got 2 of the big cargo multipliers. They could be bigger, but they're not. But let's start by bringing you down over to... still bringing me stuff. Let's see. Servos is the first point of call. The question is there an equipment center nearby? And the answer is yes. So let's start by visiting it. We'll be there in 6 minutes. Yeah, I can handle 6 minutes. It is in the Now Night sector. There are going to be some fairly high amounts of hull there, but I should have better DPS weapons to shove on my ship. So I'm okay with that. Also, for the love of God, let's get out of here. Got a few minutes to spare, so I'm going to go over to where my stations are. Copper, noble, and zinc. Copper, coal, ice, and ore. These ones I'm certain are getting too full for words. I'll look at these ones though. And I'll also get rid of that icon, because the icons really stack up for the GUI. I watched a few days ago, you had 16 million. How on earth do you have 500 million now? Well, we have about 5 minutes whilst our flagship readies itself for another privateering lesson, which I said I was going to slowly stop doing, but, you know, needs must. We've got these bolter turrets I need to make. And I gotta say, what an amazing roll that was for our very first turret place. Yeah, so surely enough, I have a lot of money. The resources could certainly be happier. And the reason is because I set up profitable factories. The mine for coal and the mine for ice, they're doing pretty terribly. They're still profitable, but they are far worse than the zinc, the copper, even the ore. I did not expect the ore to be doing so well, but the ore will slow down because it overproduces. It makes more than I can actually sell. I need to find some way to produce to further grind down that. So gold, platinum, copper, and zinc, and I know aluminium does well. I just haven't found a good place for aluminium. These were running between last session and now, so they made all this money: 80 million, 50 million, 40 million, 53 million. On top of that, I've had this guy here, feed me your sector, just a giant floating cargo bay. I have unbranded my stolen goods, shoved it into there, and he's been selling it legitimately. And he's made me hundreds of millions, maybe about $500 million himself. And that money, all the money you see here, is going to be invested into better guns and more mines. With the better guns and more mines, I will get better guns and more mines. And then I will have so many mines that I don't need to make any manual input to make money anymore. Except, I'll want ultra money, and that will need my input. Is Jake close to winning? I mean, we're pretty much in a winning position, but we're not looking for winning. We're looking for perfecting. And we have written down our perfection checklist. Milestones, all legendary subsystems, charting the entire universe, allying or destroying all factions, unspendable amounts of resources, giant monolithic chevron pyramid, and production chains for everything. I wonder, how are we doing on the legendary subsystems? We have got 8 of these, 9, 10, 11, 12, and there's a 13th one on the flagship. So we're actually 13 out of 54. I don't think I have anything to change in all the other ones except perhaps milestones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 55 to me. The last ones are going to be a bit of a slog. It'll mostly be Rift stuff and the story missions. Mine dice, sell them to D&D enthusiasts. This game has a lot of different goods, but I'm pretty sure board games and dice are not some of them. Actually, you can look at the list of goods right here. Also tells you the price and volume of each of them. Also as well as if they're illegal or dangerous. But I think the only illegal thing are slaves. Actually, there should be drugs there, but truth be told, I don't know how to get drugs. And we will be setting up production lines for all of those that can be produced. I don't think slaves can be produced, but you can find slave traders every now and then. The explorers have finished their work there. Tell them to keep on working. Almost at the point where 2 explorers can do the job instead of 3, so once I get to here, they'll probably be able to split up. But like I said, the Avorion area is very important to me, so I want to get it all charted as much as I can. I also want to become friendlier with these people. But I'm quite desperate for more trinium. I spent all of my trinium upgrading my mining fleet, and they'll make me millions of trinium every 8 hours. But that's not enough, I need so much more. Like I said, the whole fleet pretty much runs on trinium. So the trinium I get will first be pushed into making some Avorion miners. But beyond that, it won't be more Avorion, it'll be more trinium. And then when I have about, I don't know, 10 miners constantly mining trinium here, then I'm going to change it out and focus on more and more Avorion, because Avorion is, well, it's money if nothing else. It was wordplay with ice. Okay, that flew right over my head. And Ducaire has arrived. Alright then. Just in time for me to grab my drink, right? Okay. Hop to it. Let's go and kit ourselves out for war. These people here are neutral. They have no idea the kind of person they're hosting. And did I pick up scraps? Yeah, some of it's stolen, but some of it not. I might actually pop in by the resource depot just to clear up my inventory a bit. Very slowly moving into position for it because I'm feeling very heavy with this cargo bay under me. I still do want to have my flying USB stick follow me around so that it can gather the goods for me. We'll get there, I'm sure. I think I'll also take off all of my guns and re-kit them out because I should have a lot of better DPS guns. I've been running with some of the same guns for a long time now, Look at that titanium bolter. I got an Avorion bolter there though, but Naonite? No. I should have enough Oganite and Avorion tier weapons for this now. So please refine my ores. Take 52 minutes, that's fine. Whilst I consider... Some of these I will want to keep, like that really nice bursting bolter. That's some phenomenally good DPS per slot. 240 damage to hull. Lovely. Love to see it. The weapons that I'm making right now will eventually become, well, not the best, so I won't want them on my flagship after a while. But that simply means that I can move them onto my automated fleet, and they'll be able to get plenty of Omicron, meaning I don't need to worry so much about things like safe mode. But that time isn't here yet. It'll arrive, but not yet. No, it'll be faster to wait for these ores to be done. It's only 10 seconds. These guys must be confused. They're getting ores they've never seen before. I'm in Naonite territory, and I'm showing them... It stands to reason they'll know Trinium and maybe even Xenion, but they'll never have seen Oganite or Avorion, because that stuff's post-barrier. And I had to pay a healthy tax on that refining, because these people don't like me very much. But it doesn't matter, it was a small amount. If it was hundreds of thousands, I would have considered going over to my ally to get it smelted, but I didn't care. So, what am I switching out here again? Cargo bay extension, I suppose? And also my weapons. Also, let's be very aware of our extremely slow deceleration and not crash into this station like we did the previous one. We've got plenty of docking range, there's no need to do a direct course. Also, congratulations, Captain Brugafzig. This game certainly generates their names randomly. Nice. You're getting me the good stuff. I do like the way the lucky captains stack the way they do. I want to go over here and explore these three as well, pretty please. So not a scouting mission, but a travel mission. Doing this very gingerly so I don't run into horrible risks now. I want to acknowledge the fact that I have plenty of shields, so I should be able to happily take 2 of my shield multipliers off and be satisfied with 12 million. It's what I would say, but you know, maybe I shouldn't trust that so much. I do want my cargo bay extender, heavens yes. But I actually think I'm going to keep the extra shielding. And that shield durability multiplier. 31 million shield I can be happy with. We generate plenty of energy. I want the extra turret slots, that much is for sure. It would be nice if I had denser shielding. These only give 151%, these give 182%. If I could replace both of these with one legendary, one exotic one, or God help me, legendary ones, I'd be in a better situation, but even on this mode with its increased rarity drops due to the harder difficulty, you can't get everything. Hey, look at that, they're happy with just 2 of them. I'll still send all 3 because... well, one of them wouldn't be able to explore here willy-nilly, but once I get down to here, I'll split them into 3 groups of 2 instead of 2 groups of 3. Ship in your sector is crying out for help, but they're too far away. I couldn't possibly get there in time, you understand? While we are here, you have an energy to shield converter, 2 of them. I always take hyperspace jumpers and I always take turret systems. Might seem like I've bought a lot of turret systems that I don't use, and you're right. But the idea is someday I'll be melting them all down into amazing versions. This is rare enough for me to buy it, because I will eventually need a legendary version of it. Are mining Naonite? I'd probably just scrap it before I ever use it. That's fine by me. Okay, so first off is the servo factory. I really wish it didn't try and highlight the entire galaxy when I typed in S. So we're going to hit here for servos. We're going to hit the tubes factory if they have one. Energy tube? No, that's not the same as high pressure tube. Can I search for pressure? Well, would you look at that? There's a high pressure tube factory right over here. What else do you have? Ammunition. I'm not sure if it's called ammunition or ammo, but surely AMM will do it. What is it getting there that's AMM? Oh, shallow cysta gamma. Yeah, all the gammas are showing up. I don't know what the ammunition place is called. Ammunition factories. It's called Ammunition Factory and it does all kinds of it, so... Ammunition. Well, there is an ammunition factory right here. You're on my naughty list. So that gets us the high pressure tubes, the ammunition M, the servos, explosive charge. Is there such thing as an explosive charge factory? There is. Not one in anywhere that is hostile to me currently, but currently is the active word there. That said, I might buy it. I'm not looking to make an enemy out of every faction in this entire galaxy, so I'm going to see if I can just buy a lot of explosive charges off them. I don't need tons of them. About 200 will probably do. Making 20 of these would be nice. Although making more would be more. Steel should be easy enough. They've got to have plenty of steel floating about. Look at that. Is there even a steel thing en route? Steel and aluminium. Do they have steel and aluminium together? I don't think anywhere has both steel and aluminium, but let us steal some steel first. Huh, hazard zone over there. Near where I am, who would have thought? Okay, so I guess I can go to where there's a decent amount of steel. It doesn't show the size of the factories until I visit it, but this one has 2 steel factories, so let's go and take both of those. And then finally, I need an aluminium mine. The mines are a bit of a pain in the bum to blow up, because they have a ton of hull. But they will be full of aluminium, so let's go here. Now there is a reasonable chance that since I'm in the Now-Night zone, they'll put up a reasonable fight. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things. Oh right, there's my 6th one. Okay, not to worry. So let's make sure that we're actually kitted out for this. Let's also get rid of that mod screen that keeps popping up. I will, first of all, get rid of this giant cargo bay blueprint because it keeps getting in my way when I try and do things. I think I'll just remove all of my guns. I wish there was a quick way to do that. If you know of a quick way, please tell me. Because right now the only way I know is to middle click on them here and then hit delete. Or go to this list and then go right click remove. But I find that it's faster to do it the middle clicky way. As long as you know where they all are. And you don't miss and accidentally delete part of your ship. Okay, I do want to keep that multi-harvester on the front, it can be useful. And that's almost all the guns gone. Bye-bye and bye-bye. So, I have 15 defensive turret slots? No, I have 6 defensive turret slots and 9 arbitrary, right. Main guns first. DPS per slot, no breakstone, I want gunner. And as tempting as it is to put on the coaxial annihilator, it's not really going to do me much good. Would certainly tear through those. It would certainly tear through the things I'm trying to tear through, though, wouldn't they? What if I did put it on? What's the point in having a weapon that you never use? Right. Avorion edge turret base here. And let's strap on that big strapping annihilator. That way I can just aim myself down and unload on something. It also fires at a reasonably good rate, it's just the angle's a bit awkward. Well, it's more than a bit awkward, but I think we can make do with it. Blueprints don't save gun configs, do they? You could save, then reload the design, all the guns would remove. What? Blueprints don't save gun configs, do they? You could save, then reload the design, and all the guns would remove. Ah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Save this ship design and reload it, and boom, the guns disappear. I think that would work. I think it would. Alright, alright. I guess I'm just going DPS per slot. But why is this thing considered so good? I don't know why it's considered so good. Doesn't look that good, does it? Effective DPS per slot of only 59? Oh, maybe it's at the top because it's my favourite. If I remove my favourites and then sort them DPS per slot, pow, it's gone. And now I wish I hadn't removed it as favourite because I can't remember what it was now. Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. More DPS, more better. Even if it's a minigun, we're going to be shooting... we are going to be shooting at stations, so it's not of much consequence if I don't have much range. That said, these are some chunky guns we're doing now. Long range annihilator. I like having these get my railguns. Do I have any more high DPS railguns? Double nullifying Avorion railgun. Get in here. 11 kilometers, 26 kilometers. There's a cannon with 26 kilometers. I like my cannons. You seem to be having a problem going there. There's somewhere else that I can put you. On my shoulder, perhaps. You cannot put... Oh, okay. The gun is too big for the blueprinted design on it. That's alright. I can just slam you there. Lordy, the size of you. I'll put this adjusting devastator on you, though. Scorcher. Fierce shocker. And I'm already just about out of gun slots. There we go. Get an electro bolter. Does it monstrously extra damage to hull, which is nice. And that's me. But I will probably be rocketed along the way. So now I want my defense turrets. Defense turrets I tend not to pay much attention to. I just slam them down. Put them on the shoulder blades. And I've got space for 6 of these. Put it there. Put her there. And the ones on the bottom don't have very good view arc, so I'm going to put more on the top than the bottom. And now, last touch. I can't auto turret the coaxial, but that's okay. 2, and I put these guys on 4. We now have an Omicron of 32,000. I don't know what we had before, but this is surely better. The angle on this gun is going to be more than a little awkward. But if I just get close to what I want to shoot and shoot it, it's going to look like this. Did it even shoot? Oh, I think I need to put that on another system. So why don't I put you on... I put you on 3, you on 2. Is it even shooting? Kind of looks like it's not, doesn't it? Maybe I have to try looking at a target, but then I'd get a little worried about what I'm aiming at. Maybe it's because it doesn't have a target. After all, it is a railgun. But normally the railgun still shoots out its big beam. I don't want to shoot at something here. Well, you know what? We're going to go somewhere and find out if and how it works. Wish my jumping range was a bit improved. We've got some pirates I can test it out on first. Smugglers here. This sector is infested with pirates. That is one jump away from my target. Let's go for it then. Yeah, I was wondering if it's hitting itself. It's not showing any shield damage though, and you'd think with that much damage it would do something to me. Let's turn off the other guns for now. Boy, it is hard to aim like this. Maybe I should have just used the... maybe I should just set it up right on the front, but I don't have a flat surface to mount it on the front. And now I can't do any... Well, I suppose I could mount it on this thing, but I can't build it all right now. Yeah, the angle is a bit steep, and I cannot improve my angle much. Yeah, I certainly need to make this a straight firing weapon. But it looks like it isn't even firing, huh? Alright, hopefully these guys just stay there while I try and figure this one out. I think I just deleted him. He seems to have disappeared. Okay, alright, we got a winner here then. I just need to make it front-facing, because evidently I can't use it at that angle. Once these guys go bye-bye, and of course I take their asteroid as well, then all will be well. I also should have mounted a couple guns on the underbelly. Or at least just something there so I can target things that are around me, because this is one slow-to-maneuver ship. Any more for any more? Well, so it would seem. There we go. And this is without my super duper bolters. So that super duper bolter thing was an effective average of 4,000 DPS per slot, but if I'm shooting hull, it's 6,000 DPS per slot. My best current non-coaxial gun is effective 1,700 per slot. The coaxial is 1,900 per slot. What we're saying is, this bolter is amazing. I'll take your secret oh, it's a beacon. Project Exodus, Project Exodus. So that this bolter is well worth the privateering I'm about to do. And Darius did much similar to make us a good gun in the multiplayer, but wasn't as good as the gun I'm about to make here. Sorry, Andy. Actually, maybe I should investigate. He might come in and say, actually, it was a whole lot better than your crummy whatever. I'm also going to make a note that we have got a claimed asteroid here. It still thinks there are 4 ships of pirates. I don't think there are 4 ships of pirates. Right, so coaxial goes bye-bye, and this edge turret base gets replaced with just pure turret base. And the coaxial gun goes right on the edge like that. Oh boy, now that's making an impression. Now I can actually aim the thing. I kind of wish you could get a less steep slope to build your gun on, because I do want it to point upwards just a little bit, because otherwise when I point my nose up, I might actually put a target outside of the range of a lot of my guns. Which there are ways to deal with. I could put the guns over here instead so they had a better field of view on everything. But I didn't and I won't, so too bad. Let's go and destroy this sector. $392,000 cargo space should be enough for what I get, unless I fill it up with useless bulky things like water and ore, paper, wood. Have a cheek mount. Yeah, I put cheek mounts on my automated ones. Alright, see that ship there? Can we go and say hi to it? Boy, it is hard as sin to aim a coaxial. Oh well, the coaxial is mostly here for the stations. Hey, there's a station. Bit far away though, I gotta remember what I came for. Servos. If by servos we mean this equipment dock. You know, if I had my camera aiming just a bit up, this would be a lot easier to aim. There we go. Maybe not that far up. Oop. So it's not exactly a station disappearer gun, but if it ever lands a hit on a ship, it's good. But still, you know, coaxial guns I don't think are for me. Having to manually aim just goes against what I want to do in this, which is have auto aim on for everything, but there's no auto aim for coaxials. Yeah, what a shame. I think I'll just switch out the coaxial already. I am disappointed. It is cool to see a ship just disappear, but no thank you. Instead, I will grab my other best DPS per slot guns. Even a chain gun. Wow, that's a very good range for a chain gun. Look at that thing. Oh no, I take it back. It's very bad range, even for a chain gun. We've got a 2-slotter thing around here. Maybe that pulse gun isn't too great because of the low range. I guess that pulse gun's okay. Rocket launchers. Not the world's biggest fan. There we go. And I guess I'll put you back to 2 if I'm not going to be using any coaxial. There we go. Put them on the nose now. I'll be getting rid of the nose as soon as I can build again. Auto aim for coaxials is putting your ship, putting you in another ship and commanding it. Is the AI any good at aiming coaxials? I don't think they are. They're not good at aiming their weapons to begin with, let alone with coaxials. I'm not taking no damage here. Look at that shield of mine melting away. No doubt because they've sent their entire army. What kind of Omicron are we looking at? 8,000, 3,000, 16,000. Goodbye, Doc. Hello, stolen goods. Hey, 2,695 stolen ammunition M. Sadly, stolen goods can't be used to make your turrets out of. I don't know why, but it does show up in the list, though. Maybe they changed it so that it can. You know what? It's over by Smuggler Dock anyway. I'll bring back stolen goods, see if they work, and when they don't, I can still unbrand them. But wow, that got the ammunition M. I don't need to go to the ammo place then. Gotta remember, I'm here for the servos. And I might keep the ammunition M anyway. After all, I'm going to be making other guns down the line, and that too will need ammunition. I can put it in a storage place on that factory. On more maneuverable ships, yeah, I could imagine coaxials being better, but you have to understand, I need the goods in my pregnant belly. Now, my weapons are good, but they're not so hot against shields. Once I make maybe 21 of those bolters and blueprint one of them so I can make it later, I should probably look for a shield melting weapon, and then a weapon with astonishing range. Because the bolter's 12k range is pretty good, but I want amazing range. You know, maybe like 4 weapons with 30 plus kilometer range, maybe even 50 plus. So that when I'm in that position where, say, pirates are attacking somebody, those railguns can just get a few shots in without me having to move my ship. And maybe I'll shoulder mount them so they can aim all over the place. Yeah, actually 2 powerful shoulder mounted railguns sound pretty good for the ship. Alright. Might only be now night area here, but they still did a fair number on my shields. Nothing for me to worry about, but it's good to keep track of where we're at. So if people are wondering why you picking on the poor Now-Night people and not taking the fight against, say, the Avorion or Oganite people, it's because I would die horribly. There are 3 servo factories. I want them all. But where are they all? There's one. There's another. Alright, this one's closest, so let's take it out. Poor servo factory. They're gonna wish they'd brought some actual hull and or shields. It's actually surprising. I am very deep in Now-Night territory, but they haven't put shields on their stations. Instead, it's not even... There's a little over 500,000 hull on this thing. And once our guns decide to stop playing around with their food, and maybe take my direct orders, we'll see how long 500,000 hull lasts them. The turrets turn around. That front turret in particular is taking an Aeon to aim, but once it's there... Yeah, goodbye Servo Factory S. I hope they had plenty of servos. Sometimes all they have are the equipment to make servos. $2,457 stolen servos. Certainly enough to make my 20 weapons, but you know, why settle for that? I can surely keep those servos safe over on that station, at least in their stolen form. What I'm saying is, we're already here. Let's grab more, unless my cargo bay is struggling, and it's absolutely not. Interestingly, I got a bunch of steel and aluminium out of that, but I need a lot more aluminium. Not a lot more steel though. Actually, I can forgo my steel run. And what I can absolutely do is remove my target note here. I will let the sector survive, and maybe it'll rebuild. I've yet to actually see a sector do the rebuilding that the game code claims it does. Needs to be further investigated, but there's not much time for investigating the game when I'm busy playing the game. Here we go, finally some shields. Apparently this trading post has plasma cells, plastic, and conductors. I don't need those for bolters. It's going to be really nice having bolters that don't need to cool down. Or rather, they'll only cool down after a minute of constant firing. And that is constant, and we won't have constant firing because they'll have to take breaks occasionally to aim. Sweet. Jesus, this is not even fair. I'll probably be able to butcher the Trinium people as well, which might not be a bad idea to grab some more Rift research data. I do want it after all. That is plenty of steel. Definitely don't need to do my steel run now. Now you can go on auto fire. So I have to think less and can act more. The bolters being size 1 probably means that they... Is it size 1? I know it's slot 1. Oh, it's size 0.5. I think, but have not confirmed, that the smaller the turret, the faster it turns. You know what, they got a turret factory here. Maybe that turret factory has some of the materials that I want. And yeah, while I'm next to this resource depot, I might as well make there be no resource depot. Privateering feels so good in this game. Maybe there are people that play this game and don't do any privateering, but I will probably never understand. It's profitable, it feels good, it's a great measure of how your ships are going to perform against faction ships. It answers just about every question. You need weapons, you need subsystem slots, you need materials, money, anything. You can get it all through privateering. I suppose it's not very nice to have an entire section of the galaxy that hates your guts, but just go away, they're not going to follow you. And if they get bounty hunters on you, so, well, okay, that was a problem and destroyed about 2 or 3 of my ships, but yeah, cope with the situation. I think blowing up equipment docks is actually very good. It just gives scrap, I believe, but you know what, I keep forgetting, so I'm going to check. I don't think anyone's made a list of what all the stations drop. And whilst I have made lists about that for games before, I don't think I'm going to do it for this one. It's part of the mystery, and for all I know, it's somewhat random. I'm looking forward to seeing the new DPS that I end up with, because some of these guns that I have effective DPS per slot of 1/10 of that bolter. It might be a bit of a stretch to say we're going to end up with 10 times our fighting strength just from the bolter upgrade, but 5 times would not be a stretch. Ooh, nice, a shielder of the exotic levels, and also feed me your sector is done. And the explorers are done. Okay. Explorer 4, get on that with your buddies. Explorer 1. I want kind of this area checked out as well. You think you can go here and do the rest? Everyone else is fine, especially me. And these tiny little ships are unable to do anything to me. And I missed what the resource depot dropped. If I had to guess, it would be the scraps. It certainly wasn't anything else on my shopping list. Now, one last servos factory and this turret factory, and we're done here, and we move on to grab the high-pressure tubes. No, there are no bounty hunters here. The Geonosians don't trust them. Sci-fi ship designs have an uncanny knack for being ergonomically terrible for turret-firing arcs. Realistically, the Star Destroyer turrets would shoot each other in the back if the enemy is dead ahead. Star Destroyer. Don't know what a Star Destroyer is. Could you even destroy a star? So another reason that I've tended to avoid the Now-Night sectors is that the stations take longer to destroy. They've just got such sheer amounts of hull. 4 or 5 times what we see back in the Iron and Titanium zone, plus shields. So that's why I've not been privateering here. I wouldn't call it cost effective, but it's hard to deny that the goods they're dropping are really hot commodities. How does one destroy a star anyway? It'd be like saying I'm going to destroy the sun. Using what? How? An enormous bucket of water? You can tell I don't know much about the physical sciences, and I'm okay with that. Ignorance is truly bliss. Yeah, I think I can definitely see these smaller turrets able to turn around and follow a lot faster than the bigger turrets. So whilst big turrets might look and seem impressive, actually the smaller you make your gun, the better I think it is. With the exception, of course, of the guns that don't have to aim. Guns that take things out from a very long distance, like your rail cannons and your missile launchers with seeker shots. They certainly don't need to care. Alright, I was tempted to spare some more sectors here, but I'm not going to spare that military post. Military post probably has more ammunition. Privateering the Now-Night primitives is not my to-do for today, but can always make room for some privateering. I think on my way back I'll ditch everything that isn't part of my turret requirements over onto my friend, the Feed Me Your Sector people, and then he can get them unbranded and get them sold. Because I'm probably going to be sitting on a good 100 million worth of other stuff. Well, maybe not the sheep or the solvent. For some reason, during all of that, 1,668 sheep survived the explosion. You do get sheep and cows, I believe, in this game, although it's just called cattle. I need a few guns that specialise in melting shields so that the bolters can get their jobs done faster. Although ideally you just get one gun that can do everything. I think if you had a... well, I want those shield penetrators, but I don't think bolters can be shield penetrating. Actually, what kind of weapons can be shield penetrating? Is it just chain guns? Because I could be convinced to later on make a shield penetrating long-range chain gun. But that doesn't answer me a long-range solution, and a long-range solution would probably be a couple of rail guns. Yeah, torpedoes penetrate shields, that's true, but torpedoes are one use. Use a torpedo and it's gone. You don't get an FTL-style torpedo replicator in this game. And I'm just generally not a fan of using torpedoes. You might notice that I've largely disabled mine here. Right, Servo's factory, and we move on. This was a very lucrative sector. And we haven't even taken everything, because I need some space left for the other goods. That's the repair yard, or shipyard. Repair yard, I think. Medium servo factory, feed me servos. I currently don't even have enough servos to make 100 of these exotic bolter turrets. You know what? At that amount of DPS, that might be better than the... No, I've made a better bolter than that. The difference was I wasn't using the detailed analysis mod. But yeah, that faster shooting, that extra damage and damage to hull, combined with the range, that is a good bolter. You could do better, but again, I'm not in the position to roll for the best. Not yet. Pulse cannons penetrate, I think. What is it called, anyway, in our list? If I were to look in my inventory and I want gunner penetrate, this says it penetrates a number of blocks. Oh, that's shield penetration, right? So I want to see shield penetration. Why does this say shield? Where's shield in all this? Oh, it says shield DPS, doesn't it? Okay, okay. But yes, pulse guns penetrate shields because they use ionized. That's what we want. So I want to look for ionized. And chain guns do ionized, pulse guns do ionized, and I can't see anything else that does ionized. So the question ends up being, what tends to win out on DPS with ionized projectiles? In the end, I think it's either going to have to be a pulse gun or a chain gun, and truth be told, I don't know which is going to end up better. Haven't run the numbers, but I guess we'll just roll and see what we end up with. But that's later. For now, these bolters are going to be the answer to just about every question. Almost certainly be the answer to the end boss. Oh, I was meant to blow up the AI. Okay, right, I need to fly around and say hello to the AI. I'm actually at the point where I need to kind of farm boss drops a bit. Sniveling little guys, I don't have time for you. Although I got my high pressure tubes. In fact, I think I've got everything. Servos, yes. High pressure tubes, billions of them. Ammunition M, plenty. Explosive charge, plenty. Steel, plenty. Aluminium, plenty. Okay, cool. Then I got everything from this one place. Okay, sweet. This faction is very, very lucky then. I'm not going to brutalize everything. I wonder if they feel lucky. I'm the lucky one, right? I got all those goodies in that one place. But now I want to find the AI. I'm in the AI sector, so... but I also want to go over to feed me my everything guy. Where are you, actually? Feed me your sectors is over there, and I'm over here. Okay, very good. In that case, I'll just make some blank area jumps until I run into the AI. Brutalize everything yet. Nah, I'm on a mission here. I want these... the sooner I have the better guns, the faster I can brutalize. Think about it that way. And suddenly everything starts feeling better. I'll still search with 3. But on the next one I'll try and segregate 2 explorers so I can explore faster. God, I love how in this game you can do as many or as few things as possible and you're still going to come out on right. If you spend all your time just trading, you're going to make loads of money, and that money can buy you relations, turrets, subsystems, even entire ships. Sorry Zotan, I'm not here to deal with you. You could spend all of your time mining, and you can sell the mining for great money and then do all those other things, but use the materials that you get in order to build your ships as well. you can just go on the warpath, and that'll drop a variety of different items that you can use to fuel your warpath. The ships are packed up and waiting on Discord. Thank you, Sunchaser. In fact, that's been nice and early, so I think when I get to the point of turning my flagship into a fleet, I can grab some special Sunchaser ships and have them be my entourage. The Decayer, given that it's managed to survive for a very long time, will remain the front runner of the ships. No, actually, I have a particular ship design called the Malcontent. I love the Malcontent, and this will be my main ship. You might notice that it is eye-wateringly expensive in every regard, so it'll be a while until I have it. But yeah, that's my ship. Also has a nice big flat belly on the bottom to attach a giant cargo bay to, but I like to think that I won't do that, because I've got my flying USB stick to be my cargo bay. And with my posse, we can just take over as much as we want. The reason I want to crush the AI is because I need his auto-flying things slots in order to get more fighters, that's it. I need his fighter limit. I'm having a hard time finding the AI right now. You're guaranteed within 10 jumps, but it's an increasing, I think, 5% chance, or it starts at 5 and then grows. But yes, much obliged, Sunchaser. I'm looking forward to having it as an entourage. What slot size are they? Because I'll probably... Oh, sweet, sweet. Right, cancel out the auto jump. Where are you, AI? So sorry, AI. This is not going to be a pleasant fight for you, but... you know, you've had all this time to get better, and you haven't, so... whose fault is it, really? He'd be mostly dead by now if I had my bolters. Anything noteworthy happened so far? Andy, I've got... so I built a turret factory. I was planning on putting it in a Tech 52 area, but it immediately got leveled by the Zotan, so I settled for a Tech 50 area. Ooh, legendary, and it's... crummy gun. Ooh, a nanobot dispenser, though. Don't see those all the time. Guided nanobots out of a chain gun. How delightful, but it's only titanium. So yes, I've got an effective 40, well, against hull, 6,000 DPS bolter at the ready. And that was the first thing that came out of the factory. I didn't even re-roll it. I just built it, sorted by DPS, and there was that beloved bolter sitting at the top. Not even legendary, it's exotic. And that's going to be the bolter that sees us through until we're at the mega end game. Because it's going to do everything. And on top of that, I had the shopping list of things I needed for it, and we found everything in one sector. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but you can't use stolen goods to make turrets, right? Even though it's telling me that I do have what I need. Alright, starting a timer there. Within half an hour I can encounter another AI or SWOX. And I'll probably get another AI because I want to be ready for, well, for that. Let's get over to... Actually, feed me your stuff. You come over here. You have to unbrand them. I tested an MP and everything. Yeah, I suspected as much. Look at that, he's already there. God, you know, the fleet management UX is kind of terrible. But the fleet management functionality is very good in this game. And the more I think about it, maybe I wouldn't call the fleet management UX terrible. It's not good, though. I wish I'd made the front end a bit better, but the flying USB stick's doing alright. Right, let me give you everything, but you give me back... I think I need to refresh this to get the values right, because I know you've got more than that. Okay, great. Wait, what? What? What are these numbers? Okay, I take it back. It's terrible. Right, give me your scrap iron. Give me definitely back my Rift research data. Give me the Now Night. Was it stolen? Can't remember if it said stolen or not. Those nanobots are certainly stolen. Don't need vehicles, don't need wires, don't need... Oh, I want my Xenion. Electrocharges, no. Stolen wire, no. Warheads, no. War robots, no. Food bars, no. Aluminium, yes. I need that aluminium. Laser compactors, no. Xenion ore, yes. Other kind of ore, yes. I should have done this the other way around, but oh well. Steel, yes. Explosive charges, yes. Sheep, hell no. What is this ordering? Sheep, then high capacity lenses, then solvent? It's game, man. Laser heads, no. Titanium, yes. Ammunition L, no. I need the M. I need those servos, they're the most important one. Scrap Ogonite, yes. It's not ammunition S, I need M. Fuel, satellites, beer, high pressure tubes, yes. Rockets, no. Telstar coils, no. Fusion cores, no. Medical supplies, no. Tools, no. Metal plates, no. Tesla coils, no. Anti-grav gems, stolen ore, no. Food. Ammunition doesn't say what kind. I think that's the medium one, though. I guess not. There's ammunition M. Alright, you can have the crummy ammo back then. Am I missing anything? Steel, aluminium, explosive charges, ammunition, high pressure tubes. Alright, then I think I'm good. It even says there that I'm good. Enough to make more than 20 of everything. Yes, 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 and yes. And that means feed me your sector is going to unbrand it. Actually, can I tell you to do that in... Ah, there we go. It's stolen. Can only be sold at a very low price. That's kind of funny. But it's better to unbrand it. And I don't think unbrand is an option here. Sadly not. And you got nothing to refine. Good. Right. Get yourself over to a smuggler bay. Where are the nearest smugglers anyway? Smugglers. Wow, none within range. Alright, just get yourself over there. Whilst the Docaire is going over here where our turret factory is. And the smugglers, so I can legitimize it there as well. 5 minutes. Easy minutes. And our explorers. They can get on with exploring. Switch this out to resources once more. If you're doing that there, I think I can move Explorer 6. I'll move Explorer 4 out to here. Explorers 5 and 6 can go over here together. Hey, they're nice and safe. And then once you guys are done with yours, I'll send number 3 to join 4, and then 1 and 2 can do this. And then our mapping of the area will be just fine. Check it out, Andaris. 6% of the galaxy mapped. Well on our way to 100%. There's going to be a long pause after I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, 14, 15, 16% of the galaxy. Because there's nothing to be gained from mapping more than really this of the galaxy. It's just going to create lag to have all of these sectors, and when I press S and it tries to load everywhere, oh god, it doesn't like that. Oof. You'd think they'd put some kind of GUI limit on the amount of icons it's going to generate, but nope. And you know, if I want to type in Servos, I have to go S, E, and I don't think it's any less laggy if you're fully zoomed in. S. Oh lord. Don't know if I can mod the game to not to do that, but it's painful. Hang on, look at all that. Oh no, I thought that was stuff I'd left behind, but no, it's just remains. I want to have a quick check if we're due any Xenion. Not Xenion, the evil aliens. Not noticing anything about rifts in subspace and all that. So let's go and do our interaction in our flying USB stick, which is, you know, pretty maneuverable. Alright, I need to unbrand all these goods. And this is going to cost me an arm and a leg. Yeah, screw it, just do all of it. I was thinking about some of the ones that I know are a pain in the bum. I could just sell wholesale. I spent 54 million credits doing that. But now, Feed Me Your Sector is going to sell these goods. Hopefully at a high price. 102 mil, 121 mil, 19 mil, 86 mil, 118. Alright, down here is fine. And if it's really valuable and at a low rate, then I will not sell them, but I don't care that much about the metal plates. And a quick pass to make sure I'm not accidentally selling something vital like servos or Rift research data, and I'm not, so get on it. 120 million is becoming less and less relevant, especially for something I have to manually do, but that's still a quarter of my money, so get to it. 41%. It's amazing how much just adding one escort helps out with automated journeys. I can imagine eventually, the more you explore, you can't search for anything without a chance of it crashing. Yeah, I suspect as much. But I still get to the point where I want to search for equipment docks, and whilst I do like to label the galaxy, those also lag horrendously when you have loads of them on the screen. So I have to use lag mitigation on this. I could still use quite a lot of icons for what little I'm exploring right now, but the searching is deadly, and I do like to search. And of course if I don't search, what I can do is put them in, but damned if I do, damned if I don't. Oh, you just arrived just when I was trying to check on you. Don't care. Let's get these unbranded and turned into parts, although I trust Andarius 100% on this, but it's not a question of trust. I always like to run my own numbers on these things. There's my turret factory. Of course, it's 100 kilometers away from the unbranding place, but oh well. It's just weird to me that the game acknowledges that you've got the goods, and then it says, actually, no, you can't. Reduce your ray tracing capabilities. I don't know if that's a joke or something I can actually do in the game. But this game actually has very limited options, both gameplay and graphics-wise. Precisely, Athelwyn. Trust but verify. You think you're being watched by us? See those men down the corridor? They're watching me. I do trust you. Trust but verify. Death of Stalin was a brilliant film. Very humorous as well. Kind of humour you could only get if British people were involved. Right. So if I wanted to build this phenomenal bolter, it says I have none of the required items. I could get rid of all of that continuous heat stuff, but it would actually drop the DPS. So it's actually better to have a bit of heat build up. But I don't want to improve the amount of continuous shots, because a lot of those shots get wasted. So being able to fire 283 times without it overheating is a great middle ground. But I have apparently got 0 servos, because even in my own facility that I own and I operate and I use the goods coming out of it, my workers still have a problem with using stolen goods, and they somehow know that these goods are stolen. Madness. You have to put it inside the factory. What? I will try that, Marcy. I will try that. Would be interesting, but then where would the guns go? I guess they'd go into my my inventory, wouldn't they? There's something I find interesting about British television. It's a semi-alternative world compared to the US. Hey, we made you. You're looking into your past, not your future. Right, so what if I transfer everything here? Will you build me that awesome turret with 1 fewer servos and maximum everything else. I'm gonna need auto hotkey for this. Nah, still not good enough. Well, Marcy, we tried, but ultimately we failed. Means I'll have to pay an arm and a leg to unbrand these goods. It would be cheese. In what way is it cheese? I still had to work to get these stolen goods. Maybe it's just to prevent death from being your way of getting instruments for more death. And Darius felt a trickle of sweat. Did I forget to try that? I'm pretty sure I tried it as well when I was testing out this. Uh-oh, the Xanion, the Zotan are on their way. I need to get this done before they arrive. I will jump out if there's any risk of them arriving, because I can't have them level even more of the inner circle here. Right, let's unbrand it all. Aluminium, ammunition, explosive charges, high explosive, even the ore. You know, I can turn this ore into stuff. How many of these bolters am I willing to make? I guess as many as I can. It's a shame to spend my money on this when I want to spend my money on making mines, but a couple 100 million will still be enough to set up some good mines. Even maxing out a mine only comes at between 20 and 40 million, I think. Unless this is a zinc mine. Those zinc and copper mines are expensive. But yes, I'll be setting up more mines soon. So if you've enjoyed the tedium of setting up mines, we'll have a whole lot more of that. But that's okay, it's about spending time together. Now, if you don't believe that, then, well, cleverer than I give you credit for. Right, build me the bolter, and let's be very careful not to accidentally build the wrong one. Max all of this, all of this, all of that. God, look at that cost, manufacturing cost. Give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, and create a blueprint out of one of them so that I can make this again later. And then I can happily randomize and get other things out of you. Do I want more of them while I'm here? I mean, 21 is nice, but what if I had a lot more than 21 of them? I don't know, I don't have infinite credits for this. I do like the idea of the huge amount of pain this is going to cause others, though. Maybe we have other weapons that we could be looking at, but I'd rather re-roll for that, especially... We got any railguns here? We've got a legendary Annihilator that's not coaxial, but its effective DPS per slot isn't that hot. Yeah, it's all about the DPS per slot in the end. If it doesn't reach the top here, then is it even worth our time? I would say no. Yeah, got some nice stuff here, but not nice enough. Again, I could re-roll this for 1 million, and there's very little stopping me from doing that right now. But I think what I'll do is I'll make a few more of those bolters while the going is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'd be very funny if I ended up making the wrong ones and then absolutely jump out of this system. It's too dangerous to let the Zotan arrive. There we go. Signal's growing stronger. I cannot have them blow up this place. Oh, but I wanted to... Okay, well I can jump back later and ditch my servos and things in there. But I wanted to hold on to all those good gun-making materials. And what I can do is take off all of my guns and replace some of these bolters. And they're one-slot bolters. That's the huge thing. And they're tiny, teeny, tiny death things. I like that. Why not fortify the system and use the system as a manufacturing hub? Why not? Why not? I'll keep my point defense guns there. I would want my manufacturing hub to be in Tech 52 area. That way I can make the absolute best guns. And I'd rather have my manufacturing hub in a much safer area right now because my focus is on making lots of money without having to constantly defend it. So I want to use neutral zones in friendly areas where other people will defend it for me. That's the dream, at least. So we took off all the guns apart from point defense, which is fine, and now we get to enjoy the sheer power of an unreasonable number of bolters. This trinium edge armor. I think the bolters would be better if they had a better view looking down from here. Is that right or is that wrong? I don't know. I also think that this should be changed back to... Yeah, you know, actually, maybe this edge part here could have my bolters. It would be right at the edge. It would have a great view. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to turn you into edge turret base. Okay, how about I just get rid of you, grab my edge turret base, put you on here, rotate you around. Hard to tell what's bisecting at that point. It's casting a slight shadow. I think I moved it like 1 unit too high. But you know what? I am not anal enough to care about that. Am I anal enough to care about the placement of these guns? We'll find out. 1. And how many are we putting on here? All of them, I suppose. So we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they need 3 gunners each. That's not relevant, but it's interesting. Alright, there we go. Now that's going to destroy anything that is in front of me and within 13 kilometers. But I still want some weapons that have some good range on it. So I still like to have a couple of shoulder-mounted rail cannons. Huh, I put my elite defenders there. No thank you. The rail guns go here. And apparently that's too big, huh? Is there a way to get rid of the turret-based design thing on it? I don't actually know how you modify that. There must be something that's causing that turret design to be there. If I just replace it with a normal turret base, I think it's still going to be there. But how do I get rid of the... how do I get rid of the turret thing that it's trying to put on? I've never actually... Well, I dabbled with it once and then I forgot how I did it. Rip the unfortunate soul to go... Yeah, whoever we meet head on is already disappeared. But how do we get rid of this activated design thing? Colors, repair, saved designs. I might be able to just destroy the block. If I undo it, it's still there. But what I could do is surely copy the block. Delete it and then put the little turret base in. Very sad. And also it's not the right size for some reason. How do I copy this again? Shift matches it. Left click to select the block. Oh, crumbs, well not that evidently. Select the block, press T, go to turret design mode. Oh, hello. Turret size 3.5. Can I apply that? Is there some kind of apply button, or we just exit out of this? Place the turret on its base to activate it. Oh lordy, what am I doing? Well, it seems to have worked. Now that I've got my railgun there, I can surely shove on another railgun. What was the range on that railgun anyway? The important thing is range. 26 kilometers is fine. It needs to be more than 20 kilometers for me to be interested. This is only trinium and it's not got very good DPS per slot. It's kind of a waste of time. What else has long range? Do I have any rocket launchers? Preferably with seeker shots. It's 25, it's not seeking. These are guided with 21, but with even sadder DPS. Alright, never mind that. We will stick to the railgun then. Someday we'll be making our amazing railguns, but for now we are using these ones. Actually, now that I've blueprinted the other thing, I could re-roll and make myself some good railguns, but it's kind of putting the cart before the horse. What I really needed was some sweet DPS. Something else with some good 20-odd kilometer range on these things. 15, 16, 14, 13, 11, 12, 15. Where's my massive range? These are some sad guns, man. You're 19 kilometers with not too bad punch. Yeah, there you go then. Hup. Okay, I get that. I still want my point defense gunners. Put you here, and I'm left with a little bit more, and what I want are some shield melters. I don't know what to search for when looking for shield melting. I know that you are good at it. Although I'm not seeing amazing shield stuff out of that. Shockers, technical blocks. Where are the shield melters here? No damage to stone, huh? It's the plasma ones, is it not? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Plasma. Give me some plasmatic stuff to remove shields. Oh boy, this one's pretty big. You can enjoy that status then. It's always sad not having those ones filled in. To that effect, I'll actually move you onto it as well. You're a little gun, you can just be on the front. And you can come over to here. And then we make sure all of these guns, which we sadly have to select one at a time. What the heck is... Oh right, that's you. Kind of look like some placeholder image coming over the icon there. Now I'm curious what my Omicron turned to, because it went from, I don't know, like 12,000 to 30,000, and now it's... I always miss seeing where Omicron is. Ah, here we go. 52k Omicron. Not bad. Not bad at all. Make sure these are on 4. You need more gunners. No, I don't. It was just waiting for the auto crew to be assigned. One poor miner there. Alright. Very good. Very good. What's the red icon on all the turrets? The red icon. Don't know which one you mean. Alright. What have we done of today's to-do list? Procure Avorion tier weaponry. Bolters done. And whilst I'm curious about getting more other weapons, I really shouldn't be plugging my money into that more. Group of alien ships have warped in. What's my shield at the moment? 31 million? And then I'm not going to be messing with these 250,000 Omicron guys. But it would be nice to test my metal against something. Right, 1 and 2, you go over here. 3, you go and join number 4. And Ducaire. Now that we have that sorted, the question is, where do we go from here? I need to go and get more mines. Yes, but I also want to set out my Zotan guy on an expedition. I just think he'd get slaughtered out here. Maybe we can do that later on. It's more a question of curiosity than anything else. A lot of empty area here. Probably a lot of asteroids around here. Yeah, no doubt. I think I'll just check them one square at a time with my... Get out of here. With loftier. I'll grab a bunch of mines, I'll label them, and then I'm going to go and find places to put said mines. So I think I'll start here and work my way down and around. Get on it. 1 minute. Good. It isn't there anymore, but there was when you were selecting them. A red icon on my turrets. Truly, I do not know. But it can't have been relevant. There we go. It's 50% faster exploring done already. And to care, we are on the hunt now for asteroids. Rex, something strange, probably a portal, so worth checking out. I always like to check out smuggler bases. Rex, pirates are worth killing. Just zigzagging back and forth, and then I'll work to the top and then zigzag back and forth. I'll label the big rocks like I have elsewhere, and then we'll find places to deposit them. Not going to be the most exciting thing, but the automated money does make things a bit exciting to my bank balance. Look at that, 67 million in the Alliance Vault since we started today. Could be so much more. That's 67 million in 4 hours. That doesn't feel like a lot, does it? Actually, I'd say it's suspiciously low given these numbers. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 50 million an hour in 4 hours? Okay, that does make 60 million. Harumph. And there we found the warp, the wormhole. Now, I'm pretty sure the wormholes don't actually show up until you physically go into the sector and you load the sector. So at some point, I'm going to have to manually send some ship to go and check all of them. And I am pretty sure you need to load the sector. Oh, I didn't give back my servos and things. I better be very careful. I specifically want those goods there. I might just jump back and put them back. I got distracted by the Zotan about to warp in. Are you making all your money with just miners and no trading or star bases? Currently, yes. Well, not quite. I do have a trader, but he mostly trades in the stolen goods that I get. Okay, nothing here. Rex. Rex can have big asteroids. The thing is that they're very random. I don't actually know if the odds are better in something that's just labelled as an asteroid field or not. But in the end, there are going to be tens of thousands of claimable asteroids in the galaxy, and I only need a couple hundred of them, maybe. It's certainly highlighting some secret stashes, but... Oh, well, would you look at that? There was one. Maybe I should be more thorough. So we claim it, we plonk it on the map, and then we get moving. Honestly, since I have to fly over to them anyway, there's not much point in claiming them. I'm just worried that what if they despawn? There's nothing to indicate that they do, but why take the chance? Alright, pirate scum, I'll kill them. Also bonk into that big asteroid. So yes, the reason I believe in setting up mines as my money makers is that they are entirely autonomous. You just leave them be, they'll keep making money, they'll sort out their own problems. As long as you set them up in a place that isn't going to be attacked. Alright, so how are these autoguns going to perform? These new bolters of mine. Not very good if they don't actually hit their targets. I think you spent all your time slamming into a rock there. But that's you deleted. Ah, I should put some on the underside of my ship. So that I don't always have to be turning around. Surprising accuracy even at this distance, but now they've gone outside of my range. Okay, that guy couldn't even do a pass on me. Poor guy. He's going to try and do a pass. Oh no, he knows better than to come within 12 kilometers. Is it 12 or 9 kilometers? 12 kilometers. There go the bolters. And you can see their little heat up bars. And you might notice that they're not really heating up much at all, because they can fire continuously for almost a minute. There we go. Kind of able to see the bars there. There we go. Lovely. If I'd made them do any more cooldown, I would have sacrificed DPS, and I wasn't interested in sacrificing DPS. That's fair. Does reduce the micro of having to rescue your ships and factories. Exactly. And given the setup that we're going for, which is a perfect run, I also should emphasize I want a perfect autonomous run. As in, if I sit back and do nothing, the money will still pour in and everything will be okay. You know what, Captain? You kill all the guys out here. I've got some people to tend to. You've already explored all of this, so 5 and 6. You guys... It bothers me that we're reading it from right to left, but that's okay. Just get over here. Both of you. And that's essentially all I care about the Avorion sector charted out. Then on to Ogonite. Yeah, look at those little heat up bars, barely able to move. Bolters at their best. Truly I would love to have some better range, but there are many things I'd love. Definitely think I'll do the underside with more bolters. And I might finally get rid of that cargo bay. I'm thinking about it. I'm getting to the point where I don't really... Well, no, there's still a bit more privateering that I want to do. The money is just too good to say no. And I'm no good at saying no. Also, this captain is no good at his job. He thinks shooting them with the underside of the ship that's only using 2-point defenses is good enough. I disagree. Bolters, make them disappear. Thank God for impenetrable shields. We actually just finished a large privateering raid where we got all the goods to make these incredibly powerful bolters. But what's the point in having incredibly powerful bolters if we don't put them to use by doing some privateering? Riddle me that. Goddamn Project Exodus. Alright, asteroids, asteroids. That's probably Mad Energy Lab or something. I'm not going to bother with you. Something strange in the sector. Now, I'll be exploring strange stuff later on. Right now I'm just interested in the giant asteroids. So if there's asteroid fields, we check it out. And if the top thing doesn't say valuable object detected, then we know to move on. So we move on. Also, the AI has respawned, so I should go and kill the AI again. Oh, that'll be fun with the new guns. Oh, hell yeah. Are we actually in the AIville? So much I want to do. No, Mobile Energy Lab, but I will go and defeat the AI after these squares as well. Actually, maybe I'll just do it now. That's not an asteroid. That's not an asteroid. That's not an asteroid. And I'm not interested in farting around with little itty-bitty bits like that. Let's go over here and just rip the AI apart. Then I can reset my timer again. You could streamline the cargo bay, shave a few pounds. That's fine as it is. I mean, sure, we're a bit bulky, but it won't be long. This is probably the last session where I do proper, massive privateering with this ship. In the future, I will either have my dedicated USB stick flying around with me, hoovering up all the goodies, or I will just not be grabbing privateered goods anyway because I don't need them. The whole point of getting them is to make money, and if I have automated factories making toe-curling amounts of money, then I won't need to also add to that with stolen goods. It's also the fact that stolen goods is a manual process. I mean, I'm always happy to manually blow up a sector, but I have to unbrand the goods, shift them over to my floating cargo bay, do the auto-selling, uncheck the things that I shouldn't be selling, bring them back, collect the money, move them around. Nah, we're going to do another, maybe couple of profitable privateer runs. And then our privateer days will almost very sadly be behind us. Except for when we need specific goods. I can take it off the list now, but grabbing those servos and things was fantastic. How's the addiction? Oh, it's still there. It's not an addiction. It's just a dependency. If you finish a mission, but you don't uncheck it, it can glitch out and keep popping in and out on the top right of the screen, and that's rather bothersome. Are you trying to trick the AI into thinking you're a hospital ship with a red cross on the top? It's only part of a red cross. Maybe it depends on the angle. Come on, AI, I know your cooldown is over. It's been half an hour. Have I jumped 10 squares? Been getting pretty unlucky with my boss encounter incrementers. Okay, if it's not in the next one, something's going horribly wrong. That or I'm passing time faster than the server is. Maybe I am. The AI certainly should have spawned by now. If it doesn't do it in this 5, I'm going to ditch my servos and things and then come back and check for him. Or maybe this isn't quite accurate and you need to be a little bit further away from this circle to do it, but that wouldn't make much sense to me either. Where the heck is it? I've fought the AI so many times. I don't think I've ever had problems fighting it right up against the edge of its spawn area. So either I somehow mistimed it or something else is afoot. I still need to find that mod that actually shows the boss count cooldown timers. So the AI and SWOCs will only spawn half an hour after beating one or the other of them. And I set a timer. It's been about 35 minutes since I trashed the AI. Let's get back over here and ditch our goods. 4 minutes. Wonder why it takes so long to go that way and not so long on the way back. I don't want to spend 4 minutes heading back. I want to fight the AI. It seems the AI don't want to fight me. There are 2 additional versions of the AI, a large version and a corrupted version, but I don't know how to encounter either of them. Nor do I know what they drop. Okay, I must really not understand something about encountering the AI, because that's a lot of jumps and still no sign of it. It's enough to make a man go to the wiki and go... AI. Spawn conditions. AI spawns in empty sectors that have a distance between 240 and 340 at the center of the galaxy, 5% spawn chance. Each time an empty center is encountered, the counter is incremented every jump towards the 10th consecutive in an empty sector. The AI is guaranteed to spawn in the 10th. The counter is reset when entering a sector with unknown energy signature, or when the AI or Pirate Covenant box is spawned after defeat. You cannot spawn AI or SWOCs for 30 minutes. And it has been 30 minutes. Oh, it's been about 40 minutes now. They're post-final boss, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. I think the game just had a different way of calculating time. Anyway, bolters. Please remove the AI from my presence. The bolters do extra damage against hull, so it's good for me when it doesn't have its shield. Well, they are just being deleted. Gotta hand it to the bolters for their increased speed at turning and finding new targets. So yeah, I trashed the AI pretty hard previously, and now it's not even fair to the poor thing. Poor girl had dreams once. Can't even collect the loot fast enough. Get over here. There we go. I got your drop, which is what I was after. Tell me about my subsystems. Yeah, there we go. I've got 4 of these now. That would be good for setting up 4 mining ships in the center of the galaxy. Any new good rarity things? 26% hyperspace cooldown reduction with 5 jump range additional. That's what I'm talking about. Flat shield, pretty good. Always interested in more flat shield. Loads of turret slots as well. I like what I see, and I see what I like. Alright, with you dead, where did I say I was going to go? I wanted to deposit these servos. I don't like the idea that it might get mixed up with some other things. So despite it taking 4 minutes, I'll send you over there. And that gives me a few minutes to grab Explorer here, who has finished exploring around there, and we'll explore the edge over here, I guess. Let's get a view for the resources. Yeah, it's not very necessary, but do this corner while we're at it. Right, I will refresh in the water, and I'll be back momentarily. Hopefully the prosecutor doesn't come and get me. Persecutor, rather. You're damn right, it's damn Brady Rosetta. And all I can think is how I want more of those guns. Oh well. Keep myself well hydrated so my own guns are functional. And keep on exploring. I've never done exploring like this, with 2 explorers looking after each other, but I gotta say it's quite effective. I was worried I would really have to soup them up in terms of guns, so I really do think there's a flat bonus, or a very largely multiplied bonus, that just comes with straight up having an escort, no matter how good or bad the escort is, because for this difficulty in this region of the universe, or galaxy I'm told, these explorers are not really cut out for their job. But they do it. Oh right, the timer. Maybe I should trust it to reach 40 minutes before I go hunting for AI or SWOCs again. Finding Tat, but I'll take it. And Ducaire is there. In retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have put the turret factory 90 kilometers away from where you spawn into this sector, but that's okay. Since I've already got it, I wonder if I should roll for something better. Not better, but just a different kind of weapon. No, because I wouldn't put it to use, would I? I need all the money that I currently have to put towards my extra mines. I want 30 mines today, and come to think of it, I have battered my money a little hard. Getting up to 30 is going to be difficult if I don't do some privateering. Feed me your sector is going to be done in an hour, so hopefully within that hour I will have destroyed more sectors. And I might go back to those poor people I was roughing up earlier on and give them what's for. So transfer, and then we go and give them all of my aluminium, medium ammo, explosive charges, high pressure tubes, servos, and steel. The rest of the junk I should absolutely keep. Anything I need to do while I'm up here? I'm curious if there are any resistance outposts that I have not yet explored. And the answers appear to be quite a few, huh? A lot of resistance outposts here. Put me in an awkward situation, why don't you? Okay. You. It's always good to know whether there are friendly people around here. Exit into drone so I can keep giving these orders. You. It's a funny thing about explorers, they don't actually tell you much information about the resistance outpost. They don't even tell you what kind of resistance outpost building there is. Actually, maybe they do. I'm noticing that it is saying like casino, steel factory. Those are normally how you would check what they are. Have you been checked? Maybe so, or maybe no. Then just, check out the smuggler market, and then check out these other resistance outposts. That'll keep you busy for a while. The thing is, you're also the one I wanted to do other things with. Pew. Don't want to be stuck in this sector because, again, if the Zotan warp in, I am in some deep doo-doo. So what I will simply do is switch over to a different sector. In this game, it does matter where you're looking. Things get abstracted if it's not in your current sector. And where's my noble metal mine? In fact, let me just take over the noble metal mine and appreciate it in all its automated beauty. It's an alliance ship, which means it does not spam my bottom left feed with income. If I hadn't made these mines alliance mines, let me share with you what my feed would look like. There we go. Now it should start showing us all of the information that we desperately want to know. Hire crew, bulletin board, trade goods. Yeah, I'm not sure we care that much about these. I will take my explorer goods. So yes, every economical action, buying and selling done by my mines will be updated to me constantly and drown out any relevant information there. So thank the Lord above that there is actually this toggle to turn off economy notifications from the Alliance. Now, there we go. Weird UX decision to have dark grey on darker grey as a toggle option. While I'm at you, by the way, you wouldn't happen to have any cool bulletins going. You found a lost friend. What about your crew? No miner here, but plenty of crew. Anyway, you're doing just fine. And you are able to sell all of your goods, which is excellent. That's a nice thing about the noble metal mines. Hold on, the organization of Ithud is excellent. Are we not allied? We are allied. I thought it showed up in the... Oh, I see, I see. It's not allied for the faction. I won't be doing alliances with the faction. It's completely meaningless as far as I can tell. But I will be doing ally or destroy all sectors as our player. There's my good friend. DDR Jake's private vault with its big brain emblem. Ah, here we go. Here's a nice example of why I park where I park. However, okay, this isn't a neutral zone, so I guess I can't blame too much on pirates attacking. But they come in, and I'm not too concerned because this place is covered in frigates that will defend the place for me. So even if they did round on us, we have 3.8 million hull. They're not getting through that. In fact, they're not getting through much. They're attempting to fight a cargo transport, and they are doing damage. And the fighters don't seem to care too much about him, so that poor cargo transport's having a bad time. As a station, I could tell him to give me all his cargo. You can mount guns onto your stations. I don't actually know how to operate them. In my experience, they've never actually fired when I've had them like that. Oh, there's the Glitherk are here. That explains a thing or two. I do want to be their friend. Hold on. Something ain't adding up here. We know there's a shipyard, a resistance outpost, and a rice farm here, but when you go there, we lose the information on the rice farm. Dang. So actually, it's worse to find them. Well, in a manner of speaking, all I care about is where the equipment docks are. And I'm going to smother some of that information away. Biotope, trading post, resistance, ammunition factory. Yeah, the search for equipment docks are dire. And now I'm gonna just murk that information. That's weird, and probably not intended, but I wouldn't know how to fix that. 22 jumps into his 38. That shouldn't take too much longer. And once he is done, it's back to searching for mines. And after I've found some mines, and I think that my merchant will be done soon after, I'm going to go and level some more of... yeah, probably this faction, unless there's someone else I want to fight. Do I think I could take on the Xenions? At least then they drop better equipment. The Church of Akit. Admiral Akit is out there. Don't know if he has goods that are worthy of my time, but he might. Look at like trading posts, factories, resource depot, fighter factories. I'm not convinced I quite have the DPS to be taking on Xenion, plus they're going to rip me to shreds. But I'm certainly happy to beat up more of these guys. They've got some damn good goods. Oh god, the Mulzo are there. Gotta remember, I'm not their best friends, and I would really like to be better friends with them. This is good though, so it shows that it's a lot more populated here than I thought. The problem is that the resistance outposts show up as yellow blips on the map, so they're very difficult to just randomly stumble into without sending out explorers. But the explorers have done an excellent job, and they've done it risk-free. In fact, I think I could finish off... I'm tempted to finish off the square, but actually Oganite is so unexplored that I think I'll continue south. And I'll do this square, then I'll do this square. I'll finish off these two squares, then I'll do all of this, and then that is me done with exploration. Although it doesn't look right not having this square done, does it? I think I'll do that square as well. That way it'll look like a nice game of Stacker, that horrible arcade game designed to take your money. So yes, Oganite, Xenion, Avorion, more Avorion, Titanium, and then my explorers are... well, I mean, look at these half-explored squares. That's not right, is it? We should finish off every square we've started to explore. So I guess all of this, and then this. That'll be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18% of the galaxy explored. But then, after that, the explorers will be done. No need to worry about them. They can take a much needed break. How's it going to care? God, this game is so good. I love its scale. Right, you know what X didn't have? It didn't have scale. It had a handcrafted galaxy, sure, but it was tiny. Also, it didn't feel very good. It was just these isolated hexagons. I didn't like the galaxy map in that game, but this, even though it is just randomly generated, a seeded galaxy, I have more attachment to this than X. Have you given up on exploring the whole galaxy? No, not at all. The reason I'm saying that this is what we plan on exploring for now is because the performance will no doubt die with the entire galaxy explored. So I'm going to explore this, and then I will do our other Space Hansa tasks. Then I'll explore the rest and finish things off. Once I've explored all the universe, then I'll need to do all the alliance and or elimination of factions. You know, turf wars are a good way to get alliances. It's also a good way to make people hate you. I should probably put these in order of how I think I'm going to get them. Does this support Control X? Good. Good. I think that this is going to be after you. And legendary versions of all unique subsystems. That I can keep at the top because that's an ongoing thing and we don't know how long it truly will take. But yeah, this feels about right in the order. All the milestones, legendary all subsystems, giant monolithic statue to Chefron. Actually, that comes after I have the resources. Once I have all the resources to build the giant Chefron thing, then I can build it out of the excess. And then I can't reasonably ally or eliminate all factions until I know where they all are. So this seems like more of a reasonable order for it. Alright, satisfied with that. Decare has done exploring all this. And did we find an equipment dock around here? Well, who am I to even know? Because we would have overwritten the information about the equipment dock. I want you... Did I say I was going to be privateering first or exploring for stuff first? How fast can you get back down here? 2 minutes. 2 minutes, huh? Can we make it 1 minute? Yeah, 2 minutes. I think you did here with the pirates. And then let's go and check for those asteroids. No, I want the equipment dock. Give me that equipment dock. Yeah, why is that 4 minutes and this is not? Some weird stuff with the timing, I'm telling you. It's a strange fella. And see, that's 2 minutes. And that's 1 minute. Right, so maybe he's using warp gates that I can't see? I can't imagine why that would take longer than that. He's already got there. I probably spent more time fussing over it than it would have taken if I'd just gone. I think making friends up to 65,000 relations would be a bit easier if I just do it through trade, but I think the amount you get out of trade is limited per transaction, or there's a cooldown to stop you just dumping resources on someone to make them like you. Which I recently heard is a term called love bombing. Seems like a weird thing to give a term to. How dare this person be over affectionate? They're clearly love bombing you. Madness. By the way, you got anything while I'm here? I take turret subsystems when I see them. Same with energy and hyperspace boosters. Not so much LECs. Other things I can melt down though. All hail. Go hail yourself. The reason I'm here is to switch out... Ooh, do I want that cargo bay extender right now? I do like having the cargo bay extender, but I don't think it's truly necessary, but I do like it a lot. I like it a hell of a lot. I was thinking about putting this thing in because it was hyperspace cooldown, but actually I think between this and Botans, I don't need hyperspace cooldown anymore. What I need is jump range, and that doesn't give jump range. That gives minus 9% hyperspace cooldown versus 16. Wow, huge variance. That's the problem with not having my mod work with these kinds of systems. Okay, curiously, did I pick up any better shield boosters? Just a flat one. Okay, okay, I can get behind this. What are we without this? 12 million shield. Do I want to risk at 12 million? I do not. Not where I'm going. I do like that 30% cargo hold. Gives me another 100,000. Alright, while I am here as well though, I believe I have a resource dock. I'll make use of that. One whole minute. How could we spend one whole minute when everyone is busy making me money or materials? Gosh, if only there was a clear all button on this so I didn't have to highlight the whole galaxy when typing away at it. It's going to be brutal when we've unlocked everything. I'm going to have to just stop using the search bar. And that'll be tricky because there are still things I'm going to want to find, like equipment docks. Who's to say? Explorers are done. Very good. Always more work to be done. Funny, I never thought I'd have high-level explorers, because I always figure exploration is a very slow job. And I suppose it is a slow job, but they're doing a great job of it. Right, you'll do there and there. You get down here. Oh, it's nice and friendly as well. And then you'll do these two, whilst these people do these three, and then we just... I guess we move over, right? We can do 2 and 2, and the numbers don't line up very well, but what if we do 2, 2, 2, 2? Oh, yeah, this will line up well, actually. You take these, next one takes these, next one takes these, now we shove over these, and then we're actually one extra, aren't we? But that's okay, that'll still ravage this area in our collective. Actually, the wild card, when I get that far over, can double back and handle Avorion. At least this part of Avorion. It's really all done, huh? Let's not forget to pick up our refined resources, or else we'll get constantly bothered about it. Right, I came out here... You know, I was thinking about putting that equipment dock thing in just so I could jump farther, but now I'm thinking, nah. I also forgot to untag this. We don't need to know that we can ravage it, in particular. Question is where is worth taking on, and as long as it isn't a crappy good... Oh my, you're actually very good. Nanobots, microchips, turret factories. Yeah, you're going down. Get over there. Getting safer and safer too. The thing about love bombing is not that it's intense, but rather it is intense, short-lived, and done with the intention to deceive or manipulate. Well, everything's done with the intention to manipulate. Not really sure how you quantify deception, though. Manipulation gets such a bad rep. More distress signals to ignore. It would be nice if there was actually some reason to go and do them, but heaven help me, I have not found a good reason to do any of these procedurally generated nearby quests. They're all just fly here and either kill someone or... Haha, we're actually here to kill you. Either way, people die and you get goods, and you could have just gotten those goods from blowing up pirates. The music makes the universe sound so peaceful. We're about to go and change that, of course. I'm very interested to see how our new setup can handle just raiding a place. Because some of those multi-million hull things that I was blowing up before, they took a fair pounding. Also, I was meant to go and find rocks to claim. I managed to completely forget about that, but you have to understand, I want to get a full load of cargo so that I can drop it off for my buddy, the floating USB stick. And how long has he got on his job? It was 55 minutes last time I checked, and now it is 34 minutes. This is the kind of sector where I would not want to set up my stations. It's just so foggy. And I like to be able to see where all my things are. Hopefully near the center I can find a very clear area so that we can clearly see the magnificence of Chefrin's pyramid looking down on us all. Also never get... easy now, I don't want to crash into this. I wanted to get a good look at one of these wee things that are floating about. Small consideration for buying some goods. My trinium isn't coming in as fast as I need it. I will need to expand the trinium mining force by a lot, but you know what I need to do that? If you guessed trinium, then you guessed correctly. Each one of our trinium carriers costs 400,000 trinium, I believe. They pay for themselves in about a day or so, kind of like a mine. Well, not a day. Let me think, an 8-hour thing makes me, what, 4 million? So each they're giving me about 1.2 million. So they pay for themselves actually in a few hours. That's pretty good. Anyway, I'm here to get people to really pay for me. Go, my bolters, go. These are their faction ships. And as soon as I punch through their shields, the bolters just tend to make them disappear. They decide to pick on that guy disappears. They look at that guy. Yeah, the speed at which tiny turrets can change their targets, magnificent. I still didn't put any on the underbelly of my ship, and I should really do that, but that lowers the amount of guns that I have pointing in one direction, so how can I justify such a thing? Good lord, I just love watching them disappear. Bolters should not have this kind of DPS, and this isn't even Tech 52 yet. Okay, what did I come here for? What is nearby and just asking to go away? Nanobots. What are the value of nanobots? I keep feeling like they're lower than I expect. I'm going to tell my ship to level the nanobot factory whilst I check. I'll find out when I actually, you know what? Let's enjoy the surprise. Once we level the nanobot facility, it will tell us their values. Calm down there. The railguns really want to kill. They must have seen something they want to fight. There we go, 13 kilometers. Pick your target and open fire. God, what a spraying. This does highlight the main weakness of my build here. I am not very good at leveling shields, but once the shields are gone... Oh yeah, we can suddenly feel that plus 200 odd % damage to hull. Yeah, the DPS on shields is under 1/3 of our hull DPS. Which is actually why shielded areas make life a little harder for us, but hey, we can handle it. Just need something that melts those shields. Or penetrates shields with ionized shots. Nanobots, we stole 25.99 of them. Their value? Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm sure someone's going to want to buy those. But there's always stuff worth more money. Not cattle, though. No, no, we do not kill the cattle. There may be a day when our hand is forced and we must kill the cattle, but it won't be today. I'm also not taking those minerals. Those are too high bulk for very little reward. Quick glance at the timer telling me it's already evening time. Where do the hours go when playing Avorion? Well, I'm not allowed to be done today until I complete at least most of my tasks. In particular, I'm not going to stop. No, we are definitely going to set up. Can we get everything done for today? Yes. Yeah, this is the big one. This is ongoing. This has been done. This will be done. Although I might have to buy some trinium just to elevate that. This needs to be set up. This I don't think is going to happen today. Sorry, son, I know I said I would, but the day is going on faster than expected, so that's going to be next time. The Zotan expedition, we can definitely do that. Doesn't take any time at all, really. No, do not shoot the mineral extractor. I forbid it. Something blew up, but I don't think it was a mineral extractor. What are we trying to blow up anyway? Not the wheat farm either. Again, it's big, bulky stuff that I don't want. The fighter factory, on the other hand, that thing can go. And the trading post, absolutely the trading post. And absolutely the turret factory. Yeah, we love turret factories. They have plenty of materials to make other turrets. Go, my bolters, go. No shields on that thing, so it's already dead. And the reinforcements arrive just in time to watch it blow up. Don't worry, I can feel your pain. Chemical factory. Oh, well, we're already blowing up the microchip factory, but that's fine. I want microchips. And then trading post and fighter factory, and we're good to go. It's not very relevant that I loot the ships that I blow up here. I suppose the subsystems are nice, but when it comes to this, it's a question of time efficiency, right? Get to what you want to blow up and move along. The faster I can fill up my enormous cargo bay with valuable goods, the faster I'm going to be making fat stacks of dosh. Don't worry, Jake, the delay means you have time to get proper cannons in order for them. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. I should befittingly fill it up with cannons. It's just the AI is not very good at using long-range weapons. They scream into position to get close to the enemy, regardless of the weapons they're using for whatever reason. Prime double railgun of exotic nature. Nice. Also means if I need to change anything out on it slot-wise to make it an agreeable ship. I don't want to change how it looks, but I might have to change its scaling or change any of its functional blocks on the inside. We shall see, though. Nothing against your design. It's more about how I can make it work with my plan here. Although given that it's a ship of war, I think I'll have it more focused on gunning than anything else. I'm going to want one focused on auxiliary things, I want one or two focused on gunning, and I'll want one focused on cargo collection, although that might fall away because, like I said, there will come a day when I don't want or need to be absorbing cargo everywhere I go anymore, because the money won't be relevant. The only thing that I would want cargo for is to build more... yeah, you gotta go. Is to build more... turrets. Alright, that was sufficiently destroyed. Biotope, plastic, steel, chemicals. Yeah. I'm looking for stuff that has some value to it. Turrets, turret supply factory, fighter factory. It's kind of like a copy of what we just brutalized here. The AI I see so far has trouble using quite a fair few turrets. Yeah, I feel sorry for the AI though, because how do you... Since a ship can be any real arbitrary shape or size with turrets on any part of them, how do you make an AI that figures the best way to use those weapons? And it would have to be a general solution. I don't have an answer to that. Right, we're closest to these bits right here. You know what? I think I will maybe take that steel. There's always places that buy steel. Now, my problem is you're going to have steel prerequisites like coal, carbon, scrap metal. I don't want to fill up my cargo bay with that garbage. I want stuff that's worth something. It's one thing to die to my ships, but it's even more of an insult to not die. God, I love these fast-turning turrets. Fighter factory, farewell. And what do we have here? Carbon extractor. No, 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 no. Do not kill the carbon. We don't want that carbon. We want... Not the wheat farm either. That doesn't look like wheat to me. It looks like some kind of... Okay, maybe. Maybe. I saw something spreading its wings. Yeah, in a sense, it's not a big deal, us being incredibly obese. Gives us the slowness that we need to collect all the goods that are coming our way, not to mention make our shots. Yeah, look at those. Wouldn't have wanted to outpace those and jump away before we grabbed our turret control system of blue variety. Alright, you destroy that whilst we are our brave explorers. Continue to... Hold on, didn't they already explore this? I guess not. Shields are gone. That hull is going, gone. It was over 1 million hull, and it's already dead. And that's whilst we have all these other targets flying around. Oh man, why would anyone not play as a privateer? It's so empowering. Stack shields, get big guns, kill. It's gonna feel even better when I have a proper squadron. Imagine having Sun Chasers, Dreadnought flying around. Just giving off entire broadsides of cannon shots in space. Whilst actually looking good, unlike my ship. That said, I have let a lot of these enemies pile up. I think I need to do a bit of a purge, lest my shields become penetrable. I don't know if they're using impenetrable weapons or not. God, I just... hail of bolter shots. Oh man, this game feels so good. Right, I don't think I said I wanted that steel factory. I was eyeing it up, but I decided it would have too many pre-steel thingies. Definitely don't want the solar power plants over there. Casino, yes, yes, let's go for a gamble. I'm more than a little curious what they've got in this casino. Grab those goods before we go. Is that an asteroid? It is not. It is... Secret stash. Not worth my time. And that is also secret stash, and assumedly not worth my time. I do, as part of 100%, want to grab one of each building knowledge to have in the inventory. That's more of a fun thing rather than holding any relevance, but after I found iron building knowledge, something I wasn't even sure you could find, I figured, yeah, we'll grab one of each. Which means I should probably put it on my to-do list, right? Where would it come after? Spare building knowledge for all materials. Did I spell knowledge right there? Knowledge, yeah. Looked like a typo on my screen. Alright. Blow up that casino. Oh boy, that's a sitting duck of a casino. Whilst I give these explorers yet more work to do. I hope these explorers enjoy exploring, because they've had to do it for a very long time now. They probably have an AI that does it for them, let's be honest. Cargo bay is 1/4 full. And even like this. Yeah, I suppose one problem with the angle is that the bolters can't fire behind me very well, can they? Oh, what's coming out of the casino? Medical supplies, beer, water, liquor, gems, food, luxury food. Questionable value out of that, really. I think luxury food is actually worth quite a lot of money. Luxury food 6,000, but we only got 64 of it. Beer is surprisingly not worth a lot of money. If I want to trade in beer, I'd be playing Patrician. Beer is very, very good in Patrician. Everywhere and everybody wants it. It can be used for meals for the poor. What are you? You took a hell of a beating. Yeah, it can be used for meals for the poor. Everybody wants it. It's very easy to produce in quite high quantities, and all you need is wheat. Stands to reason you don't need water. You're in the Hansa. Shipyard, resource, equipment, casino, military outpost. Yeah, I like everything here except for the chemical factory and the glass manufacturer. Boss, when are we going to come home and see our kids? Nope, Begbeth says we have to scout another 500 parsecs of the galaxy. Look, I have set up and told them what our job is to do here in terms of exploring the galaxy. Finish Oganite, round off Xenion, do Avorion, flesh out one more square of iron, and we're done. Then they can rest. And spend all the time with the families they want. The sector is unsafe. We have to warn people, notify everyone, and tell them what? Everything's being eaten by Unicron. Selling beer is easy, just don't make political statements that anger your entire market base. I just get along not making political statements at all. Why bother? What is there to gain? I'm more likely to convince somebody to change what their favorite food is. Yeah, not profit. The thirst for profit. That's the real one to satiate. Alright, what was I taking out here? Pretty much everything, right? Especially that military outpost. I miss my Logitech mouse so much. Undocking of middle mouse wheel is such an amazing thing to have on a mouse, but what does a fuel factory do? Is fuel a trade good? I guess we're going to find out. Yeah, nice try, but the swarm of bolter reticules. Alright, what do you have for me? Nitrogen, fluorine, toxic waste. Now that's a funny one. Toxic waste has very low value, and nobody buys it. So it just takes up space in your inventory. The best way to deal with it, well, there are two best ways to deal with it. One is to just dump it. Just fly out with it in your cargo bay, go into the sector of space and just dump it, and then fly away, make it someone else's problem. Alternatively, a merchant captain can sell it, but you're always selling it at half the price, so it's a waste of time to do, largely. But smugglers will buy toxic waste if and only if it's stolen. So they don't like toxic waste, but if it's stolen, oh man, sign them up. They'll take anything if it's stolen. Alright, go bolters. There's a ton. It's a target-rich environment. My ship is under attack? My turret factory is under attack? Yeah, it's fine. And if it's not fine, then that's a problem, because there's a lot of goods in there. A lot of valued goods. Fortunately, though, the turret that it made, I've kept a blueprint of. I have it right... Got it right here. I can remake that whenever I want, using that glorious blueprint. If you lock something up, a thief will want it. That's how you spread potatoes to Europe. Right, repair dock, equipment dock, not too far away from each other, and both are gonna die. Oh god, point blank bolters! For the Emperor. Why is stolen toxic waste specifically wanted? It's just because anything that is stolen will be bought by smugglers. Come on, destroy it before we complete our pass, please. There we go. Our shields are no longer impenetrable due to them being shot down enough, but credit where credit is due. I haven't given them any downtime. There's some more stolen fuel, but also the ammunition. Oh man, all that glorious stuff. How are we on our timer for delivering these goods to our merchant man anyway? Feed me your sector is 14 minutes away from being done. It's fine if I don't give him a full cargo bay, after all. The time that he takes scales with the amount of cargo that he has to sell. And also the danger that he's under scales, so... well, I don't know what to say so on top of that. God, the carnage. Standing on the grave of 1,000 freighters and tell me did honor matter? Right. I don't want all that paint, that's for sure. Anti-grav units and teleporters and targeting systems. That's all good stuff. This entire sector can die, actually. Although I do want to give my shields a little bit of a chance to regenerate. Somehow I got legitimate medical supplies out of all of that. I must have taken that off of some kind of pirate. Good amount of naonite even. Not too shabby. There are absolutely no uses for toxic waste in the game, aside from selling it stolen, selling it at a low price only through a merchant captain, or that's it. Maybe there's some fringe use where you want your cargo bay to be full to prevent other things coming in, so you fill it with toxic waste, but in that case it's so malleable, why not just limit the size of your cargo bay? Is Jake now annihilating the universe? I couldn't be doing this over here, but the naonite is just squishy enough for me to more or less instantly melt whatever is out here. Also, the AI should be available, and I still do want to kill the AI a few more times. And I'm in the AI's environment. I'll kill the AI first. That's 10 jumps. No good reason I won't see the AI within those 10, and hopefully at least some of them are empty so I can get my shields back. You guys have done that, so where are we going exploring next? I guess you can start over here, but there's some unknown. We are jumping into the unknown here. I'm going to take a shot for nothing and hope that you don't both die. They might. It's a little risky. I should have scouted out a bit more before taking it. I probably should have taken it from the bottom to the top. That would be less risky. But, I mean, what are the odds they're going to run into a problem? 1 in 10, maybe? 1 in 20? Space is big and empty, after all. Okay, we've got to count on it. Apparently these 10 jumps were guaranteed to meet the AI. Apparently. According to my count, at least. If you kill everyone, how would there be any profit? That's one of the things that's sadly quite abstracted and hand-waved. You will just be able to sell your goods to random passers-by who have no real supply or demand. They just come and buy your goods more frequently if you are undercutting the local prices. Okay, if it's not on this last jump, then I'm being hoodwinked, either on the spawn chance or on the server timer. Well, I just bottom decked it. Hello AI, please get inside my bolter range. Effective range done. Goodbye AI. That's good, even as I turn my ship, the bolters can track. Love those shoulder-mounted railguns, though. Ooh, okay. You'd think an entire fleet's attacking this. What a loot box. What an amazing loot box of goodies you are. Unfortunately, that's my third deep scan thing and my fifth accelerator, neither of which I particularly want or need. But as an overall drop, that's delicious. And you guys made it into a safe area, which is exactly where I wanted you. Now let's go and scan this entire... Oh! You're safe to do it on your own. Is 6 safe to do it on their own? Oh, sweet. That's going to speed this up something fierce. And just draw a line down with the two of you, nice and easy. Means I'll reset my boss timer. Grab my lucky claim of a nice art driller. Lucky captains, adding yet more to my goods. Now, where was that? Where was that place that had all the goodies? I think it was you, right? Yeah, this whole place needs to be blown up. Cargo bay is almost half full, but oh, I've only got 7 minutes until you're done. Okay, so in 7 minutes I will unbrand the stuff, give it over to him, and have him sell it. So basically destroy this place and then move on. And our shield's got an opportunity to refresh. Hello, Turret Factory. Goodbye, Turret Factory. Hello, reinforcements. Goodbye, reinforcements. One of the only problems with the bolters is it's not instantaneous, so if the enemy shifts their velocity, reasonable chance of missing. It's not like having Seeker rockets. But a lot of the enemies that I'm really going to want to be DPS racing against aren't the ones that move very fast. It's going to be like the end boss, the AI that we saw here, the stations that I want to destroy, the behemoths. I think I mentioned behemoths, but anyway, those guys are just big and stationary and you just need to DPS race them. Surviving them isn't very hard, DPS racing them is. Because they warp out of the sector after, I think, 15 minutes of being noticed. So you notice them, you gotta jump towards them, that's gonna take you, well, a while. If you're lucky, you've got a wormhole that leads right over to them, you can be there in a minute or two. And then you just got 10 minutes to destroy them. Yes, Thumpy, I've actually exported them to YouTube already, I just need to set them live. But you have to understand, that's not playing Avorion, and playing Avorion is all that's on my mind currently. I'll be doing it this evening, don't you worry about that, because I will have tomorrow and Tuesday off. I almost never stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. Not that I don't want to on those days, but I think it's very important to take time off even from something you enjoy. This is a fairly tanky turret supplier. Not tanky enough though. Oh my gosh. Rockets, force generators, military Tesla coils. My merchant friend Tank Z is going to have good fun with this. It's also going to take ages to do it, I think. It's going to be hours, but it should be hundreds of millions. I also worry about his chance of being attacked, but it's very trivial for me to get him away from that attack chance. I just grab him when he gets attacked, jump him out of there and tell him to resume. Which is still a manual process, and the pursuit towards perfection is a truly no input needed solution. Which is why I'm going to be working on my mines and factories later on. Do love to hear it, the game looks like good fun. No, it certainly is, even when you're not playing it as a total try-hard like I'm doing on this. I think I played through this game on normal mode in my first playthrough, and I still had a ton of fun. Although I'm still terrible at designing ships. That's not what I get out of the game, though. Bolters, find your mark. Bolters, remove this mark. What is 1 million hull? To us, nothing. The performance that I'm getting here is emboldening me to go to much harder areas where the loot should be even better. I think I will go and ravage some much harder rift research areas once I've done with this. Because I want to see how much rift research data would drop out of a, say, Xenion or maybe even Augenite area place. But I will need to stack a lot of shields. 31 million? No, I'd want 200 million shields. So that means goodbye jumper, goodbye cargo extender, and that's all I can really afford to lose, I think. It's a shame I haven't gotten better shield generators, but I don't want to melt them down for better versions because I'd still like having quite a lot of them for more ships. I just need more. More. Yeah, I've only got one exotic one. I've got exotic flat ones, but flat is not what I'm looking for. Do you think you'll be making mothership style ships, giants with hangars? I do have giants with hangars, but those are only on automated mining missions because I don't like using hangars for combat. It's too slow, you gotta wait for the ships to come back. If they get shot down, they're a pain to replace. I just don't find them very enjoyable to use. Hello, somebody just dropped in a whole load of shield related things. And my explorer has a load of goods for me. Okay, how do we say? If that's 2 and these are 2, then I want you over for these other 2. Do you think you can go here? Poor guys. Sorry, anti-grav unit factory, there are to be no survivors in all of this. At what point is it better to have a fleet of strong ships versus one super strong flagship? At the point where you cannot meaningfully make your flagship stronger. And I'm pretty much at that point because this flagship, to get much stronger, needs more turret slots. And, well, there's a limit to how many subsystem slots you can have. So I'd need to have another one of these with pretty much the same setup, and they would bring another, how many turret slots is this? 43 turret slots? Better to build another flagship than to melt down lots of turret slots just to squeeze out another 1 or 2. I think if I really pushed it I could get another 10 or 15 turret slots, but the better thing is just, when you've got the materials and the money, just make another ship to escort you. Make sure it's very well shielded though, because I don't trust the AI whatsoever to keep my ships alive with permadeath on. Teleporters, if you please. Where's the resource depot? Aha, trying to discourage me by putting them in the opposite corners, are you? I cannot be discouraged, this sector has to go. That gate, by the way, cannot be destroyed. Gates are invincible. But why don't we put that to the test? Because it does have a hull value, doesn't it? Attack my target. Immune, 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 immune. I've never tried ramming one, and I've never tried docking one. But if I'm going for a perfect playthrough, why would I want to destroy something irreplaceable? So yes, on my next session, I will be building a proper fleet. I was planning on doing it this time, but the day seems to be disappearing on me very quickly. Heavens knows where all the time goes. God, I just love watching those big chunky hulls disappear. I should even be able to take out mines ultra quickly, although you seldom want mines. Noble metal mines wouldn't be too bad, getting all that gold and platinum. But I already make loads of gold and platinum. So getting stolen versions, which I just have to pay to unbrand and then spend time delivering elsewhere, doesn't seem like a good deal for me. Feed me your sector has finished. Oh good, because I'm just about finished here. We'll go and meet up, trade the goods, and then we get back out to cause more harm. Although I think I'm going to deck it out, destroy some high-level rift research places just to see how much I get out of that. Although, do I have any enemies around this area? I don't. Huh. I've got an enemy in you, so I guess I'll go and deal with the Autocorn Buccaneers and see what I can get out of a Trinium one. Not to mention it'll feel good to level someone in the Buccaneers for a change. Yeah, exactly. Merely 6 hours. My automated miners haven't even finished their jobs in that time. I gave them 8-hour jobs. Nice thing about leveling up your miners is the higher the level, the longer you can set them on their automated duties, so it can offset some of the downsides of going into safe mode. Although in an ideal world they wouldn't be on safe mode to begin with, but getting an 8-hour non-safe mode mining operation and not have it be likely to be attacked is tricky. It's a big investment. Teleporters, transformators, power cells. Man, this is going to be... It's going to take a lot of time for my poor guy to sell. But he's going to have to figure it out. Because I'll be figuring it out for him. Right, where is Feed Me Your Sectors? Very conveniently, you are in a smuggler hideout. I'll be there in 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes, let's check our pickups here. Nice. See, these lucky captains are actually getting me stuff that's half decent. I thought it would be all junk. 121 million credits, making up for the amount that we spent, or some of the amount we spent on those bolters. These miners haven't been outfitted with carriers, but I don't think the Trinium miners are a priority. It's far more of a priority to get my Avorion and my Trinium operational. It's kind of the problem. I'm running really low on Trinium. They are making me Trinium, and it is millions of Trinium, but I need millions now. Trinium, let's just say, titanium rather, let's just say we're not going to bother with that this time. Avorion is more important. Although Trinium is more important than Avorion, so, I'm being hailed by the Persecutor. Persecutor can suck a fat one. I'm not dealing with you. Ooh, okay, right, this is dangerous. Alright then, I do need the two of you to do that together. What about the other two of you? I just ignore the Persecutor, it's just a drone. I don't know why it goes for drones. There's Botan's friend, I'm not in the mood for beating up Botan. My flying USB stick, surprisingly fast and maneuverable. is just one big cargo bay with an engine strapped to the back. Thrusters to change its pitch, yaw, and roll. And on the inside, underneath some plates here, we've got crew quarters and energy generation and all sorts. And it can house about 400,000 cargo. Very nice. It does have a fair few cargo boosters, but did I ever end up getting more cargo boosters? I got better ones. Could replace these two with even better ones. But it doesn't seem to be necessary right now. What is necessary is grabbing all those goods. Give it to me. I will take all of your everything, and I will return your Rift Reset. Man, this UI is ugly and difficult to work. Where'd the Rift research data go? Could have widened this and actually put the names on them, that would be handy. Take your Rift research data back and take all of the ore back. Should have processed the ore first, shouldn't I? Where's the ore? There's scrap iron, there's scrap titanium. Why would it not be next to the other scraps? Maybe that's all we had, but I swear we got naonite or something. Ah, wait, I have an idea. I have a better idea. Don't pick up anything, right? And then what I can do is I can dump the goods that I don't want and the other guy will pick them up. So... there we go. Dump that scrap naonite. There won't be other kinds of scrap there, will there? Yeah, there we go. So look at that. Denied for you in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and I won't pick it up. But you will. Whenever you twitch a bit and the game updates the positions. Any moment now, I'm sure they'll get collected by him. As for these, we've got to get them unbranded. This will be expensive. Gotta remember to sell the toxic waste and not unbrand it. Everything else is fine-ish. Maybe not the jewellery, but I think I already did the jewellery. PQRST. Targeting cards, targeting system, tools, toxic waste, no. Transformers, turbines, vehicles, war robots, warheads, wine, water, wires, zinc. But this toxic waste they will purchase for a staggering barely any money. I spent 117 million credits unbranding all these goods. And now we sell. What do we not sell? Not the energy inverters, not the fabric. I don't care about the fluorine. Not the laser modules. I don't care about the lead. It's not worth enough money to care about. Actually, a bunch of these things aren't worth enough money to care about. Not the targeting cards. Alright, I guess there we go. That's going to take 3 hours, but it's going to make me 250,000. That is pretty good. 10% chance of being jumped. Even with dough care, it's still 6. Get on it. Pew. As for my explorers, can you do this? No, you cannot. Can you do this? Definitely not. Alright, so this isn't going to be as uniformed as I had hoped. But I can still work my way down. I wonder why it's so dangerous over there. Must be some kind of enemy. Alright, Dokair. Now that I have emptied your big fat belly, and also emptied my big fat wallet, I need to work on both these things. Knowing there's a fat stack of cash on my way certainly helps with things. Do I want to kill Botan? I think I will. I've got the opportunity, so let's just say yeah. I'll go and say hi to Botan. Where is Botan? He's up there. Okay. Troubling thing is that I need an equipment dock along the way. Where are we again? We're right here. I don't want to search for equipment dock, that never goes well, but equip. No, it's stalling out on the E button. Get me over there and let me kill Botan. Killing Botan for his drop, it's very important, or it will be very important when I have a fleet instead of a single ship. As it stands, I only have 0 spare botans. I think I put 1 inside the Feed Me Your Sector ship. So I'm going to need at least 2 more, preferably more. It's such a good subsystem. In terms of jumping and cooldown, nothing compares. The scrap's still floating around, says Napalm. Oh, crumbs, you're right. And that was 50-odd thousand scrap. Huh. Wonder if it'll still be there. Hopefully. Where's the equipment dock? There's the equipment dock. That was 50,000 now a night. I don't exactly want to just throw it away. Yeah, I think you need to move quite a bit, update your position, and then the game goes, oh, it's time to grab these goods. Maybe it's not well optimized for very long cargo collection upgrades, which is probably why that's not really a thing in the vanilla game. But I swear I've had that issue happen in vanilla as well, where you just run right into something and you still can't grab it. Anyway, small cargo should persist in a sector for a few minutes. We'll see if it's still there. After I grab pretty much nothing, and I switch out my cargo extender for, I think, more shields. Didn't I say I wanted to go and ravage somebody? And more shields will help with that. Yeah, 79 million shields will get me where I want to be. But, yeah, it was here, right? Let's see if we can still get that scrap back. Well spotted there, Napalm. I would have completely forgotten about it. Well, I did completely forget about it. Took it for granted that it would be picked up. Good to see my explorers doing God's work. Explore that square, finish these squares off. Then it's Avorion time for reals. And then one more square. And maybe these. I guess those, right? It's good to have everything rounded out. I know when you blow up your cargo can persist, but what about the scrap? Also, where would it be? It's not exactly going to show up very well, is it? We were close to this, so you'd think it would be near there. Anybody see some conspicuously green scrap floating around? Might be gone, son. Might have been unloaded. Yeah, somebody came along and took all my glorious scrap. It wasn't even stolen. Oh well, at least it was only now night. We don't care so much about now night. Can the AI take stuff like that? No, the AI never collects loot. It always just flies around. Even if the AI is a pirate going, haha, let's kill these guys and take their loot, the loot will still just stay there floating around, never picked up. Which is a good advantage for you, for sure. Well, never mind that then. So I mean I can get rid of my pot-bellied cargo, because I kind of want to stop privateering for a change. Sure, it's good money, but I think it's time to focus on something else, which means... It does mean goodbye cargo hold. And you get replaced by... Trinium computer core. And that's just the right amount of computer core. I use computer core because it adds a lot of processing power for very little bulk. And now I can actually accelerate and things again, although it's still not amazingly well. Let's make our way back up to this equipment dock. Okay, you already got there. Good, you got there before you left. Oh, that's right. I needed the anti-Botan thing. I almost forgot to put it in. I did forget to put it in. Also, Rift research, huh? What do they have in their Rift research? Oh, this isn't Rift research, and it does have a resource depot. Excellent. I'm a scrub. I have to come to Twitch to watch the VODs, so get your fix for Avorion. I'm sorry about that. Twitch player is kind of terrible compared to the YouTube one. And it's a lot easier to block ads on YouTube. Oh my days, has uBlock ever failed me at blocking Twitch YouTube ads? I think only on the big counter push it failed. Huh? You must be docked. Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong place. What do you have? Proportional cargo extender ×2. Yes. Turrets, turrets, turrets. Volt, volt. Energy to shield. That's all good. Oh my, you've got some good stuff. I'll empty and clean. The rest of the stuff I don't care too much about. And while I'm here, we're going to drop maybe a bit of jump range. Nah, the place we're going... Well, maybe. I'm going to drop a bit of that and replace it with the Botan thing, because the Botan thing doesn't need to be permanently installed. And we'll head over there automagically. Sometimes Twitch ads manage to get through for me. What do you use that largely blocks them? Because I have very hard time blocking Twitch ads. uBlock lets me down. Although I've heard uBlock on Firefox works better. Stands to reason that Chrome, a browser made by an advertising company, wouldn't be the best at blocking adverts. uBlock Origin, yes, and on Firefox. Haha. I used to use Firefox all the time. Feels a little dirty using Chrome, but what can I say? Chrome's just so convenient. It is an advertising company. Google's owned by Alphabet. Right, let's get all these things melted down in 1 minute and then contemplate our next glorious plan. It's just to jump over here in one shot, level Botan, switch back out to shield, and then level this. I would like to know how long it takes me to travel now that I've killed my jump range a bit, and the answer is like a minute or two more than I would like to. So I think once I level this, I jump back, I put in my shield thingamajigger. I would love to find a mod that makes the equipment docks ability to switch out your modules sector-wide, just so you don't have to keep flying over to them. I don't mind flying over to the resource depot. It makes sense I'd have to come right up close and personal to refine stuff, and also that can be automated. But there is no automation for switching out my gear unless I want to break it, and I don't. Yoink. Alright, Botan, prepare to die. It's going to be good to get this area a little more scouted out, isn't it? But that's a ways away from my explorers. About 20 minutes per 4 squares. Hello, Botan. Goodbye, Botan hyperspace thing. I have your goods. What about my payment? I've changed my mind. Oh, wow. That actually... I'm surprised he just takes that as an answer. Anyway, Botan, no matter where and how you fight him, is always a pushover. Look at this. He doesn't even have half 1,000 Omicron, and he's already gone. Bye, Botan. Hello, Botan's goodies. Reviving Protector. Well, the thing I came here for was for his legendary drop, not any of the other garbage. So I won't hold it against him that he didn't give me what I wanted. Doink. And there we go, that's what I wanted. So now I've still got 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 1. With number 2 here, and I forget which one I didn't mention, but the other one's probably up there as well. Now give me my shield generator back. Not the flat one. the multiplier one. And let's go and see exactly how much Rift research you get out of Mid-Trinium Valley. On top of that, I could probably go up here. I will probably go up here and see if they have more Rift research centers that are further up. Oh wow, hey, I could actually destroy the teleporter with a reasonable speed now, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for your Rift research. I do still pick up cargo. Soon I'll probably turn off collecting scrap. I'll see how much cargo I end up with coming out of here. Alright, Rift research data, this is important information to me. How much researching have you done on my behalf? Lovely jubbly. You have done 488 Rift research on my behalf. Very nice. Also, you have some really nice goods for me. Okay, now I'm going to feel bad about still being here. But I am truly only here for that. In fact, I think I will turn off scrap and ore collection. And I'll just straight up sell what I've found over to the schmucks at the smuggler yard. What the heck is a gun firing at? Oh, my guns are trying to destroy the equipment dock. Well, that is cute, but it's not my target. Please attack. Well, attack auto-fire, but let's not look at the dock. After all, no, not the not the teleporter either. That thing drops bumpkiss. Okay, I'll take manual control. See that ship? I don't, and you shouldn't either. Doing a good job dodging my shots, though. Making me not sound very good when I say time for manual control. There we go. And there we also go. See those ships, and then don't see those ships. While we're turning around, I'll take you. And you, oh god, the game is hurting. Oh boy, bounty hunters came to join the show. Well, come on, we gotta leave our mark, right? These bounty hunters cost us our early game ship. And that set us back quite a lot because we had to go hobbling our way back from the iron place back over to, I think it was Now Night at the time, although we did end up hobbling our way into Trinium. Do you like Trinium Valley? And I like calling it Trinium Valley because it makes me think of State of Decay with Trumbull Valley. You said you're taking community design mega fleets at the end, right? Yeah, probably not today though. The day is passing by quicker than expected, and I do have a lot of mines to sort out. Because whilst the mines will idle and make me loads of money between sessions, an entourage for the flagship will not. So the more important thing to finish for this session is the automated Avorion mining, and as many mines as possible. The target is 30. So once I get that done, I can reward myself with a lovely dinner, and I do plan to make the dinner I was talking about making yesterday today. Well, I think I was talking about it. I got some chicken legs and a whole bunch of veg, and I'm just gonna roast up the whole lot, grind them down, and then put them in the fridge and freezer for future easy eating. And you know what? I think for once I will not use paprika as an ingredient, Hungary. Not everything needs to taste of paprika, but I do appreciate it tastes great. It's such a difference between taking out the shields and taking out the hull. I would really benefit from a shield breaker. Did you say something positive about Trumbull Valley? Oh yeah, well while you're at it, could you... this is Lily Ritter here. I hope you're not too busy. Could you go and check on my friend Ray, what's his face? Great messages to hear whilst Frozen Kaiser is left last man standing in the Night Drive-In Theatre over in Drucker. I think it was Drucker Canyon. Drucker really grew on me. I used to think Drucker was the worst map, but the more I played on it, I think it might actually be my second favourite map after... Ooh, what's it called? Paradise something or other? I don't know. There's the one that has the baseball stadium as a base. That's probably my favourite. Alright. Got a lot of gas here. But we did what we wanted to do, and I wish to find a shipyard. Not a shipyard. A smuggler den. Yeah, I was checking out this square for yeah, those. So I'll continue on with that. Smuggler den, get rid of my goods, or rather legitimize some and get rid of others. Have the two of you explore this. Explorer 3. Ooh, not so good. Can you bring Explorer 4 with you? And then Explorer 5 and 6, who are strangely further away than everything else. Continue on your exploration. Do we do it there? Do we take a shot for nothing here? No sense risking your lives. Get over here. Besides, it only takes a minute. Actually, here's a thought. Can I hold shift, press home, and then hit delete? Can I press shift and end and hit backspace? No, okay. Ah, man, this game needs someone who knows and loves UX to do some proper UX design and implementation. But I get it, it's hard to find someone like that. Paradox tried and failed for a long time and are probably still failing. I guess what... Oh boy, okay, you absolutely need your backup. This must be where the horrible hostile people who I've known... Oh no, they're pirates, but I think the Buccaneers might still be here. They do stretch for miles. Either way, somebody there does not like me. Well, the time spent on Drucker Valley playing it on dark side really taught me to appreciate the map. It is rugged, and it does look kind of awful and dusty and sandy, but for playing on, it's actually really good. The first starting base is god-awful though, and the drive-in is terrible. I was thinking, why is my energy going down so much? But I did stack on all those energy to shield things, and they'll be having their way with me. Yeah, that's the downside of energy to shield converter. You fairly do sacrifice your energy to make it happen, which is why I would like to get another energy generating multi-subsystem, the kind that you get from... Is that another Botan smuggler? Well, I'm not going to do your dirty work again. The roadmap for this year in CK3, it's all features from CK2. I think I saw Death and Disease there, didn't I? Yeah, you're right, we've already tread this path, haven't we? Basically, Paradox and me, it's on hiatus and until they come up with another sequel. Really, it's EU5. It's got to happen someday, right? Hoi 4 is a game that I love to think about playing, and then I don't want to play. So many annoyances with that game. Even though I have grand designs of things I'd like to do in that game, I still want my trucks-only Liberia run someday. Right, I said I wouldn't unbrand these except for the Rift research data. Everything else I'm just going to sell wholesale with this horrible UX. It won't be that much money, but hey, money is still money. 4 million, 5 million, yeah, barely worth the effort of grabbing the goods. The reason I was there was for the Rift research data. And honestly, a few hundred, not enough. We need more. So, we're here to find asteroids, and I forgot to mark this as a claimed asteroid. Mistake made by me, of course. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 asteroids. 7, 8 asteroids. I want to find another whole batch of them. Have I checked these? I think I checked there. Something strange that I don't particularly care. Infested with pirates, so I'll put them to the sword. I'll check you, and you, and you, and maybe even you. Find the asteroids, claim the asteroids, then find good homes for the asteroids, move them there, max them out, and then our profits should be enormous for the next session. And these pirates have the foolhardy nature to protect this asteroid that I want, so they have to die. They'd have to die anyway, because I'm going to have to come back for the asteroid, but for now, I take it. Oh, wow, torpedoes! But wow, that's some good work by my point defense. Unfortunately, the pirate mothership has hand wavium covering its ship, so it's completely immune to damage. So I'll just keep it out of the angle of my weapons so they don't auto-target it. Oh, no, no, it wants to screen with its invincibility. Yeah, okay. Still not ready to die. Can you imagine if this was a do-or-die fight against that thing and just popped up constantly saying, oh, it's immune to damage? Someone somewhere must have died horribly to one of those and been very unhappy about it. I don't need to write a note about claimed asteroid. It'll add that itself. Oh, I am so looking forward to building up a proper fleet. We'll have all the money to do that next time, and that's exactly what will be happening, I reckon. On the start of the next session, once we've had, well, assuming that I stay away from the game, we'll have 2 or 3 days of just idling loads of money from the mines and materials from the miners. And then it's time to build up the huge flagships and then destroy whatever we want, possibly the end boss. And then I reckon we'll be setting up our Center of Galaxy base of operations. That's the mothership and it's still immune to damage. How bizarre, not all the motherships are like that. Yeah, getting some long-range rocket launchers and or the rail guns. Probably the rail guns. I'd love to just get some rail guns that go and delete. Something nice and long range for these situations where the bulk of my DPS is within 12 kilometers of my front, but the problem is we've got people that are dancing around 20 kilometers away. I want to just delete them. Delete them like that. Nice volt generator. But yeah, imagine a shoulder-mounted beam like that coming from all 4 of the shoulders. Don't have to imagine it, we'll make it a reality. I'm going to need a lot of turret slots where I'm going. But like I said, the turret slots that you can reasonably get on one ship falls off. You can get 10 from SWOX, another 8 arbitrary from the other legendary one. And then what are you looking at? 9 per legendary armed turret slot. What are we currently working with? +7, +10, +8. This goes +6, and this goes another +7. And that's my lot. The rest has to be shielding, and you do need the shielding. I might even want to throw away one later on for even more shielding when we start tangling with the real bad boys. Because as we've seen, those 500,000 Omicron ships that do exist and are a problem are real problems. Anyway, let's make our way over here. So what was the last DLC that was badly phoned in? Was that for EU4? I haven't touched it. Well, I touched EU4 a few months ago just to play a bit of Scotland and to remind myself of the game. But it wasn't enough to make me go, oh yeah, I need to sink another 3,000 hours into this game. 3,000's lowballing it. I have sunk many, many hours into EU4. Quite a bit of it, though, is developer time. But most of that was on the beta as well, so, I lost my beta access quite some time ago. There was this wonderful time when I'd left Paradox and nobody had thought to revoke my admin forum rights. So I was still able to see the inside stuff. Even my card even still worked for the building. That was quite funny. Even the old building. But now someone's finally caught up and removed it all. Hey, these cultists. These cultists brutalized me before. I think it's time for revenge. The Dinasudi cult. And apparently they're only here. I don't like you. Go away. Boy, they got some long-range weapons. I'm not sure if it was on this save or in the multiplayer, actually. Yeah, I think it was in the multiplayer. They actually destroyed my ship in multiplayer. Oh, boy. Yeah, I knew I was mixing up memories there. Nice drops, though. Oh, boy, these are some nice drops. Ploppity, 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 plop. Rift research data is bulkier than I thought. But yeah, there we go. Put them in their place. Does that count as the cult wiped out, though? Yeah! Oh, wow, just like that. Came, saw, conquered. And Darius comes say, oh, yeah, there we go. That's what everyone remembers, not the fat stacks of cash or the trailblazing or the helping out to get building knowledge, just the, oh, yeah, shave me, I'm dying. Which did happen, and I was saying that. I'm sure someone's recorded it and listens to it every now and then just to get their jollies, but too bad. They weren't kidding about there being a wreck here, but at this point, salvaging wrecks is not particularly useful for us. If we want weapons, we now have the capacity to make our own. I no longer need to worry about salvage for that. When it comes to modules, yeah, that's still a problem, but we are going to have our scrappers grab all the modules that we could possibly need, and then some. Or at least that's the hope. There's a secret stash, not an asteroid. Clearing the spawn sector pirates. Good times, yeah. That's not how I remember that happening, but sure. So in the multiplayer, for some odd reason, the server was making the... What the heck? Oh, it's mad energy. Right, I do not want to tangle with mad energy, but I should make a note of this. Are there two L's in satellite? Looks like it. Yeah, so for some reason the spawn location was empty aside from just having gates. And actually a lot of the places around it were empty. I don't know why they got zeroed. But they did. And pirates spawned in and spawn camped everybody who started joining the multiplayer for quite a while. I think it was like 20 or 30 minutes. Everybody coming in would just die before they got a chance to even build a ship. But being the good Samaritan that I am, I rushed over to their defense and took part in the wiping out of those accursed pirate scum. And was I thanked? No, I was mocked. Mocked for not doing it faster. I got spawn camped for 30 minutes when I started the MP. I was sure Jake was trolling us. I don't know how it happened. I followed the instructions to the letter about setting up the multiplayer save, and it works fine in single player, but when you enter in multiplayer, for some reason, the starting sector and a few of the sectors around it had all of their buildings, all of their everything. I think even the asteroids disappeared. Which, yeah, the reason for that I do not have. Asteroids. Container fields can still have asteroids in them. Smuggler, Rex's asteroids, lots of asteroids. Come to me. The server was... It certainly was. They did give me a full refund, no questions asked, though. I guess they're drowning in money from all those Palworld servers set up. I wonder if that game will continue to be good and make its way onto an early access. They're probably drowning in money, so they won't be short the goods to make it a great game. But if a game isn't... Oh, hang on! I was right to come here. That's a big old chunky asteroid. If the game's in early access, it might as well not be released. I'm impressed you got the refund. Well, I know my way around a German. Lived with a German for a while. And there was another German that I'd made arrangements to live with and disappeared off the face of the earth. Came time to move in and it's just, where is he? Where'd he go? I've never seen him since. You know you can select weapon slot color in the turret base? Yes, we saw that earlier when tinkering around with the weapon slot stuff. I don't particularly care much for weapon colors though. Here to play Avorion, not The Sims. Oh, another satellite's worth noting here. Add note, MAD satellite. Shows up as red because I made hostile with them. Unlikely to be an asteroid there, but not unthinkable. He went for cigarettes. He didn't smoke. He actually claimed that he didn't have a sense of smell or taste because he worked as a chimney sweep, and out of curiosity put his head over the chimney while the fire was below it, and that just burnt his nose so badly. Starting to think a lot of the stories he told me were a bit of bumpkiss though, but didn't change the fact that he had a very meager dishes. He used to say rice and soy sauce, that's all a man needs. He also used to say any sex, good sex. Freaking guy. Well, if he ever made a reappearance, I'd still welcome him with open arms. There's no need for me to be here. There's no valuables apart from whatever that is. Secret stash. And at this point, secret stashes outside of the Avorion region hold no interest to me. I'm truly a deep dude. He brought Settlers of Catan to a song. He had a German copy of Settlers of Catan, and we used to get together for some lovely Settlers nights. And to this day, I still think of the knight as the Ritter. Holy moly, right, so there's a mothership that I can destroy without having to take out its little entourage. And, well, it certainly gets taken out. Such a lovely power boost having custom turrets. And no cheese involved this time. In the multiplayer, I think it was a big mistake to have the turret replicator mod in. I didn't know how it worked, and when I found out how it worked, I was shocked, really. You could replicate any turret for the cost of materials. It means you didn't need the servos, you didn't need the ammunition L or the steel and whatnot. Just, oh, it's an Avorion style turret, well, bring us Avorion and we'll multiply it. What a mistake. But that's okay, not using it here. There was a button for it that just completely I completely overlooked the whole time. Downtime says, love the Avorion. I too love the Avorion, but I need more of it. I mean the material, but I suppose I also mean the game. I can't stop thinking about this game. That looks like a claimable asteroid, and it shall be my claimable asteroid. God, those railguns are so fun. As you can tell, they're nowhere near as good as the bolters, but some custom railguns, I think we could really make a difference with them. But as you notice, I don't have enough slots to put them to good use, so I will probably put the railguns onto a ship. A community ship. Not the cannons though. I'd also like to make custom cannons and put those on Sun Chaser's frigate. That's not a frigate, is it? What class of ship is it? I must admit my ignorance when it comes to ship classifications. If it's not a Snicka or a Cog or a Crayer or a River Cog or a Hulk or a Carvel, I'm outside of my comfort zone, I'm afraid. There we go, not a bad run. 1, 2, 3, 4 here, but I want a whole lot more. Also, my poor explorers have been ignored by me. 1 and 2. Make your way further down, please. Really? Yeah, get over here. We'll see how good your exploration skills are. Some of this is a little awkward, but could you get over here, please, with you? 3 and 4. 5 and 6. Dangerous territory, and it's those freaking buccaneers! Man, they've got a large area. They really are something else. Need to clear out these pirates. I'll have to come back and grab the asteroid anyway, so I might as well make sure there aren't pirates to have to worry about. Crazy the amount of bolter shots. Oh, that was a pirate transport. Give me all of that. Oh. I've been having good luck finding the pirate transport ships. Not only that, taking them out in time. I remember the frustration in the multiplayer when sometimes the server would just stop detecting damage and the pirates would make their getaway. Always a painful moment. The replicator was not cost effective at high levels. Those amazing turrets for the end boss. 100,000 Avorion per. But 100,000 Avorion would sell for about 3 million, and making a high tier weapon like that would cost about 8 to 20 million plus the goods. So I still think it's a better way of doing it. Anyway, point is I don't like it, so we're not using it. Well, I'm not using it. Whether or not it was better for the multiplayer, I don't know. Well, it's not for me to decide, it's for the players to decide. I was a player, I didn't like it for me, so I used my sweet looted weapons, and they were quite alright. But one of the things I like is consistency, especially on an endgame fleet. So I do actually want to not just use a ragtag of weapons on my endgame fleet. I want to have an actual plan. It also means you spend less time switching weapons in and out. Holy smokes, there's a lot of pirates here. Come on. Just trying to claim my asteroids, buddy. Pretty wimpy pirates at that. Look at that. 3k Omicron. Once upon a time that would have scared me, but those times are long past. There we go. Could imagine doing that with Seeker rockets. That would be swell. Right, we've already done a pass on here, so I don't need to redo this square. But I need to do these. And I do want to be thorough. 1% chance of being caught is the same as 0% chance, so don't worry about it. Oh, but 6% is not. 6% is an actual risk, and I'm going to take that risk, because I don't want to wait around. If I want to have this square done and done right, then same for that square. And if you do get caught, then I guess I'm losing one of my reconstruction kits. Which, believe it or not, you can get and do work on insane mode. I was surprised too. I didn't think they would be there and working, but there it is. Unbound Q&D reconstruction kit does function. Hey, I didn't say stop. For once, you're not here to eradicate a faction. Give it time. Besides, I haven't eradicated an entire main faction yet. I have simply eradicated some outliers. Now let's take this one from the bottom to the top. Rex, container field but lots of asteroids, shipyard with smugglers, loads of asteroids. That wreck does not have asteroids in it though. See how this is. Nothing valuable here, so not worth my time. Always glad to see more of these shield boosters popping up. I don't know why this favorited thing doesn't come next to this other favorited thing, but I have many questions about this game's UX, which will probably never have answers. I like it when Lucky Captain give me subsystems. I don't care that much for the weapons they get me though. Because they tend just to be trinium or worse depending on where they're operating. Proto says, I may have shamelessly used that feature. Well, I hope I haven't ruined regular play for you then. Oh, easy now. I'm not here to make... Oh, okay, I guess I am making enemies. Container. Big asteroid. I'll have that, thanks. You know, I've been fighting plenty. I'm here to grab rocks, so I'm just going to grab my rock and go. One, two, three, four, five around here. Why does that not feel too sufficient? The limited adventuring companion ruined vanilla for me. I had to install the mod. That and the hyperspace cooldown one. This game has a toggle for achievements with mods, which is fantastic. So you can run mods, any mods, and still get achievements. I think it's any mods. Certainly haven't seen any that I can't run. Of course, that's not very relevant if you don't care about achievements. But for games I like, I do like seeing. I do like to get 100% achievements on games that I really like, just to give myself a satisfying feeling of completion. This game does have some incredibly uninspired achievements, though. Fly through 100 gates. Somehow I got that achievement by not flying through a gate. Still never figure that one out. Come on, overload those hyperspace engines to cool them down. Yeah, it's possible the AI went through one. This is one of the worst situations to find yourself in when you're quite weak. Run away from pirates, run in to find more pirates. And the hyperspace cooldown thing still waiting and delayed. Oh, but that's a pirate shipyard. I don't think I'll bother with that. I think I'll go over here instead. There we go. It's actually nice to have a bit of roll on the ship. considerably faster to maneuver without the giant cargo bay. Still not the fastest ship around, but I'll take it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. That will take me up to 21, but I would ideally like to find another 9 asteroids. I know, it's not terribly exciting, is it? Doesn't matter though, I'm not here to be exciting, I'm here to be perfect. I might go and beat up the AI again as well once I grab these. So I can move down to here, beat up the AI, and then scout these squares for asteroids as well. After I get the asteroids, I scout out places to drop the mines. Do I have the materials to make them? Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at that titanium. Holy moly, I can get back to making my titanium mines again. Good. I'm also going to have to raid my Alliance Vault. It wouldn't mind giving me a cheeky 110 million credits. It's like I'm playing online all over again. Why am I not moving? I guess I didn't go anywhere, did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, but really, where's my money? Okay, we got it. Game was trying to think, is this guy serious? What has he done to earn this money? I made all that money. But yeah, playing vanilla without the adventurer mod is pretty grim. This thing right here, and that's the best version of it. The loot range is still good on the crummy ones. There we go. Well, just a common one is better than a legendary magnet one, but the regular pull-in magnet thing is just so bad. Yeah, here it is. Loot collection range. Half a kilometer without permanent installation. Is it better to make your own alliance in single player over just having vessels without? There's no real purpose to having an alliance in single player, but you can use it for some things that will improve your quality of life, and I have 2 things that I'm largely using the alliance for. One is to just have a spare storage unit where I can throw junk that I want, but I don't want in my inventory. And the other is that I move all my factories over to the Alliance so that I don't get the log to tell me about all of the money that they're making. If I didn't have them in the Alliance, the bottom left of my screen would be full of "You've sold 2 gold for 1,000 credits. You have sold 5 platinum for 3,000 credits." And you know what? I think I will show that off again because it amuses me. I can turn on a setting to show it if I really want. And now, instead of giving me relevant information down there, look at that, sold 5 copper for 2,000 credits. Yes, 2,000 credits. Oh, Dude, bro, this is great. It's not great, I'm being facetious. Point is, it's filling up all this crap. And then, you know, it drowns out actual messages like, here's an installment of our yield. Or very important things like, subspace systems, the aliens are about to attack, and you're busy faffing around with your very vulnerable turret factory. So yeah, that's the best use for the Alliance in my opinion. Shove your factories there and disable economic notifications. And you can just dip into the Alliance vault and pick up the money. That's funny, I finished off the AI... Oh right, the Zotan actually warped in. And I missed that because it was full of all the Alliance DOSH notifications. There we go. Oh, just poor wreckage. Poor, very dead wreckage. Right. Asteroids. A little bit of asteroids. Asteroids. Shipyard. Asteroids. Shipyard. A lot of smuggler markets around here. What are they up to? Why is this even a note here? Let's just untag that sector if it's not doing anything. One possible use of the Alliance is that the Alliance does not share your diplomacy with other factions. It just gets its own set of diplomacy, usually very neutral. So if you wanted to war a faction, but you didn't want to run the risks of that upsetting some of your operations, you could do it with an Alliance ship, and then it would be at war with the Alliance, but not you. Or vice versa, you could use one of your own ships so that you spare the Alliance if you think that's more important. One more asteroid to add to the collection. Hold on, is it really that asteroid? Must be, that's a huge asteroid. Kind of looked like it was behind the asteroid though. I've not been keeping count of how many of these asteroids I've been claiming. But the goal is to get 30. What was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's a 14th one up there. 14, and I currently have 9. So I want to grab another 7. Very well then. I tagged the wrong sector. Were there any other mods that you ended up dragging into single player on Darius? And come to think of it, are there any mods that you've seen that you like but you haven't noticed me using? Because I'd be quite interested in that. Boy, these guys don't like me. I was surprised at how many factions weren't immediately hostile to me, though. Sure, the relations weren't great, but just having a faction not be hostile to you at least opens up the ability for you to move around a lot better. I did think that on insane mode there'd be a lot more troubles like that. Why is this not untagged? There's no note, there's no nothing. Untagged sector doesn't seem to work. Heavens knows. It's not an asteroid. Everything's legal here, as long as you don't look too closely. Word to the wise. What do we have? Wrecks, asteroids, smugglers. So many smugglers! What are they all playing at? Hello, asteroid. Right, I'm coming for you. Certainly going to be a bit of a grind picking up all these asteroids and moving them around. But I'll just need to attach a lot of docks onto the ship and pick them up and then move them where we need them. But actually I find it kind of fun looking through the economy map. And again, these mines are not actually going to be part of the greater trade empire. Trade's the wrong one. Perhaps the industrial core of our alliance. These are purely to make me money. There might be a time in the future where I think, okay, I've got enough money and I actually now need asteroids for materials. And I end up putting them to use for that instead. But the die will already be cast with regards to what they produce. The point of having 30 active profitable mines is so that when I come back to the game in 2 days later, they'll have continued to make me that money. And I'll have plenty to build a larger fleet and better guns with. I mean, these guns that I have here, this 5x5 array of extremely intimidating bolters, are really good, But just imagine how much better my automated ships would be if they had a whole bunch of high Omicron weapons that they could just slap on. And these are certainly higher Omicron than just about anything I'm finding. With the exception of that coaxial. DPS per slot of gunner guns, please. Yeah, it's almost king. Actually, it's the top there because I favorited it, isn't it? Still good though. It's not an asteroid, so keep on shoving away. Ooh, getting real dangerous down here now. Okay, don't worry about it. Just keep moving and keep not getting spotted. Gladly, my explorer did not get caught over there, but I do want to know what's going on in the Otacon Buccaneers. Yeah, they're all part of the perfect space Hansa, and even if I end up running circles around the amount of money they make, they will still have served a very important role. Holy moly, right, I need the both of you working together on this. This is a scary area. Those damn Buccaneers, but at least I have a Xenion level resource target, don't I? Yeah, so maybe there's some Rift research centers over there that I could burn down. Or maybe I find more cultists. I will not be suffering the cultist. I think they drop better loot than normal. Look at that. That guy dropped 2 exotics and an exceptional. And I was able to kill him from this distance. I think you aggro them if you mine the asteroid that they're venerating. But why would I mine that piece of titanium? I do not know. Suffer not the alien, the heretic. They all gotta go. Come on, give me those goods. Those are even 2 exotic subsystems. And another. Ugh, engine booster again. I can't shake the freaking engine booster. Add it to the pile. I cannot imagine a use for this thing. There's also a much better version of it sold by the Rift Research Labs if I truly wanted one, which I don't. That's a Project Exodus thing. Yep. Alright, well honestly you people are not even worth my time. Unless... there's a mothership here. I'll kill the mothership. Might have some cool loot. It's certainly not going to survive very long. It's right in the face of my boat. Oh, okay, bye mothership. Bye mom. Is that legendary that it dropped? Yoink. A legendary Gatling gun. What a time to be alive. Still something I can throw onto one of my other ships for some DPS. Only for abstracted calculations though. Rex, smuggler, asteroids with pirates, smugglers, so many smugglers around here. More smugglers. And no asteroids by those Rex, so not worth our time. This all looks pretty good. Bit of multitasking going on here, managing the... what are you? Secret stash. Secret stash hidden in a smuggler yard. I'm surprised it lasts. This still needs to be explored properly. What does the Gatling gun shoot? Actual bullets? Yeah, but there are infinite numbers of them. Right. This might look researched, and it is. Research isn't the word, but it's certainly searched. Are we going to see that Gatling gun? Yeah, here we go. Just physical bullets being shot with 201 DPS per slot. Even, yeah, that's really bad for a legendary gun. Nothing worth our time here. Keep on keeping on. As we get further away from the Avorion, there's far less risk to my ships over here. Yeah, brr hours. You can get a lot of brrring going with chain guns, but they typically lack range. But where they lack range, they do make up for having armor-piercing qualities at times. I'll check those pirates just in case they have a big asteroid with my name on it. If I was able to make a chain gun that had maybe... I might actually choose a chain gun over a bolter if I could get armor-piercing, shield-piercing quality on it. Holy moly, there are a lot of pirates here. But not a single one of them is a cargo hauler, so I'm not wasting my time here. Yeah, you gotta get up close and personal to your enemy to do real damage with the chain gun. But if I could make, yeah, maybe a 12-kilometer range shield-piercing chain gun, then I would take that over my bolter set. So I'll probably consider that before the end boss. But the bolters that I have now are doing pretty much every job just swimmingly. And that's another asteroid for me. We'll kill you and find the treasure. I just deleted the guy who was saying that. See, that guy changed his velocity entirely and was able to dodge all of my bolters. Instantaneous weapons wouldn't have that problem so bad. Oh wow, actually punched a bit of my ship off there. Don't know what bit, but something. Thunk down, one more. Asteroids. Do I finish off these guys? Maybe. Maybe. All these asteroids are getting in the way though. So with the industry, we won't actually need to get loads and loads of asteroids the way we're doing right now. We will need a fair few, but you can actually just set up regular stations. You don't need to find asteroids for all of your resources. This is certainly how we get things like coal, gold, platinum, silver, copper, but scrap metal, energy cells, wood, corn... that's a bad idea, those aren't base goods. But there are still base goods that get made in just regular factories, which are much easier to make. And you can make however many you want as well. You get asteroid coal mines? Yes, you do. And that's absolutely how I make my coal in this game. You shouldn't use asteroids for water, though, because you can make a water collector. And that's not a waste of an asteroid. Making my water asteroid was a poor choice, but I wanted to see. I wanted to see with my own eyes how that would work out, and the answer is not very well. In fact, how are you performing? Well, it's made 11 million, so it's almost paid for itself and its upgrades. Almost. And it will eventually. Pirate mothership. Since it was already here, it's probably immune to damage. Guess I could check, couldn't I? You gonna take any damage? If you are, yeah, of course not. Of course not. I might kill you anyway because, hell, you've had good goods before. God, the bolters just hone in on something like a disgusting swarm. Not the bees. Does it make any sense that you get an asteroid coal mine? With a hint of reality? How long until we're harvesting asteroids in real life? There we go. Who are you supposed to be, you maggot? I'll teach you some manners. I'll teach you the power of bolters. Free lesson, no charge. But also no refunds. Pretty nice exotic turret control system to get out of that. Asteroids, smuggler, smuggler, asteroids. 1, 2, 3, yeah, well, I think I'm still after 7, or maybe 6 since I found that one. 6 more, and then we'll get to work on the economy. Which is not going to be any more exciting than this. But if you know about the perfect Hansa, then you know you're not in the right place for excitement to begin with. Although this could be exciting to me. We've got a giant asteroid. Do we have 2 giant asteroids? No, I think the rest are just... what's behind there? Another secret stash, alright. Never mind your secret stashes, but very much mind your asteroids. Looking forward to being able to build Malcontent, but I need a lot more Ogonite and Avorion for that. That's my ultimate flagship. With a design completely stolen from the workshop, and I wish I could credit who made it, because I love the look of the ship, but I can't remember. And I can't find it on my mod list, because the mod list is huge. We are here, we are asteroiding up. And my explorers have some dangerous work to do. No, it's not that dangerous, is it? So you can do that. And you can do that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all the other squares that I do in the game being done rigorously, so I don't have these weird partially explored areas. Because it feels like a waste going over it again, but I don't want to reach the end and then notice these little gaps in my map that I need to do over here and there. Nothing but a hidden stash, which I'm not going to bother with. Roids with pirates, plus smuggler market. It's nice during all this time, all that trinium is piling up. Jings, I thought we were down to the bottom of our basket with trinium, and now we're sitting pretty at 2.7 million. Of course, we need hundreds of millions to achieve our goal, but gotta walk before you can run. Sealed containers. There is a milestone for unlocking one of those at the smuggler's hideout. That one isn't even sealed there. It's very expensive to do, so I'll find the crummiest container in the lowliest area and do it. It's almost never cost effective to crack open a sealed container by paying for it. A group of aliens have appeared. What if I were to cheese them off? No one would mind that, right? Bzzzt. Then I will actually improve my relations with these people. Not that it matters much, they're just They're just a filthy syndicate, but actually there's a nearby actual faction that'll enjoy me doing this. Best way to make friends is invite some enemies over to their home and then kill the enemies. There we go, just like that. Great relations. They've turned from not liking me very much to being neutral. And did I check this place? I don't think I did. Let's go over to it. Couldn't you build it right now if you bought the resources? You cannot buy Avorion, I believe. I don't... That's all the resources over there. I don't think even in the deep Avorion sector their resource places sell Avorion. But it's no big deal. I'm perfectly happy with the ship that I have right now. It does everything I need. It's just, you know, it's not about need sometimes. It's about want and desire. For example, you could say I don't need all these asteroids, but I want to have 30 asteroids making me profit whilst the game AFKs for a few days. Then I should come back to some big fat stacks of cash and able to accelerate our goals from there. Well, there's nothing that I want or need with these guys, so I'm just going to move on. Whee! This is also an achievement to do a barrel roll. Can't imagine many people who have played this that didn't get that achievement, even without knowing about it. You ever get the feeling we're just floating around, not even in control of ourselves? Just me? Yeah, just you. I feel nothing but in control. Move, move, and move. Five more to get and I'll be satisfied. Although I can't help but feel I'm going to accidentally break at least one of them. Can be done when you're docking them around and moving them around. Crack, smash, no more asteroid. That's just two containers, neither of which are terribly interesting. Although, what's over here? More containers. Alright, see you pirates. Did a quick check just to make sure that there wasn't a pirate loot ship there. Those are great. Even if they don't drop anything too useful, it's just so nice watching them explode into colourful bits that you go and loot to your heart's content. $2,000 asteroids, 3,000 asteroids. No asteroids, loads of asteroids, and loads more asteroids. Yeah, it is quite rare to find claimable asteroids in places that are already taken over after all, so I shouldn't expect them over by the Syndicate. But this is all one Syndicate. And they all don't like me. That's okay, Syndicates are not part of the perfect run. Doesn't matter what relation you put them at anyway. They're not people that you can do any... you don't really get anything out of being friendly with them. You don't even get different rates on your goods. All done there in that case. Move on down. Explorer 5 has done the very dangerous job of charting out our enemies. As Space Hansa coming along, it's been very good progress today, that's for sure. And even better, another asteroid. Only 4 more to get after this. We've done an excellent amount of charting, good money making, we've got excellent guns. We've privateered and set up our own turret factory as well. We have achieved much, but there is much to be achieved. Hope you can't hear my belly rumbling. I am once again very hungry. This game just has a way of denying me food because I'm too busy playing. Can't stop for lunch, won't stop for lunch. Explorer 2, carry on. Explorer 5, make your way down here where you are certain that it is safe. Explorer 6, wait, what's Explorer 6 doing there? Oh, Explorer 6 is meant to join you. Because you might need Explorer 6 for doing this if it's still very dangerous. But that's also the last square of Ogonite to uncover. And then it's these squares. Back up for more Ogonite, and then Avorion, and then last Avorion. And then do I really need to do this and that? I don't think I do. I mean, this I should do, but do I need to do it? That's the question. But yes, Kaede, all is well, cheers. Bringing back great memories of doing similar in Patrician 4, even though it's a very different activity that you go through. Just that feeling of working your way towards the goal, it's rather nice. Disruptor, Bandit, yeah, none of these guys are relevant to me. So we'll go to the other place that's full of pirates, and surely that'll go better. Raider, oh, hey, they brought in the mothership, right, that's always a hoot. Where's the mothership? There you are. Come on, bolters. You got a job to do. See that ship? Remove that ship. You're right. You'll do better if I give you a straight shot from behind. Goodbye. And then goodbye for real. I thought we were going to explore the entire map. Yes, I will, but for now I'm limiting my exploration because the map gets very laggy. That's not an asteroid that we want. You said note asteroid. Are you telling me I missed a claimed asteroid? Yes, I did. Thank you. Fortunately, I can type in claimed. Yeah, so the reason I'm only logging a certain part of the map for now is, let's say I want to find an equipment dock. You start by typing E, and then the game goes, and then you go equipment dock, and then even now it's still a bit woof. It doesn't limit the amount of things that it renders on this map, so I want to not have it crash the game, basically. And I think there's a very real risk that it could if I add too much stuff there. Nothing worth my time. Hey, there's a salesman. Hello, salesman. Anything going on around here? Yeah, I should be aware of Botan, thank you. But never mind Botan, I'm looking for asteroids. Because what's over there? It's just a hidden thingamajigger. Just means your CPU needs more cores, yeah, and I need to download more RAM, then I'll be able to handle this game. There we go. I knew something was playing tricks on me, but yeah, there's our asteroid. Now we only need how many? Was it 3 or 4 more after this? I've lost count again. Can't even count the number of digits on my hand. Docaire just pulled a salary of 1.1 million, which might seem extreme, but we are sitting on a lot of captains here, and even when I shove them in storage, they still demand their privileged level of income. Yoink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 and 9 is 18. I want 2 more. You get down there. Can 5 explore here without 6? Yes! Alright, sweet. 6 finally gets a break from looking after its little sister. And soon this square is complete. This definitely needs some attention. And the rest of this. You can easily tell where I've meticulously done this square by square, and you can easily tell where I have not here. So I'll get that done. Of course, this is where the enemies were. I remember desperately trying to find a way into Trinium that didn't involve going through here, because my blasted enemies, the Otacon Buccaneers, were here. And they killed us dead here long ago. And of course there was a lot of rift in the way, so where do we go? We went through here, la la la, oh dear. Down and round, and then eventually up through here. Good times, good memories. Memories that will be buried away when we have full map charting. But for now, good memories. 2 more. 2 more, and then we go looking for a place to put them. A nice safe place, preferably a neutral zone inside allied or good relation territory. Neutral is fine as well. Well, there are pirates to delete, but in fact one got deleted the moment we came in. But look at that! It's a giant asteroid. Is it a red tomato or a green pepper? Gotta love Ready Steady Cook. Is Ready to the British out there? Is Ready Steady Cook still ongoing? Is Ainsley Harriott still ongoing? He must be old as sin by now. And it was that ratty old chef, looked like a drowned rat that was usually around him. He was pretty good as well. Right, no pirate mothership, no... well, you know what? I need to kill these guys to take this asteroid anyway, so I might as well end their pitiful lives for now. I was just wondering the same thing about Ready Steady Cook. Yeah, I remember watching it on telly 20 plus years ago. What about now? Last time I watched TV, Game of Thrones was still good, so I've never been into the Song of Fire and Ice. So I haven't watched any Game of Thrones, except somebody showed me the scene where a guy got crushed and his head split open by, I think, the world's strongest man from Iceland. So that's all I've seen of Game of Thrones. And maybe if there's just more of that, then it's probably pretty good, right? But I'm just not one for watching television. I like games, and I don't particularly care about TV. That is the long and the short of it, and Christ, there's a lot of smugglers here. So what turned everybody off of Game of Thrones so swiftly? Everybody used to love it, and then suddenly people only started saying how bad it was. That looks like a claimable asteroid. It looks like my claimable asteroid. Yeah, long live your king. But whoa, they weren't kidding about bringing in the reinforcements this time. Including the pirate mothership. Well, you know what? Just come one, come all. They ran out of books to follow and they made up some badly thought out stuff. Okay. Sounds like a general enough answer. I thought the books were still ongoing. R.R. Martin, right? Not the other R.R. That's Tolkien, I think. Not an avid reader, me. Especially not of fantasy. What in the world? Classic anime issue. They caught up with the books. Yeah, I'm not big on watching anime, but I know that painful feeling. Manga is just better than anime, and there are not many exceptions. It suddenly being bad is why people said it was suddenly bad. Okay. Again, general enough. I'm not going to watch it and find out for myself. One more asteroid and we are done with the asteroid grind until we start making big industry. And you might reasonably say, come on, give me that. You might reasonably say, Jake, 30 profit-making asteroids is good, but why not 60? Why not 100? Surely you want endless exponential growth. That's how the world works. Yeah. And my answer to that would be, what a great idea. Let's do that. But we'll not use mines. When we next expand our economy in terms of industrialization, we are going to use the mine money and we're going to leapfrog our way to the biggest money maker that I know of in the game, the accelerator factory. The accelerator factory cranks out an obscene amount of dosh, but costs an obscene amount of dosh. And it has an extremely complicated, well, maybe not extremely complicated, but let's say a very large and involved set of goods that it needs. So it makes the electron, neutron, and other kind of accelerator from a variety of extremely expensive goods. But I'm not going to set up those goods, I'm going to set them to import. Yeah. And with them on import, I'll have to pay for them. That's where the seed money is needed, that and setting up the thing. But it should be fat stacks of cash once it's operational. And these 30 mines should also get me the money to get that kick started. I hope they do. If they don't, I'm going to look like a royal fool. I look like a prize asshole. That's no asteroid. Is all of this explored? Looks pretty explored to me. So where are you gonna go? This needs to be explored, so get yourself over here. It's lovely. Remember at the start I only had 2 explorers and one of them was reckless? Now that we have 6 and none of them are reckless, I feel much happier. It's a lot of work to do between my jumps, but that's okay. I'm no stranger to hard work. Well, lots of work maybe. Are you planning to put all of your mines in one station and in one sector? Or are you going to spread things around? I don't know. I'm going to have to get out a spreadsheet and plan it. I don't know how well the game handles having about 60 mines and things in one place. If I can draw a very clear divide between the needs of certain factories, then I will probably try and sort them by that. Let's say the entire way for making books and plants and cattle and all of that can be completely divorced from the things needed to make servos and accelerators and steel, then I would divide them like so. But I need to get out the all-powerful spreadsheets. Come on, one more and we're done. Not only that, but there's also the scale of what we produce. True patrician hours, spreadsheet, stream and all. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be something else. Right, no pirates that I particularly care about here. Let's just make our way out. If it's not a mothership and it's not a pirate loot ship, then I am... yeah, I'm that. Quick cheeky check. Nope. Okay. So it's savage pirate, not scavenger pirate. I think there were 3 uncommon bits of loot trying to keep up with me, but they all failed. Nice thing about the spreadsheeting is that I can do it off stream as well, whilst the game is just idling in the background. None of those guys have anything that I'm truly after. Asteroids, asteroids. Pretty sure we had these spreadsheets on the stream for Patrician, didn't we? Got no problem showing my spreadsheets when I'm done with them with this game, but I need to make them. I haven't made them at all. There hasn't been anything in this game that has needed such planning. Patrician, on the other hand, has needed planning pretty much from the moment you're in a position to be building up industry, or at least a massive amount of industry. A few bits of wood and bricks here and there, but you want to get to the stage where you're actually properly planning out where your wineries go and your cheesemongers go, so that you actually have the correct number of all of them, and then you have to figure out what the population amounts for each area are. None of these guys are important to me. Bunch of wrecks over there though, or not wrecks, asteroids. I don't care about wrecks, not yet at least. Look at that, the overhead for the platinum gold mine was paid and it's barely anything. Come on, large asteroid. This feels like a large asteroid place. But my feelings have once again been betrayed. What is that, though? Ooh, Traveler's Stash. You know what? I'm curious enough to open a loot box. Traveler's Stash usually has the thing that stops Fidget, and I don't care about Fidget. Maybe I could kill Fidget here. It would at least unlock something. Plus it'll give me a fight after all this time of not fighting. Yeah, I'll take Fidget on. He's a pain in the arse, but I should be able to nail him down with bolters well enough. And if I don't, well, he just hangs around here, doesn't he? Huh, doesn't look like one of the things that grabs Fidget. What are you saying? Abandoned ship? Oh, it was a claimable ship. And I accidentally repaired it. Well, cute little ship. You got no crew and no nothing, so goodbye. It was made of 27,000 nanites and 100,000 money though, so I'm not saying no to that. But now that I've mentioned fighting Fidget, I think I will fight Fidget. First off, grab you. This needs to be explored yet. And good, the blown up ship doesn't show up here. Hang on. Oh, that's Turret Factory. The Turret Factory I don't think I want to put over to the Alliance. There's no good reason to do so, because it doesn't generate money. Never will, so I have no problem holding on to that. It's also something I want to go over to often. Explorer 2. Continue on with your relatively thankless work of charting this out. And what I'll do is I will use the Fidget thing. Hello, Fidget. How strong are you anyway? 6,000 Omicron. So Fidget has a gimmick, and the gimmick is Fidget warps every time you hit him. Look at him go. Haha, your common weapons don't faze me. You'll need something to short-circuit my jump engine. And I think there's a certain kind of weapon you can use to short-circuit him, but I would prefer to overload his circuits. He might warp, but there is still a little bit of a cooldown on his warp, as you notice by these attacks actually landing. Let's see how he likes this. He does fly around a fair bit though. Actually, that was a fair bit more damage than I thought. Okay, well, off he goes. What a weird enemy to fight. I shouldn't have done this in an asteroid field. Yeah, this guy, you want to hit him with strong railguns or overload him. What's the weapon to overload him again? And Darius, are you there? I can't remember what short circuits this guy. Was it electrical weapons? Hell, this guy was invited to fight against the flagship with us as well, the mothership rather. Lightning, you think? Alright, tell you what then. I'm going to take this dual Nova weapon. I'm going to grab a lightning weapon. No, not plasma. Lightning. That Oganite lightning gun. Actually, can just take your place, can't it? And then we're going to set that lightning weapon to 3. Have it on auto fire. We're going to turn off everything aside from that. Alright, let's see what lightning does to him. Uh-oh. He seems to have shut down. What a tragic shame. You can't hold me forever. About that. What kind of loot do you even give? Long range triple cannon, dual plasma, sky comets. That sounds unique. Sky comets, multiple guided missiles with a range of 22. Accurate distance makes sense. Accuracy 40%. Okay, perhaps not something to get excited about. Okay, well now I know. I've never taken Fidget out that way before. I have just gunned him down with big heavy guns before. But the more we know, you get shunted over to number 1 again. And all is well. Still on the hunt for that last asteroid though. Yeah, so much for that, Finilis. It's like fighting centipedes and then you bring out the EMP weapon. I recommend against using EMP hammers against centipedes in RimWorld actually. It's fine if you're so powerful that centipedes aren't a problem, but when you're very not powerful, I recommend using grenades. Either launched or thrown, EMP grenades last a lot longer. And you need those centipedes stunned. Well, I needed those centipedes stunned. Holy moly, they were terrifying. And bang goes the pirate. Right, get on down here. We'll get this last area done, and I will finally be happy. Nothing worth my time here, though. Before I leave you nerds here, are you going to summon a pirate loot ship or mothership? Or any ship? No, so farewell. Lord Saru saying, hey, how's it going? All is well, thank you. I was just thinking, why is Lord strange to me? Why is it not Lady Saru? And then I remember. Funnily enough, just as I was thinking about RimWorld. As I often do. Right, finally. The final asteroid is right here. Is this where we run into multiple asteroids? No, it doesn't seem so. But let's claim this one. And then begin the second part of this 3-part plan. Don't worry, finding the asteroids was the longest and most monotonous part. Yeah, we should be good. So now, what I need to do is be able to move around very far, very fast, and with a trader subsystem. That's trader with a D, not a T. Oh, wrong one to move. Explorer 1. Get yourself down here. Hopefully it's safe, but you can do all of this. Explorer 5. There's more for you to do as well. 4% ambush chance. We can handle 4%. It's 5% or above that I draw the line. It is dangerous going over here. We know it's enemy territory, so I'm not willing to just jump down blindly. Right, so what I need to do is bring you over to an equipment dock, which I type in extremely quickly so I don't lag the map. And there's one right here, so let's go over there. We'll be there in under a minute. Grab my lucky goods and my lucky goods. Explorer 6, keep on exploring, nice and risk-free. I do miss my Thrumbohorn to hit people, Jake. Didn't we evolve you away from Thrumbohorn into a very good plasteel longsword? I think we did. That run was great fun, but much like Avorion, kind of ate my life. These games that are just so good, and I just, you know, you wake up and all you want to do is play the game, and you can just play the game. Excellent times. Uh-oh, why are we being alerted? Oh, right, it's alien ships in this place. Including a quantum corvette. Those ones jump away much like Fidget when you shoot at them, but there's not a summoner. Stay away from the summoner. I ran face first into the rift here, but that's okay. We can still explore around it. And we can grab to care. After playing for a while, if you right-click on your ship here, you instantly warp to them rather than getting the drop-down menu. Don't know why that happens, but in my experience, always does after playing for a while. Now, do I have stuff to refine? Quite a bit, and I'm sure there's a refinery here. Make your way over, unless the equipment dock is closer. It's all pretty far away, get on with it. Refine the goods, switch out the goods, and now it's time to jump around and mark some places. So, according to my calculations, I have 21 possibilities for putting down stations. So we are, you know what, I should really write down the goods that I'm going to want to check for, because I'm going to keep forgetting. It's zinc. Zinc is good. Copper is really good. Silver, gold, platinum, and I need 2 out of 3 of those in one place. Aluminium, and I'm sure there's other stuff that I can make a mine into, but I've forgotten them. Right, refine all my ores, please, whilst I go and check. Is there a list of mines somewhere? Mine types. Silicon might be worth checking. So I can have a look for silicon. I have my doubts about silicon. I think it's a fairly high volume thing to produce. No, you only actually put out 4 silicon per time. There is raw oil. I've never seen raw oil do well, but I could always try it, right? I'm not sure it would be that great. Lead. How could I forget lead? That's already quite a lot of different resources. Copper, lead, aluminium, zinc. We're not even bothering with water or coal or ore. Alright, not too shabby. Those are the ones we'll go looking for. Now give me my refined goodies. Get us over to the equipment dock. And let's switch ourselves out for Speedy Gonzales' man, who does not need many shields. So I'll tear out 2, maybe even 3 of my shield places. And I'm going to give myself the Ultratech Trading Subsystem, because it gives a 25 economy scan range. I'm also going to very regrettably have the galaxy map look ugly. Remove the overlay, because when you use a galaxy map you get rid of all these colors, which are really handy in my view for seeing the territory areas. I would quite like to know where the neutral zones are. Yeah, I'm not too worried about having people that buy these goods. People will come and just randomly pick them up. I think it's a fool's errand looking for places that buy them, with some exceptions. The accelerators, for example, I always like to put an accelerator down at a Rift Research Center because they eat accelerators. Refine the oil and become Space BP. Tempting, but no. Well, not yet, at least. We will have to refine it eventually. That's not proportional, so I don't want it. Or do I? I'll take it anyway. They might be hard to come by later on. I will actually take the 4-headed hydras now. I'm going to need those for my carrier setups. Yes, 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 no. Good enough. Lose shields, lose shields, lose shields. Feel comfortable at 12 million? Yeah, 12 million's okay. I need my ultra tech thinging, and I want to jump far and fast. Man, I got more of those stuff. I wish I had another one of these. But can't just wish for those, we have to go out of our way to get them. So you can see the difference between the modded items and not modded. Look at these things that stack very nicely. 8 of you, 12 of you, 6 of you, 18 of you. And then there are things that I don't have access to the mods because it's in their infinite wisdom, the DLC stuff is hidden away and we can't mod it. These are all marginally different, but their own separate stacks. Same with these two, and same with these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 modules. They are all functionally identical, but they have tiny little differences in hacking range and detection range. Differences that you don't care about, but man, do they clutter the inventory. That is why I use my mod, which is nicely called the Fixed Stat System Mod. Contact me at mail@provider.com. See how fast that bounces. Now, I was thinking about jumping. Yeah, that looks so nice with a hyperspace cooldown, but I might take you anyway. Give me that, and then give me the +9 jumper. Still good on energy. In fact, we're even better on energy because I got rid of those expensive things. And now we go and we do the fun part. Where can we sell these goods? There's a neutral zone right here, and it seems well positioned. So the question is, what mines are we going to want there? Do we want zinc up here? Kind of. Kinda. Zinc is nice and spicy. So let's add a note for mines. Zinc. I'll put a little dosh bag on it so I know we're coming here to make some dosh. Would you like some copper here, good sir? Oh my god, they would love some copper. Give us the copper, sunshine. I only plan on putting down one of each of the mines. I don't want to drown the price by oversaturating the market. Truthfully, I don't know how that exactly works, but maybe someday I will. Silver, heavens no. Gold, heavens no. Platinum, heavens no. Alright, although over there we should consider. Do they also want gold over there? Yeah, gold, platinum, and... Come on, silver. Remind me to check over there once we're done with here, because that seems very tempting. Would you like any lead, my good sir? They want so little lead that it doesn't even show up on the color map screen. I'm going to have to investigate further. Trading overview, local supply and demand, sort by name, find me the lead, liquor, leather. Wow, okay, I don't know what I'm meant to make of this, but I don't think they want lead. Not at all. Could search by price here, but I prefer to use the other one because I can actually type in and use the drop down. It also helps me get an idea of what nearby could also want my stuff. Right, how about aluminium? Aluminium is so-so, it's better off over there, so let's not pursue that. How about silicon? Absolutely. Oh, I forgot the other one that I wanted here. What was it? Was it copper? Why did I not write it? Yeah, they wanted copper here. Sheep? Agriculture? What? Yeah, absolutely. There are loads of goods, about 130 different goods in the game. What was the call on silicon? I managed to forget. Silicon is good. Did I write silicon? Of course I did. Why would I not? Lead was no good, right? Far from it. Raw oil. No, I find it a very hard time finding good places for raw oil. So anyway, you want 3 of my goods. I guess I'll check water for a laugh. Apparently they are crazy about getting water here, but I don't think water is worth it. especially not using a mine. So now I go to no good selected so I can actually see the map again, and we are going to look elsewhere. I think we saw something over here looked a little delicious, didn't we? Let us move you over here and have another look for some of that. What do you mean you can't jump that far? What do you mean they won't wash the windows? Let's make sure my engineers, my explorers continue to do good work. And then we do it again. Click, click. The zinc isn't so heavily in demand over here. But also, I don't know this area that well, so as tempting as it is to set up here, I think I'm just going to go considerably further away from where I was. Maybe over here. Let's see what's going on down there. Lots of different places. There's bound to be some demand. Bound to be some neutral zones. There's one right there. Yeah, let's go and check out the neutral zone and see what they've got going for them. I'm okay to space these out very far, frankly. It's not like the whole galaxy's going to have tons of these things going. Alright, let's do it again. Zinc. They do not care about zinc. Do you want... I should put this in an easier place for me to read. There we go. Do you want copper? Oh, they are crying out for copper. So, mines. Copper. How do you feel about silver? They don't like silver. How do you feel about gold? Ooh, they love gold. If I can get platinum, that's a slam dunk. They love gold plat. Gold plat. The two come from the same mine, so I had to check both. They don't care sod about lead. How about some aluminium? It's warm enough. I'll take one over here. Aluminium. How about some silicon? Surely someone's got to want silicon. Nah, you're not so hot on silicon. It's much better over there. Kind of lukewarm about it. I think I'll put one down anyway. Go for it. I don't think I've ever used a silicon mine, so we'll give it a go. How do you feel about raw oil? No one ever seems to like this stuff. Nah, kind of blah about that. So yes, we'll put 4 there, and over here it was 1, 2, 3. 3 and 4 is 7, and I want to put down 21 of them. So that seems pretty good. Where else are we going to check? And there we go. There's some neutral zones up here, so it'd be very nice to see what kind of demands they have up here. Get yourself over there. And meanwhile, keep the explorers exploring. Your job is done there, you're working your way down. Kind of want to do this over here, so how about we get you over to here? Yeah, go for it, seems safe enough. Gotta get there eventually after all. This is not explored enough, I'm sure. And Explorer 5. You're getting there, but I agree with you. This is dangerous, dangerous work. Get over there. Is that still on the edge? Yeah, it is. These damn buccaneers. That bit of space desperately wants gold, silver, and platinum. Does that reflect that they'll use it for something, or is it just arbitrary? I don't know, and I wish I did know. I believe the relative price will go down if there is production of it, and it goes up when there's a lack of production of it, to stop you just stacking all of your gold mines in the place that loves gold. But how exactly it works, I'm not entirely sure. You know, this game does have an almanac. Maybe it can tell us. Goods. Oh god, everything's got goods. Okay, how about supply and demand? Price of goods is influenced by supply and demand. Supply and demand of a trading good are influenced by stations buy or sell that good in nearby area. High supply means low prices. High demand means high prices. In order to find profitable trading routes, you should find areas of high supply and transport goods to areas with low supply. Destroying or building factories will influence supply and demand in the areas in the long run. Supply and demand does not have an influence on the amount of traders visiting the sector. Very cool. So maybe we know. Alright, while we're up here, do you have anywhere that wants? Once again from the bottom. No, no one wants zinc around here. How about copper? Copper is huge in demand here, so let's add a note here. Mines copper. How about silver? God, no one wants silver around here. How about gold? Oh, they love gold. Do you also love platinum? Even if you don't, I'm making you a platinum. Yeah, you like platinum more than you like silver. So, gold plat. How about lead? God, no one likes lead that much around here. Aluminium. Nope. Silicon. Absolutely not. Raw oil. God, no. Okay, well, it's still 2 mines up there. Not amazing, but not terrible. I don't want to set them down here. These guys would hate me for it, but these guys might see the funnier side of it all. So let's get you up here. And this is why I put so many jumper boosters on that ship at the expense of shields, just so I can go, oh, I'm going to the other end of the galaxy. I'll be there in a minute. Feels good. Feels damn good. And these squares need exploring. God, look at the sheer amount of exploration we've managed to do. It hasn't been that tough either. In the places that matter, for that matter, as well. Who would have thought that destroying industry in endless raids would have such consequences on said industry? I'm baffled as you are. But it does mean if there's an area that I want to set up loads of mines in, like take these guys. Let's say I wanted to set up all my stuff. I could go and find all their places that make gold and silver and lead, torch them, then ally them, and then build up my own mines over there. Just the kind of entrepreneurial approach this game needs, frankly. Sadly, I have to take control of this ship in order to load up its thing here, but let's try another look. Zinc. Zinc is in demand, kind of. It's a little lukewarm. Let's see if anything else can tickle my palate. How about copper? Copper's okay. So we can actually go here and say mines. Zinc, copper, Zopper. No. Not that lesser known Burger King dish. How do you feel about silver? Someone's got to want silver. Oh god, there's just a pitch black hole of copper. Oh, but look at these guys. They want silver. How about some gold? Neither of us want gold. What about platinum? Well now, look at that. Mines. Silver. Plat. What was the case for silver over here? Oh yeah, god no, but they love it over there. Alright, how about some lead? Absolutely not. Aluminium. Scorching hot in both places. I'm gonna do both. Aluminium. And aluminium. And how about some delicious silicon? Oh, right here, this is Silicon Valley. Oh boy, this stretch of the galaxy's in dire need of my goods. Who would have thought they're beyond the barrier? Raw oil? Nope, even out here nobody wants raw oil. So that's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mines they want out here. How many mines is that total? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Where else did I say to set them up? Does this already have my my mines in it, or are these ones I said I'd set them up in? No, no, no. I've lost count already, by the way. Oh well, nothing stopping me counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I need to set up 6 more mines. Where else can we put them? Not over to these guys. These guys hate my guts as it is. It's a little too dangerous to do so. I don't know of any neutral areas over there. I could scout around for some. And you know what? I think I will. It's within the barrier. So surely someone here will be neutral and they'll have some, their own supplies and demands. So I'm going to travel over to here. I'll be there in a jiffy. That's not jiffy enough. Can I get something in 1 minute? No, I cannot. Alright then, get myself over there. Donk. Continue on with the exploration. That was not good enough. Just move over there, Explorer 1, please. As for you, keep on unveiling. Just chewing through this area, feels damn good. It's going to feel a lot less good when I have to monotonously do this for the whole galaxy, but I think that's just something I'll sit down and do whilst, I don't know, maybe there's something else on this stream. Maybe we can do some kind of restream of something else, or maybe someone else could be streaming something far more interesting whilst I spend however long it takes to do the galaxy. Let's crunch some numbers, shall we? Let's assume my entire time is going top to bottom ordering my explorers. And for the sake of it, let's say we haven't explored any of the galaxy. This is 100 of the squares. So I'd have 50 explorers, and each of them would do 2 out of 50. So I'd have 50 explorers that I have to tell to do that, then jump, that, then jump. So let's say it's 18 minutes, 18 minutes, 2 minutes. We can round that up and say that it is 40 minutes to do 4 out of 100. This is already sounding eye-watering, isn't it? 40 minutes times 25? Oh, we'll have it done in no time. Ah, but what if I set another 50 explorers from the other side? Then I could halve it, because they'll work towards each other. Alright, we've got it all figured out now, don't we? Right, Ducaire, I want to find out any neutral zones around here. So you are going to be jumping around all of these and finding a neutral zone. Well, maybe not all of these, but a lot of these. Actually, I don't know why I'm checking areas that don't have any buildings in them. They must have buildings, that way I know that my investments will be protected by people I don't care about. That's not entirely true, I care about their wallets. A single trading post does not a defended place make. But I certainly want a neutral zone because I don't want these Zotan warping in and giving me a very bad time. So you're going to go over there, find a neutral zone, and what is this? Home sector. Did they not tell me about their home? Perhaps they did not. Find their prime zone as well. He'll be there for a while, but honestly he'll get through it in no time. So he's already 5 deep out of 53. That gives me an opportunity to go and fill up my very depleted water. I'll be back momentarily. You can watch Ducaire. There we go. I'm sure you had no interest in hearing the world's most crunchy bell pepper there. Neutral zones. There we go. I figured they weren't going to show up unless I typed it in again. But we got ourselves a couple of neutral zones. I definitely want to explore all of this, because for all we know, there's no demand for zinc here, but this is red hot chili pepper land for zinc, so I'll let you finish that off, whilst the explorers continue to do, well, their titular job. I got the two of you working down here. In fact, there's Explorer 5, wishing they had other stuff to do. I know it's safe here, so I'm going to go there. It might be scorching red, but it has been explored. And it might be adjacent to my Buccaneer friends. You know, I said I was maybe going to wipe out the Buccaneers. They're so huge. They're so outrageously huge. Okay, that's the followers, that's it. Maybe they're not as big as I thought, but they are here. And here. And here. Not there though, but they stretch across 3 different zones and almost into Orgonite. That's scary stuff. For all I know, they do stretch up over here. But that's for my future explorers to look into. Yeah, the flight path can look as unmasterful as it wants because I gave him massive jump range. He's going to have no problems legging through it. What about you? What about here? Get yourself over there. And by there I mean here. Okay, plenty of neutral zone around there, which is fine, but I'd really like a neutral zone over here as well, just so I've got both bases covered. As you saw back over there, we can have crazy demand for silver here, but not so crazy on that side. I do not mind having multiple different places with my mines set up. Could have one mine in all the different places for all I care. Fewer places means fewer initial work to thunk them down, but they go into neutral zones occupied by allies, so I don't have any real problem with that. Thing is, they're not allies for my alliance though, are they? So I should consider whether or not the alliance would be unfriendly towards them. Should have considered that, shouldn't I? Well, that's okay, as long as it's not outright hostile. Besides, the alliance could start a ceasefire if it really wanted to. It only costs money. My worry is that I end up needing it desperately and I sign over more money than I intend to in my rapid approach. Alright, looking good. Looking like one nice solid chunk of explored land from iron, titanium, naonite, trinium, xenion, orgonite, all the way to the core of Avorion. I just need to round this out. Get all of this. It's a long job for sure. I don't need these squares. That's something worth keeping in mind. It's not necessary. It's nice, but not necessary. At this point, at least. Of course, it is our duty to get everything done perfectly, and that will include a full scouting of the entire universe. But that's gonna be like a full day's grind. And as we run the numbers, might be more than a full day's grind, but I can jump around, grab loads of explorer captains, swiftly and cheaply make explorer ships, just send them out and just pretty much spend a day ordering this whilst something else is going on. I don't know what that something else will be. Maybe I can have a further restream of some cool streams that I want to watch. Maybe from the ESA. Put together a playlist of some of those that I want to watch. And we can watch those together whilst this goes on and talk about... Yeah, there we go. Something else to talk about whilst clearly nothing to talk about happens on this screen. Because obviously right now, there's heart-pounding action going on. Hey, that's what we like to see. Neutral zones in both areas. Right, get yourself somewhat central to both of them. And get me the information I need to care. I need to care. Deep. Right, you do that, and even this looks like it needs... Yeah, the whole square needs finishing off. This is all fine. And then it's a case of finishing off the Xenion area. So get yourself over there and get to work on Xenion. And to care, it's time. Let's hope we didn't come all this way only to find that all this stuff is... Wow, would you look at that? They actually desire a bit of raw oil. I have a feeling that the raw oil is going to have a hard time turning any real profit, but at least we can try it. Any of these are good for raw oil, so let's just look for other things first. Zinc. Okay, zinc is also good anywhere over here. Zinc and raw oil, but I want to find something where it's red hot and something else first. It's not copper, that's for sure. Is it silver? It's absolutely silver. Alright, here we go. This place is smoking. Mines. Raw oil. Copper. Did I say zinc? I probably said zinc. Did I say zinc? I don't trust myself, do I? There we go. Add a note for that to be our dosh bag area. Right, silver. Silver's amazing. Silver with gold or platinum? Platinum is better. Ooh, okay, well let's hope that gold works then. Neither works really well, although this place has a strange desire for gold. And it is neutral. Let's look at silver again. Yeah, they certainly like it. Alright then. No real problem putting this down here. Mines. Silver. And what was it? Gold? Silver, gold? Yeah, bizarre, but they'll take the gold. So raw oil, copper, zinc, silver, gold. And to be clear, there was no desire any... Oh god, no, they hate platinum around here. I check for good old lead. Still no great desire for lead. You'd take a little bit, but I don't know about that. Aluminium. Pretty spicy over there. I can get in on some of that over here. Aluminium. Donk. Silicon. They want nothing over here for whatever reason. Holy smokes, they are all about the silicon. And I know what you're thinking. Why not try putting down both and see if it affects the price in a big way? And I'd say no, I think that would drive down the desire for it. And I already checked for raw oil. Okay, that's pretty good. So that's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mines over here. Nothing for over there. That's bizarre, but okay. If that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's the whole lot. Okay, very good. Explorer, you keep on exploring. But where? Well, not a whole lot here because we've ran into the edge. So how about you just go over... Well, there's Explorer 4 who's going to be doing all of this. They're over here doing... So how about you make your way over to here where we know it's safe. Speaking of Explorer 4, get on that. And Ducaire, it's time to grab those mines. This is where things get a little awkward, but only a little, I hope. Is there anywhere that needed just one mine? Yeah, no, they want silver, plat, and aluminium. Okay. Need to bring up a fair few mines then. The pirates are all over that one. Right, so I can take you guys first. And I'm going to write this down because I will forget if I don't. I need silver, gold. I need aluminium. And I need silicon. And I need raw oil, copper, and zinc. And of those, If I go to the Alliance and I go to the fleet, I can see that it's going to be silver gold 01, aluminium 01, silicon 01, raw oil 01, copper 04, and zinc 02. That'll make it easier for remembering the naming as I go through these. Boy, this is starting to feel like patrician. Okay, keep on with that. And you go and pick up these asteroids. That's 6 I need in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 6th one over there. Alright, hop to it. Be there in 2 ticks. Wowza, how big is the save file? You know what? It's an excellent idea to actually back out to the main menu and save. I'm going to back up my save as well. I keep rolling back up just in case anything goes terribly wrong. But we can find out. App data, roaming, Avorion, galaxies. I'm actually going to quit the whole game just in case it ends up having issues. It seems to be having issues getting to the main menu right now. There we go. Just give the game a bit of a refresh in case it has any leaks or just gets all tired out. Thank you, Avorion. You'll be back in a moment. And while it is down, I'm going to grab my Perfect Space Hansa folder, add to 7-zip archive, and my naming convention is Perfect Space Hansa 180224 midstream. Grab that, compress it all. Remaining time 30 seconds. How big is this even when compressed? Reloading save leaks memories and makes the game more prone to crushing. I've done that to reroll subsystems in an equipment dock. Aha, you see? It's not a bug, of course. It's a feature they put in to prevent single-player cheating. Yeah, I did notice that with the equipment docks, though. You can just quit and reload your save to reload what they are. I struggle to think of much use for that. Maybe if you're desperate for an R mining laser, or any kind of mining laser of that quality, so you can get your building knowledge. That would make sense. Right, it's 1.4 gigabytes whilst compressed, which is 50% larger than yesterday's save file compressed. And let's load the game back up. The multiplayer save is 8 gigabytes large, and that is big, bigger than anything I've had in this game in a single player. I don't need to change any of these, that's fine, I think. Yeah, looks fine to me. There we go, Perfect Space Hansa 1.74 gigabytes. Worth noting that this galaxy is one that I've been running for quite a long time as well. I've been playing that offline. I mostly now use it just to experiment with things in a controlled environment. Not just a controlled environment, but a functional environment. If you just load up things and debug and test them, sometimes you don't get the full picture. This is a multiplayer one though with 8 gigabytes. Scary stuff. Starting galaxies are just at a handful of megabytes. And this one's with a generous bit of jumping around. The game itself, Avorion, if you wanted to put that in a USB stick and carry it around to be able to play it remotely, it's less than 1 gigabyte in size. It's truly impressively small as a game for what it is. I'm always happy to see developers keep the size of the games down to a minimum. Seems like working on that and keeping some fat trimmed off is becoming industry standard not to do. And I'm cynical enough to think it's a bit of soft DRM. If your game is 300 gigabytes in size, then your average schmuck is going to be uninstalling other games just to have it installed there on their half terabyte hard drive. And they're not going to want to go through all the rigmarole of uninstalling it and reinstalling it. And really, there's no real overhead to you. You don't have to print them out on discs anymore, so why would you bother to optimize? Frustrating, but I can't think of a good reason from a business perspective to optimize your game like that. What's that? You want to download a 4 terabyte Call of Duty download? No, I absolutely do not, funnily enough. Alright, all the ships are busy. And the leaves are brown. Give me your lucky finds. Okay, I was going to say that's a nice opportunity to review my inventory, but Explorer 1 is already done. And Explorer 1 will get back to work. You're going to finish off just a few more squares in this territory. This... even some of it's Now-Night territory. And then we're going to go up the other side of Augenite. Because as it stands, there are only 2 factions I know of in Augenite. One of them hates my guts, and the other one loves my guts. So surely it would be nice to know somebody else. Actually, that's not Augenite, that's Xanium. And that's still true in Xanium. Wait, you're the Glithurk, and you guys are the... oh, more Glithurk. You guys are big. And very spread apart. I've been doing some data backup, and oh boy, Windows is not nice with bulk data transfer. A few terabytes can take over a day. Can't think I have a few terabytes to back up. I actually have a bunch of hard drives now that I keep around. Someday I'll find a use for them. I don't have loads of videos to back up, and I imagine those are what takes up most of the space. Music these days doesn't take up any real amount of space, unless, I don't know, maybe an audio file could have music files that are the big stuff. Ooh, I should probably fight the AI again while I'm here. I know it sounds like I just keep bullying the AI, and you're not wrong, but the AI's boss drop is important to me. Right, that jump is guaranteed to get the AI. Look at that, I got 6 of the AI drops. A 7th should be plenty for a good while. Because I'm going to use these to equip onto my... well, I don't know. I kind of want an 8th already. So what's that for? 4 miners and 2 scrappers for 6? 4 miners and 3 scrappers? Yeah, I think 4 miners, 3 scrappers in the Avorion territory using the +4 fighter squadrons. That way they'll get 5 fighter squadrons, and that's enough for 100% mining efficiency parallel something or other. AI is a pretty fun fight. Loot is damn good. And the wonderful thing about playing on Insane mode is the loot is even better. It's a little nebulous the way it's worded, but on Insane mode, you get plus 200% chance of finding rare loot. Now what the hell does that mean? I don't know. I'd love to know, but I don't have the developers on speed dial. And I don't think they have ask us questions about Avorion, and we'll answer them on Discord. That's something I can reflect quite nicely on Capitalism Lab, actually. If you have a question to developers on Capitalism Lab, you better believe you're going to get an answer to it. They have amazing service with that game. And to think they don't want to make the crazy money that they get from putting their game onto Steam. Okay, maybe calling it crazy money is a bit extreme. Maybe they don't think it's worth the 30%. I'd say it is. I'm a big advocate of Capitalism Lab. It's, yeah, I'd gotta say it's the best economic simulator. I struggle to think of anything better. People bring up that car game, but I'm just not into cars. Cult followings always explode on Steam. Just look at Dwarf Fort. Did it explode on Steam? Didn't pay any attention. I don't actually care for Dwarf Fortress. It was very close to greatness in my eye, but then RimWorld came along and just showed me that that's so much better. I don't think Z levels are good for a game like that, but I'm evidently wrong. Okay, I think we're going to bottom deck the AI again. 10th jump. It's meant to be the guaranteed one. And there's the AI. Okay, well, at least I've learnt the term bottom decking. Come on, AI, stay where my bolters can hit you. He's hitting me where it hurts. The performance. Alright, so what do we get? Exceptional 1, Exceptional 2, 3 exotics. Bang, bang, bang. Sadly, they were all weapons. I would much rather have subsystems because his weapons aren't going to be any good compared to what I can make. But what a loot box he is. Holy chain guns, madman. No, I have bolters that I have custom made in the turret factory to be as rapid firing as chain guns with no cooldown. Okay, there is a cooldown, but we are not going to be seeing any of that cooldown. The time it takes them to find a new target gives them all the time they need to cool down. There's another exotic on the way. And it is a railgun, which I like, but that was not so hot for getting subsystems. But I got the one I wanted, which was the artifact. If I look at subsystems, yeah, I didn't get any exotic subsystems. Sitting on loads of arbitrary turret control systems, which sadly, they're not as good as the specialized ones. Maybe I should stop picking them up. Boys of boys, I'm so glad to have these sorted. These would be so many different turrets. Well, I don't think turrets would be different, but many of these other things. Take the cargo holds. I would have probably 15 different stacks of cargo extenders just from these 20. And then maybe another 7 or 8 out of these 10. It's such a nice clean inventory. But it could be cleaner, for the love of God, if I could just clean up these injectors. A man can dream. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mines. Those 6 mines will need 6 docks. So let's get those docks. What is up, dock? Well, for one, we need you to be considerably larger. Don't think we need you to be that fat, though. Could you go away a bit? There, that's what I want. That works. That works. 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 I think I can put one right in the front as well. Donk. Donk. A bit ugly, but that'll get me these 6 that I'm after. Now I have to be very careful not to crash with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th one is over there. Let's go. I feel like I could jump a little better for this, but it's okay. With my cooldown, I can do it very quickly. What's our Omicron? Our Omicron is only 53,000, but, and I must defend my guns here, the game goes by the raw DPS of... Ooh, I think it goes by the raw DPS of 1847 to measure its DPS. But the true DPS is when it hits the hull, which is over 3 times that. We can actually quantify that by going to our guns, sorting by DPS per slot, sorting gunner. Okay, it does come out on... Oh, right, no, these are... Yeah, right, mark everything as trash, and then unmark it as trash, so it stops showing me the stuff I don't care about. Well, this is hard to measure because it's so much better than any other weapon I have apart from you. Raw DPS. Yeah, I think raw DPS is the value it uses for Omicron. Which isn't fair when it gets bonuses to specific parts. Like this one, damage to hull. Interesting. But yeah, some great bonuses on that bolter. Love it. Much as I love bolters though, I don't think they'll be our endgame weapons. It's probably going to be long-ranged. Oh, what are the bullets that penetrate shields? It's not antimatter, is it? Is it antimatter? I don't know. Anyway, chain guns, rail guns. That'll probably be our combo for the end game. Although I can use all. For example, when I get the dreadnought, the flying dreadnought's going to be equipped with cannons, just because I want to have cannons. We're going to be powerful enough to just have what we want. Okay, let's get our mine. Your name is Silver Gold. Mine Silver... Oh, caps lock, thank you kindly. Mine Silver Gold 01 because you're our first. And then we engage transport mode. And then we become my little packaged facility. We could use Orgonite now. And we will, because it's going to make it less likely to die in a collision. That's less likely, not impossible. And then we just go through this. It's still tedious, but it's a lot faster than finding all of these damn things. And then I think I'll dock you to the most inner one first. There we go. Oh, easy now, easy now. Incorrect docking procedure. Do not open the docking bay doors. There we go, that's one. No more claimed asteroid here. Let's go and grab another one. Our shields will cover that. And if you think of if that whole docking procedure makes you think, can I do X, Y, Z? The answer is almost certainly yes. You could, for example, dock a repair dock with you so you can have mobile repair dock. You could dock an equipment dock with you and have a mobile equipment dock. However, I don't think it would function properly unless you took it out of transport mode, and you'd have to transport mode it to dock with it. Might be something worth trying though. Imagine having your own mobile equipment dock. You'd never have to worry about switching your goods again. I'll have to try that. That sounds very powerful. You're in the middle of a horrible fight, you just go, I think I'll have all of my shields now, thank you. But I'm quite certain it wouldn't work like that. I wonder, can I even engage station mode with you? Okay, well I'm not going to try, just in case I'm locked in here for 10 minutes. It takes... yeah, but there's a question, Dougals. Does it only give you the equipment dock ability if it's in station mode? I would assume yes. Probably be an exploit if it doesn't, but it would be cool. And you know how much I love my cool tricks. Yes, alright, I guess you have also investigated this idea. Is it really worth the time? We'd be idiots to pass up on the free loot. Okay, well I'm glad they did this before and not after I transformed this asteroid into a tiny and extremely vulnerable block of Orgonite. Insofar as Orgonite is... hold that thought. There we go. Had to toggle my timer there so I've got an eye on when the AI respawns. Insofar as Orgonite is vulnerable. Right, Aluminium Mine 01 is what I'm looking at here, but only once these guys are dead and gone. Oh god! I said my shields extended over this thing, it didn't. They did a lot of damage to you. Ow, ow, ow. What did you lose? Well, I won't be able to see for a few seconds, but yeah, I need to fix that. So I guess my impenetrable shields don't cover my covered bit. I could have sworn my shields do. Maybe the impenetrable part does not. Yeah, damn right, they're scum. Right, aluminium mine, come to me. Mine aluminium 01. Aluminium is very long, but if I just put alum, I'm going to be confused. So, aluminium 01, come to me. And aluminium is going to become transport mode. And while we're here, can we fix you up? I don't think you lost any parts, you just took some damage, but I am very glad I made you out of Orgonite so you could survive it. Get repaired. That's alright, I'd rather lose 2,000 Orgonite than an entire mine. Let's have you packaged up into packaged facility.xml. Chunk. And of course, turn on auto-assign crew. Boy, I wish that was default. And I still haven't found a way to make it default, and maybe there isn't a way to make it default. 2 out of 6 of these bunch. Of course, there's 21 of these to do in total. Get over here. Yeah, damn those pirate scum. That actually is concerning. Because if they can shoot these things off, very concerning. I don't like Explorer 5 hanging around there in the danger zone. Please get away to the significantly less danger zone. Perhaps over here. And that means I would actually like you to be accompanied by someone else to get all this, but we might not have the time for that. You get over here. Explorer 3. Those two can take care of all of that. I want you to join in uncharting all of this, please. Not uncharting, charting. 28-minute journey-ish. And Ducaire, move over here. And let's remove this tag. It'll all be worth it when we have 3 mines running loads of money united for us. After all, we've had 30 mines. After all, we've had 9 mines, making us decent dollary dues. Some of it even more than decent. I can't believe that hit my package facility, and that it did as much damage as it did. Truly scary. Pirate attacks are rather relentless. Ninjin was trying to build his ship and just kept getting beset by pirates. I really should have told him, hey, if you move to a neutral zone, or at least someone else's inhabited zone, that's not going to be such a problem. But it was Ninjin, he wouldn't listen anyway. He's like me, he'd go, oh, but I want to do it this way. Alright, found mine. This is going to be silicon mine. Mine, silicon... Does silicon have an E on the end? Silicone? Silicon? The E looks weird. Yeah, I could just read it right there though, there's no E on it. Mine, silicon 01, blip. Please engage transport mode, yes. Please package yourself down in Orgonite, and please enable auto assignment. Really feels like a lot of this could be automated, but oh well. Where's my captain command for find me mines? Find mines and get them to this location so I can deal with them later. Wouldn't that be grand? If pirates jump me, I might even consider running away, because the idea of them rocketing these things off of me and costing me not just the tens of millions that I've invested in making these mines, but also the time of sourcing the mines is scary. Without the E, it's the element. Silicone is a polymer that contains silicon. Ooh. Raises more questions than answers, but clearly you know your stuff. Clearly I don't know my stuff. Alright, Ducaire, grab mine number 4 out of 21. It's out of 3 for what we're doing right now, but it's 21 out of all the ones that we're doing right now. 21 additional mines. I don't have the money for that yet. Oh! Look at that. That asteroid could have been a problem. Could have collided with one of my mines and just made it go pshh. No getting these mines back. Right, now we're going to found raw oil. Oil rig. I'm still going to call it a mine. Mine, raw oil 01, blip. Take it over. Engage transport mode. Tuck our bits between our other bits and become a little Orgonite box. And tell the crew working in there to figure out where to go. Why in God's name is that not default? Right. And now I need to dock. In multiplayer, you can non-consensually dock with another player. Odds are they're not going to be very thrilled about it. When I tested that out, I was able to grab Plo's ship and fly away with it. However, it's a very interesting way to get someone out of hot water. I mentioned earlier on in this stream that when I did come back to the game, one of my ships got jumped. I forget where or why, but they got jumped and they died. But just in time I gave them a reconstruction kit. But then I realized I can't really move them away from there. They're in a very grim situation. So I docked the ship onto me with my bigger and not destroyed ship, and then jumped all of that over to a repair dock, and that was able to take care of them. And it did make me reflect on just how good this game's docking mechanic is. And it's one of those awesome features that you don't even really know or care about and can still play the game just fine. The closest comparison I can think of is Celeste's dash jumping mechanic. You can get all the way to the final optional area and not even know about dash jumping. And then it just shows it to you and you go, oh my gosh, okay. And what an eye-opener it is. Good mechanic. Right, this one is our copper mine. And you are mine copper 04, our 4th copper mine. Copper mine, please engage transport mode. Please bundle yourself down into a packaged facility. Assign your crew accordingly. If you don't assign the crew accordingly, they will eventually go on strike. Yeah, well, no, they just won't. Oh, right, the place will mostly break down because it doesn't have... what's going on here? Okay, there we go. It'll lose a lot of health because a station loses health if it doesn't have functional crew working as engineers. They'll just sit around picking their thumbs instead of actually doing any bleeding work. Until you try to dock stations together, and then forget to turn on movement mode, and the stations will tractor beam each other away. Words of experience, no doubt. Alright, I got 5 out of 6. One more and we're good to go. It's all the way over there. How are we going to do that? By jumping, then jumping, then jumping. And whilst you're doing that, I will stay in control of you just in case you somehow lose these if I'm not watching you. I don't imagine that would happen. What I can't do is I can't give him the order to fast travel over, because then you drop everything that you have docked to you. I guess it's a way to stop you hiding docked stations in that way. I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't work out. Gods, I'd kill for docks to have some little guidance beam or something rather than just being stuck waving at the end of the ship like meat spin. Well, there's an ancient reference. Good times. I used to load that on my friends' computers, and they would load it on mine. But joke's on them, I like the song. Alright, there we go. If we just go and grab that and don't bash into anything, we'll have one of our sectors dealt with, and we'll be a quarter of our way through this. 6 out of 22, it's more than a quarter even. 22, does that sound right? I thought it was 21. I already have 9 and I want 30, so 21 sounds about right. So it's easier to say we're a third of the way through. This last one is going to be Zinc Mine 02, and I expect very large things out of it. Well, very large quantities of zinc, at least. He easily does it now. I don't want to bash any of these things. Found mine, zinc mine, the most expensive mine, but it makes good money. Mine zinc. Zinc is spelled with a C. 02. And again, engage transport mode, take over, packaged facility of Augenite. Don't worry, I'll get the Augenite back when I... well, when I do something. When I turn them into regular mines, I'll get a refund on that Augenite. A full refund, no less. Take back over the Dakar. I wonder if there's a limit to just how many things you can dock with. Seems like something that doesn't need a limit, though. I mean, what if you do just want to move your entire industrial base? You can absolutely do it like this. Easy does it now. It's 5, really? Because that looks like 6 to... Oh, easy now, easy now. There we go, God Warrior's just trying to pull my proverbial leg. Now, let's get over and dunk these quite a ways away. But that's a-okay. 1, 2... Actually, there's a small risk that I run into something terrifying over here. So let's just hope that we don't. Well, if I do, I'll just have to leg it and hope they don't shoot my mines off. Anyone else losing a ton of frames? Nope. Things are actually good on my end. Lake Balaton obviously isn't hungry. Sometimes it eats my packets. Never for very long and never very bad, but it's just the tax that I'm paying for living in this amazing place. Alright, 2 more jumps and we're safe. But yeah, if I'd landed in one of these yellow spots, there's every chance I could have ran into angry pirates. And then they would just shoot off all of my little mines, and I'd be so sad. All that time and money and effort invested. They are actually producing right now, by the way, which is why it's important the package facility actually has cargo bay on it. We can actually see what it is, can't we? So that is cargo bay, that is energy production, and this is crew quarter, and it's surrounded by, I think it's either stone or armor, I can't remember. And that's just the absolute basics they need, so store the stuff they produce, make the energy, and house the people. Yes, Baron, as of about a week ago, I am now properly registered here. I still haven't figured out how to pay my taxes, but I figure I'll go to the bank and maybe they'll figure it out. I did get a letter from the bank going, so you're an entrepreneur in Hungary, surely you'll want our banking services. And you know what, maybe I will. Right, let's go and cheese off these people, who I hopefully already allied with. Good. By setting up silver, aluminium... You be quiet now. By setting up silver, aluminium, and silver. What? Silver, aluminium, and silicon. Well, there's silicon. Off you go. Don't ram the thing now. Don't ram the... I should have frozen my my direction. Right. That's a silver gold. Silver gold, you be free. And then... What was the other one? Aluminium, I think. Aluminium. To do. Alright, what a sigh of relief it is. Those jobs you get where you're just holding your breath, hoping everything works out. Well, this looks like it worked out. So now we go to them and we unfold them into typical mine.xml, and I can actually make them out of titanium now. Blip. And the other guy, where are they? It's aluminium, yes. Silver gold. Blip. And then, what was the other one? Silicon? Blip. And they should all work just fine. And let's say engage station mode, yes. Engage station mode, yes. Engage station mode, yeah. And I'll also go over to my fleet. And these guys that have turned over to this get turned over to the Alliance. Turned over to the Alliance. Gotta be careful to do the right ones here. Mine aluminium looks good. Turned over to the Alliance. Done. So now all 3 of these are Alliance mines. Did I turn them into station mode? I managed to forget. Yeah, I think I did them all. Easily forgotten. Okay, and now we go and set up these 3. Oil, copper, and zinc. Didn't know that this was what you were going to do. Some capsule core shenanigans. Oh yeah. Just call me Dr. Briefs. DDR Briefs. Okay, let's not call us that. Man, Toriyama loves his old ass perverts. Alright. Be free, copper mine. Be free, zinc mine. Don't hit that mine, it could blow up, we're a lot bigger than it. Be free, other mine. The oil rig. Get ourselves a bit of distance away from them so we can look over them all. And you, unpackage yourself. Bloop. And you know, while we're on you, just engage station mode. And then the other one. That's a destroyer, Jake. Very, very different. You there, unpackage yourself. Oh, you know that feeling, you just release the belt after holding it in all day. Good job. Engage station mode. And the other one, that's you. Just let it all out. There we go. And engage station mode once more. And now, gotta be careful not to accidentally sign the turret factory over to the Alliance. Oh, good, I can't, because I have to be in its sector to do it. Well, that's very convenient. Alliance, Alliance, Alliance. And then we get back to Ducaire. We feel good about what we've done. There'll be a red bar filling up after those 10 minutes. I'll be able to interact with them and, well, interact with them. Did I clear off... Did I pick up this asteroid on the way back? I think I did. Because it doesn't say claimed asteroid anymore. Yeah, I'm almost certain that I did. Okay, now I need a few more, don't I? I need silver plat 01. It's our first silver platinum, the other one was silver gold. I need aluminum 02. And I need zinc 03. I'm writing this down here. Copper 05. Aluminium 03. And silicon without an E02. 123532. Learn your number bet with Jake. Also, I'll continue the explorers. They've been a bit neglected whilst I've been doing this. You're going over there to do all that. You're working over here. Why don't you get yourself over there? I'm sure it'll be safe. And if it's not, that's too bad. This is easier if I can see the resource overlay for real danger zone stuff. Just take a chance. Right, this needs to be explored. Dangerous though it may be. We are well in tuned with taking out danger these days. This looks unexplored, but it's a rift. I don't know why the rift stuff doesn't always show up properly, but maybe it's to do with gates? That doesn't make any sense either. Anyway, it's a rift, so don't worry about it. Ducaire. Oh, look, we took over. Shows us here. That's okay, though. It's both neutral zone, isn't it? Yeah, it looks pretty neutral to me. Now, to go and pick up those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mines. And would you look at it? I grabbed that mine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get on it. And then we're done with doing the stuff up here, and we can do the stuff down here. Excellent. Claimed asteroid. Oh, I should get that one first since there are pirates there. We've learnt our lesson. Don't mess with them. I'm going to get there and just immediately jump back, I reckon, then. Nice salvage. As Blobber would say, salvage, salvage. And how are our miners doing? Another hour 17 on you. 2 hours 30 on the trinium mining. And the scrapping in trinium. Love this though. I mean, these guys, I kitted them out and I'm definitely feeling the dividends. We were scraping the bottom of our little trinium barrel and now it's filled right back up. On top of that, Feed Me Your Sector did not get jumped. 8 more minutes of selling and we'll get another lots of money back, which is good because we need lots of money. Okay, I'm really unsure if the Rift research places respawn. I killed one yesterday, it's not respawned yet. The game ran almost the whole day. So I think the sector needs to be being simulated actively for that to work. Now, what does that really entail? I don't know. Wish I knew, but I don't. But I think just functionally it means they're not going to be rebuilding. Maybe if you had a mine there or a station, then it would be simulating in the background and maybe start the regeneration. Maybe. But I don't know. And besides, why would it blow up if you also had a station there? Without blowing everything up. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So yeah, I'm really thinking that the rebuilding stuff is not something to be relied upon. And that's fine. I wanted these to rebuild and to take them back, but I'm just going to say they won't, and that's okay. Because if we look for Rift research centers, they're out. Oh my god, these ones are asking to die. I think I'd rather have these ones though. The deeper they are, the more they're gonna drop. But the further out they are, the quicker and easier they are to destroy, so swings and roundabouts really. Get over there, Decare. I know you can make that jump in no time. It's a real bummer that they uncovered by Captain Thingamajigger. Well, it doesn't capitalize Captain for starters, and it doesn't give you the nickname that you give the Captain. So unfortunately naming people is, well, it doesn't really do anything. The greed, of course it's the greed. But don't worry, eventually I will source my Rift research in a far more ethically fine and even ecologically better way. No destruction, just raw money. You can buy Rift research data. Well, you can't, but your merchants can. I don't know what mumbo jumbo they get up to allow that, but they can. I actually quite like this track in the game. It just sounds so good and eerie. Alright, with this done, it's just another square here. So 1, 2, 3 squares. And then this entire area is done. You do that, and that, and that, and that. And then kapow. And the dirt is gone. Then we chew you. We're going to have to combine up our fleets again to do this, but I'm very curious to know what's around our good friends over in the Dominion of Themulzo. And I hope that ceasefire stays. I don't actually know how the ceasefires work. Kind of sounds like something temporary, doesn't it? So we have Sylv Gold, Sylv Plat, and Plat Gold? Or did I call it Gold Plat? Now I can't remember. Plat Gold comes off the mouth better, so I hope I called it that. I called it Gold Plat. Why did I call it Gold Plat? Plat Gold sounds better. We've already called reinforcements. Prepare to die. Okay, well, just don't hurt my claimed asteroid. So yes, I'm doing this first just in case they somehow manage to shoot off one of my docked thingamajiggers. Not that they're any real threat, but I don't want an errant shot taking out my goodies. Sheesh, you're still going, says Andaris. Why would I not? It's only 9:30, and we've still got our goals to do. On this session, we haven't got our 30 stations up yet. We've got the mines, but we're working on the stations. We can happily say that this has been done. It's still ongoing, but we've done enough exploration to call this done. The bolters have been made. I need my Avorion miners. I need to begin the mining. I want to set you up, and the flagships are postponed to next time. So really what we have to do is get these mines operational and begin setting up our proper miners for the Avorion. And once those are good, then I can take my days off. While we leave this game idling in the background. Yeah, they weren't kidding about bringing in reinforcements, though. Oh, did you see the bolters, Andarius, by the way? I wanted to muse about the comparison between the bolters and the endgame stuff we made in the multiplayer. Well, I say we made. You put in the legwork there, I'm happy to admit that. Come on, loot, come over to me. I did not see the stats, no, well, don't blink, here we go. Long-range bolter blaster. So 13 kilometers with a staggering 6,000 DPS on hull. I like that a lot. Good accuracy, good velocity, and most importantly, it does not overheat. That is one of the biggest downsides of bolters. Oh yeah, and size half with one slot. So that means it turns on a dime. God, I like those guns. Normally bigger is better, but in Avorion, I would actually say smaller is better for your guns. Single slaughter, now that's impressive. Yeah, it's also the first roll that we got in our turret factory. I just built it, sorted by DPS, and immediately thought, yeah, I'm not going to re-roll, this looks amazing. Okay, first off is the silver platinum mine. Mine Silv Plat 01. Donk. And then we engage transport mode, enter it, fold it up, because we got our Ogonite back after all. And then we make sure that the crew all know to actually work the bloody thing. And then... oh, easy now, easy now. I was moving a bit too fast for my liking, although it did dock into exactly the right place. Good chunk, one down, a few more to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 6 will do. Gotta remember to untag you, lest I think I've left another claimed asteroid. Yeah, the single slaughter aspect's not to be underestimated. Sure, you get bigger ones that are more powerful, but you also gotta think overkill is no good in this game. So if you have smaller ones just doing less damage, then there's possibly going to be less wasted shots going on, especially if there's no cooldown. So I don't know if you know this, you can modify the stats with the default recipe, then make a recipe that goes into the inventory, keeps the modified stats but goes back to the base resource cost and lets you reroll the factory recipes. So you're telling me I could take my blueprinted thing, make a blueprint of it, and then I could make it again but further modify the goods on it to, say, give it longer range or more power or anything like that. But that sounds like you just make an infinitely strong weapon. Does it really work like that? You can't modify inventory recipes, then what do you modify? Yeah, I want to be doing that as well, deep blue. I want to get my big rail guns that just delete, delete, delete. Okay, now I need aluminium mine 02. Mine aluminium 02. Aluminium 02. Donk. Engage transport mode, take it over, bundle it down, make sure everybody's working. It's a lot of little steps to do, so I feel like I'm going to forget some of them at some point. So I'm not sure I follow. What exactly do you modify with the weapon if you do that? Get you over here. Let's see you crank up the range by taking it 5 tubes to 10. Well, if you do that and then change to an inventory recipe, it keeps the range, still only costs 5 tubes. Oh, so it's just the cost that changes. You can't keep modifying the stats up and up. Because it's the stats that I care about, not the cost. One sector ravaged gave us all the goods we needed for 25 bolters. 26 even. I think we turned one of them into a blueprint. And we even left loads of leftovers in the factory so we can grab them back. Yes, but you can re-roll for the other turret types is my point. But don't you do that anyway because you can make the blueprint, or maybe... You know what, I think I need to hear this explained when I'm not in the middle of playing and having my brain rotted from, he checks OBS, 9 hours of Avorion. Maybe if you can type it out or screenshot it in a way that I can understand, I'd be much obliged. I'll reiterate later. Thank you, Andarius. Can always count on you. Alright, this is now zinc mine, I believe it's number 3. Mine zinc 03. Enter ship. Package up ship. Tell workers to get to bloody work. And engage transport mode or else I can't dock to you. Get back to the docker. And good, we can use the other side for you now. Let's be careful here. Don't want to ram into anything and lose one of my precious factories. This is so freaking cool, just this whole concept. It'd be so easy for it just to be, okay, you claim the asteroid there, set up a mine here. Oh, but I'm going to have all these disparate asteroids. Oh, not my problem. No. I don't know enough about X3 or 4 to make this claim, but I'll do it anyway. I feel like this is the kind of stuff that sets X far apart from Avorion. Where's my asteroid? Ah, it's way up north. I'm not sure where north is here, but it's way up. A lot of asteroids here. We're going to be very careful not to nick any of them. As we saw, the pirates can and will blow up my attached stations. Nothing stopping an asteroid doing the same. Found our mine. This one is going to be aluminium. Aluminium 03. That is to say, mine aluminium 03. Kind of weird that you get the asteroid and then you decide what's inside it. Maybe they thought it would be too tedious if the asteroids already had certain things inside it. It's hard enough to track them down as it is. Well, it's not hard, but it's a bit of work and it's a bit tedious. But you see the games I play, I can handle a bit of tedium. I play Rune Factory for fun. Now there's a game that would actually befit perfecting. Rune Factory 4, of course. I mean, there's no other game worth, honestly, worth playing for any length of time, except for maybe 3. Did I not engage you in transport mode? No, I think I'm just a little out of range here. Bring you over. But I wouldn't run Rune Factory 4 like that. Certainly not on stream. You'd need to be very careful what you say is perfect in Rune Factory 4. There's a lot of stuff to do. I don't know if there are any missables. As a combination of resources, you pick the focus. I just feel like there could be a more elaborate thing happening with these mines. But maybe that's a monkey paw wish. Alright, this is going to be aluminium. It's pretty hard to see clearly, so I'm going to take this slow. By which I mean boost my way forward, because it looks clear enough. Foggy sectors I abhor setting up my bases in. So even if it's a little out of the way, I'd far rather have a clear sector where I can see clearly. Found... Wait, I feel like I already did aluminium 3. What do I have on me right now? Aluminium 2, aluminium 3, zinc and silver plat, aluminium, aluminium, zinc. I missed copper 5. Alright, alright. You're going to be a copper mine then. Mine copper 05. Can't believe I'm on to 5 copper mines already. Are they really that good? Not so sure. Engage in transport mode, become the mine, fold the mine down. And we're going to be halfway through all our mine business with these 6 done. More than half even. 12 out of 21. And then make sure all the miners are working smoothly. Get back to the decare. And let's pick her up, Buttercup. Good job. Alright, one more. These all have the claimed asteroids, as well they should, and they're all for further down south, so it's less of a trek up north. You ever fancy playing space action games like Everspace or Chorus? I believe I streamed Everspace, and I didn't really like it. And yeah, I think the action part is what... yeah, it's not really what I'm there for. The thing is, I don't really care about space as a setting. So, a game set in space has to be really good in other ways for me to stay engaged. And Everspace wasn't a particularly good space action game in my opinion. But obviously I love Avorion because it just does a lot of really good systems. Alright, what are you? You're Silicon 02. Silicon, mine, Silicon with no E, 02. Donk. Engage transport mode, yes, take it over, fold it up, set those people to their work, and all is well. FTL, again, I don't really care about it being set in space. You could have the same game set in the Seven Seas or in a Mad Max setting, and you do have the latter with a game called Convoy, but functionally FTL is pretty much the perfect game. There is no fat that needs trimmed off, it looks good, the music is good, the gameplay is sublime. If there's any bone I had to pick, it's that the game doesn't have that much content. But come on, I played it for 100 or so hours and I enjoyed it, so that seems like a poor argument to make. Now, let's get ourselves out of here. Ducaire? Ducaire? You seem to be hesitating on your movements. Alright, I'll get over there and then continue my jumps. Always enjoyed Into the Airlock. Oh yeah, Into the Airlock was great. I will never do more seasons of it though. There is too much of a good thing. Alright, looking good. I think that order got through. Yeah, looks like it. Nice, nice. So this is very nearly done. In fact, are those the last squares in this entire area? No, there's... I don't know if that square has been checked. I'll have to look at it closer. Alright, Ducaire is going there, and then we just have to make a shot in the dark and hope that it lands. Big punchy boom for the jumping though, isn't there? I like it. At least this is the last time jumping blindly through space with these very expensive packaged facilities attached to me. Alright, there we go. These yellow dots, any one of them could have spelt our relative end. You know, I'm going to go there because I know it's safe-ish, and then it's just one jump. Just one. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I meant to take them over here. Oops, oops, okay. Reverse course. Yeah, I got it into my head that I wanted to dump them all there, but no, they're all going up here, of course. Don't know what I would do with an Into the Airlock Season 4. Season 1 and 2 are great, and Season 3 had the... Was that the one with the wheel? The Wheel of Mutiny? Sounds about right. And that was fun, but I did feel at the end of it like we have beaten this horse. There is no need to do more. How are they packaged? Some kind of pocket universe technology? Well, this universe does canonically have packaged spaces like that. Right, I'm gonna go over there because I know it's safe, and I know you're safe, and then I'm on the safe zone. No sense taking any risks on these jumps. Because like I said, I could jump into pirates and go, oh god, and then lose my packaged facilities. Because especially around here, the pirates Omicron would blow these facilities clean off me. I felt a lot safer when I thought that my impenetrable shields covered my docks as well. Very concerned now that it does not. That's a very tempting secret stash, but I'm doing important work here. Would you feel comfortable being that tenuously linked to a ship that's hyperspace jumping? Oh, yeah, some of these facilities. That guy's hanging on by the corner. Can I see it here? Yeesh. Well, more fool them. Yeah, the way I see it, they're packaged up like the end boss from... what was the MS Paint thing with the detective? Sleuth detective? Sleuth something or other. Loved that MS Paint adventure. Alright, it was a long and dangerous multi-jump, but we have our dozens of millions of credit worth of... Hey, there's a wormhole here. Cool. There's no friction though, so why not? It's not like they get torn off by solar winds. Well, given all the stuff that goes on in space here, how about debris? Right, over here we want to drop off zinc, copper, aluminium, silicon. Zinc, copper, aluminium, silicon. I'm giving little ticks on my list so I know. Right. Zinc, okay, yeah, silicon, right. I think I can just drift over a bit here with you. Goodbye, silicon. Aluminium, you're getting dropped out as well. Actually, I want aluminium 3 out, not you. And not silvplat, actually, so I need to drop off all the other 3. So instead, I'm going to go over here and then drift over to the left. Bye-bye, copper mine. Bye-bye, aluminium mine. Yeah, maybe put a bit of distance between you. Oh god, why are you tumbling down like that? Don't tumble down on me. And then bye-bye, zinky mine. Alright, we sure about that? Zinc, copper, aluminium, silicon. Yeah, okay then. And now we just take them over and unpackage them. See, all of that was hidden inside the little box there. We grab you and then we engage station mode, yes. And then we grab you, engage station mode, and unfold you. Oof. Then we grab... Not you, you're attached to the ship here. Where are the other ones? There you are. Unpack. Engage station mode. And then there should be one more right about here. Unpack. Engage station mode. They should all be engaging station mode now. Little red bar. Little red bar. Little red bar and little red bar. Sweet. And I also go to my fleet and I move them all over to the Alliance. It warns me that it cannot be undone. So I hope I'm not making any mistakes on these. That would be very, very sad. I won't be close to tears, but I wouldn't be happy. Oh, they don't like me for doing that. Am I still allied with you? Ah, they're not happy with the Alliance, not necessarily with me. Meaning if I do this again, odds are they're going to be very unhappy. These guys I also have quite bad relations with. It'll mellow out as I trade with them. But just how bad is our relationship? Yeah, but I want to look at it from the Alliance point of view. Oof, pretty bad actually. Am I willing to pay them a bit of tribute? Yeah, let's see how you feel about just like 8 million. There we go, there we go. We'll get better relations based on that. They might hate me a little bit more for moving over here with these guys, but hopefully not enough to destroy my stuff. It's an interesting counter to relying on the AIs like that. The fact that they don't like you for doing this. You still need to explore down here. Get that done, and probably this as well. It looks explored, but do I trust this? Actually, no, this is fully explored, so I just need this square and this square, and we're good. Feed me your sectors, has got its money for me. 258 million credits, very, very nice. Don't care. To your fleet, you have a minimum slot preference, 15 all the way. Unless it's an auto miner, in which case I don't really care. But if it's part of my main attack force, if it's not 15 slots, it's wasting my time. Ooh, I don't like how stuffy it is over here. Oh well, let's just get you detached. Get away from me. And then we'll get you detached as well. Ooh, I think I banged into it a little bit, but I'm sure that's not too much of a bother. And then time for you to become your true form and engage station mode. And then the other one. Engage station mode. Reveal your true form. Alright, alright. Now let's hope that the faction doesn't hate me too much for what I'm about to do. Because once again, they're getting flung over. Transfer to the Alliance. Alright, alright. Where's the relation gain or loss? I think it was, I didn't take over the, oh, there we go, it's bad. How are we feeling there? Real bad. I already paid tribute, I can't pay tribute again. Am I willing to do another one? Will I take this risk? It's a big risk. What if they hate me? Alright, staying bad, but the thing is it'll get better. I'll trade with them until things get a lot happier. I assume. Imagine if it doesn't. Alright, as long as they don't turn on my poor Alliance. This is actually a downside of having an Alliance to dump all my goods into. It would be better functionally for me to have these as part of just me. But, and there is a big but, I really don't want to be spammed by notification of these things operating, which is why they're in the Alliance. Having them in the alliance keeps this log out of my hair, otherwise this log would constantly fill up my bottom left. I have that in another save, it's so aggravating. So although they're my ally, they're not my alliance's ally, as bizarre as that may be, and it is bizarre. Anyway, I thought you were meant to get on that. Alright, good job to care. That's that taken care of. Largely. I'll need to come back and see to them a bit more. Now I need to go and pick up the other mines and bring them to the other Dosh location. Oh right, I also need to remove my little notifications here. I think I can also stop caring where Rift research centers are. So. Let's just get rid of all these notes about mines. We've already put them down. I'll also get rid of the note that shows that I have a thing there because I've already got the pink outline that shows I've got stuff there. Same over here. And remember, these are the last mines that I'm putting down for pure profit. After this, the only mines I intend on getting will be mines that are... I put it in the wrong bleeding province. It was meant to come over here. Whoops. Whoops. Don't care. Why did I think it was over here and not over there? I even labeled it. Okay. Don't worry, this is recoverable. How? I'm going to engage. They're still in that mode. Right, I'll have to package them up and move them over again, which means I have to wait for 7 minutes to pass for that. That's okay, I can wait 7 minutes. The downside is I might cheese off the people here again. Yeah, I completely missed the right province there. What a mistake. It's alright, they don't seem too unhappy. Probably because I didn't take the province over like I did this one. But I probably will take that province over with 2 of them. Maybe. Yeah, and I doubt they'll like that. For your fleet, do you have a minimum? Oh, right, that's a slot preference thing. Well, while that's going on, I can switch over to these guys. I think I did these ones first, right? And then actually bulk them up and give them sale orders. Copper mine, copper battery. We set everything to -5%. We actively sell and sell to others. Nobody here wants your goods, but max out production anyway. Oil rig, set to -5. Nobody wants your goods, but sell to anyone who'll buy and max out production. And zinc mine, -5%, although we get +14 regardless. And actively sell and max out. Lovely jubbly. Now over to you. They'll see the funny side. I hope they do, because if they turn on me, they might start... Is this the same over here? That's Djibouti. That's good. Okay, they're different people, so these guys angry won't destroy these, but I don't want them angry, period. Right, aluminium mine. Set to -5. I don't know what it bases this off of. Nobody wants to buy it, but max out your production. Noble metals. -5. Actively sell. Oh, the trading post will take it. In that case, give them all that they could possibly want. I'll even max out your shuttle satellites to move it over there. Silicon mine. -5% to undercut. Actively sell. Max out. Nobody to sell to. No one needs to fetch goods from either. And now they're all XXLs. Boy, the Glithric do not like me, and neither do Djibouti. Whamp. Not only that, I'm not so sure they'll take a ceasefire if it comes to it. Alright, we're getting there with you. 4 minutes, huh? What can a man do in 4 minutes? I don't have anything I need to switch to, really. I can review the money being made, of course. The Alliance Vault is always looking nice and healthy there. There's probably never going to be any minerals in the Alliance Vault. Not outside of the stuff that I temporarily give it to complete some building orders. But then factories. The first zinc mine we've made has already made us 10 million. Not unthinkable that it'll make us billions over the course of this run. He's sitting on energy inverters. Fabric. I can't believe fabric is a trade good in this game. Alright, let's finish off this entire square. And with that, how many squares are we at? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think you'll find that we have now done 9 of the 100 tiles. Feels like half of that was done today. We're working on this for number 10, and then I want 11, 12. I'm not sure if I care about 13, 14 anytime soon. It is good to know the Avorion space, though. Well, I think it's important to know Avorion space. Avorion's hard to come by, after all. I am increasingly worried about these guys turning on me, because I will be wrestling a sector away from them. But maybe relations won't go that bad that it goes hostile. Jesus, this is going to be a long play. I didn't realize the scale. Few realize the scale of Patrician until they realize the 166 episode playlist. Maybe that's what we can do. We can run the Patrician 4 playlist on the other on part of the screen whilst we do the vast exploration. But don't worry, that's just the end tedium part. We get all the fun stuff before we do this. Full production chains. That's going to need a lot of money and a lot of thinking and a lot of spreadsheets. The giant monolithic statue to Chefron is going to be a nice break to the modernity, to the other thing, monotony. Whilst we get the resources that we need. Wait, why is it here twice? Chefron's so important, we build it for him twice. Spare building knowledge. I should make a note about that one. Got iron, titanium, and what the heck's going on here? How dare you attack me? This is meant to be a neutral zone. Why are they coming in? I've been lied to. I was told that pirates don't attack neutral zones. And it's the biggest lie I've ever been told. Oh well, my allies like me for that, but they don't like my alliance. How are you guys doing anyway? You're almost done. Alright, sorry, but I need you back in transport mode. And I need you to package yourselves up again. Need Orgonite. Oh, right, you need Orgonite for the Alliance. Easy-ish done, because I can go Alliance, deposit. Tell them to take all of my Orgonite. And then I can package you up once more. Good thing the pirates attacked before I did this. Could you imagine these guys going small and then immediately pirates come in and destroy my ship? I can imagine that. Doesn't take a strong imagination. Sure, the biggest lie ever told is Britain's Got Talent. Oh, jeez. Some people really aspire to be on that, you know? Alright, let's get you over here. Can teasingly drag you over to the other one. Butcha. This has such a big risk of going wrong in every way. You're gonna... There we go. I was wondering where my dock option was. What's up, dock? Right. I deleted where I wanted them, didn't I? Anyone remember which province I was meant to put them onto? Ah, no, I didn't delete it. It's over there, thank goodness. Still think I'm going to take it over, though. Alright, you just head over here. I'll just get you over here. And now... how do our friends feel about us? Oh, they're nae happy. Engage station mode. Alright, we're still there. Definitely want you in larger form for this. I can see where they're coming from, right? You got this arsehole coming over, taking over your sectors, even though it's to produce things that are in demand for you. Alright, they'll be ready to go shortly. And whilst they hate my guts, they're not quite willing to kill me over it. These guys are more wanting to kill me. But these relations will improve. Look over here. It's saying that relations are improving. That's because, yeah, it's kind of like when, I don't know, KFC opens up just down the road from you, and you don't like having this KFC building around. But then you realize you can have a double grander burger whenever you want. And eventually you're having your double grander burger for your mid-morning snack, and you're thinking, well, life ain't too good. Life ain't too bad. I think I'll have some spicy chicken strips while we're at it. If you can't tell, I'm really, really hungry. I've been playing this game all day. The only thing I've eaten during this stream is a bell pepper. What am I going to eat for dinner? I don't know. I want to do some proper cooking, but it's a bit late for that. Alright, there we go. I was a little trepidatious, but I think we're okay. I still want you to go and pick up the rest of those mines. In fact, that's what I'll get on right now. Vegetables aren't food. A single raw bell pepper. I like my peppers raw. I like big, red, crunchy raw bell peppers. I don't think I unchecked that asteroid. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down here. 8, 9, 10. Does that sound about right? Well, maybe. Point is, I don't think there's an asteroid here. I'm going to double check and then I'm going to remove it from my list. And whilst you head down there, I'm going to make sure that these guys are operating as they should. Yeah, I suppose they're not bell peppers. They're not the short, stumpy ones. They're the very elongated ones, about the size of your forearm. Maybe not as girthy, but about as long. Well, not as girthy as my forearms. Right. All these S mines. Hold on, what if it's upgrading them that cheeses people off? Nah, that would make no sense. None at all. Let's undercut our competition, actively sell, and boost that bad boy up. Undercut by 5%. We're not looking to cut my own arms off, Dibbler. Undercut. The price for silicon here is very good. Trading post will buy it as well. I am out of money. Oh, wow. Okay, and that's even after I got all the money off of my... Hold on, that can't be right. No, no way, no way. Ah, I was spending the alliance money, of course, of course. I was thinking, no way am I out of money. There we go, let's use my money. Up you go. Up this as well, so I can sell all the goods over to the trading post. And then the zinc mine. Undercut. The undercutting is mostly to bring over people that will buy my goods, so I just always want to be selling. It's volume, volume, volume. That's how I operate. As you can tell by my loud, screechy, reaction-based streams. Feed me, you, just hanging up over here underneath the chat. Smoothing them a little on a pan with some soy sauce is nice. I do love some cooked peppers, but as a snack, I like them raw. I don't even dip them in anything. Not even couscous, not couscous, hummus. I love hummus. Nope, just grab a big old bell pepper and munch the thing down and I can pick them up. Maybe not for pennies. For some reason, peppers are kind of expensive-ish compared to everything else at the market here. But they're certainly huge, fresh, delicious, and very readily available. God, I love living here. Northern European discovering Mediterranean climate, and he's in awe. Mobile turret merchant. I don't think I want any of your wares. Wait, what was that? I have a legendary bolter. 400th century Marines would be proud of... Wow. That is some good hull and overheating, if only it wasn't made of trinium. Well, rather, if only it wasn't Tech 28. Right. In that case, let's claim these other asteroids. And let's try not to cheese off other factions. I will pay tribute if I have to. So where am I dropping them off at? Copper and gold plat there. Zinc, silicon and copper there. So that's 5. Where else did I want them? Gonna refer to my map. So 1, there, there, there. That's 3 locations. Only 3? This one's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. That one's 5, 6, 7 of them. And that one's 8, 9 of them. Which makes sense because I threw 12 of them up here. 12 and 9 is 11. And 11 and the other 9 is where we're at. So I've already done 21 of them. Wow. Okay, but the point is I need to grab these 2, copper and gold plat. And hey, there are 2 right here, so let's get on that. Hopefully these are different factions. The Kupte army and Kupte army. Oh god, what's the Kupte's army relationship with my alliance? The army of Kupte? Do I even have a relationship with them here? I got plenty of relationships here, but I guess the alliance doesn't have them. Well, they'll get one when I jump my stations over there, my mines. So yes, we're going to see the Glithri and the Lijuwatsits and the other guys I drop mines on. Their relations will keep going up as I sell them the goods that they desire until it reaches about 65,000. Then it's going to stop going up. So what do we want over here? We want copper and gold plat. And strike through all these other ones. That will be copper 06 and gold plat. I think that's my 3rd gold plat. I'll have to check. If we look at the alliance fleet, mine gold plat 1, 2, and yeah, it'll be 3. All right, I can do that. Found mine. Copper mine, yes. Mine, copper, 06. Meaning copper's the one I got the most of. It better actually make me decent dosh. Take it over, order its people to work properly, engage transport mode, and bundle the thing up. Alliance, I want my Orgonite back if you don't mind. Bundle it down. Disgusting to think that I'm so short on an item here, but we have failed to really produce Xanian, Augenite, or Avorion in any respectable quantity, because I'm not mining, but mining is what we're going to do after we set up our mines. It does make sense, trust me. Copper mine 6, come with me, whilst I grab this. I'll remove both of these. Yeah, let's not talk about delicious bell peppers though. Like I said, it's, breakfast was maybe 10.5 hours ago now. And whilst Avorion satiates many of my needs, once I stop playing, the hunger is going to hit me like a truck, so I need to figure out what I'm going to have for dinner. Not sure I have anything prepared. The whole point of today was I was meant to cook up some delicious food to be ready for quite some time, but I chose to sleep in the morning instead. Still the right choice. Avorion has robbed me of a lot of sleep. It's robbed me of a lot of things. Probably viewers as well. Good times. Alright, gold platinum mine. My favourite mine. You are mine gold plat 03. The names don't have to be perfect. I can edit them, but the problem is you have to be in the sector to edit them, and sometimes that's a bit of a pain in the bum. Move those crew over and package you up. Back into the Dokkair. If Dokkair ever comes back around, I would like to understand the etymology of their name, so I can understand better what my ship is meant to represent. Is it meant to be a take on Don't Care? Okay, where was I taking this thing? Well, not over there, that's for sure. Fortunately, since I have been doing all of this exploring, I can be relatively certain that wherever I jump, if there's not something there, I know it's empty. And that's a good feeling. Really nice to have things charted. I have heard that in certain updates, or sometimes something changes in the base game, your galaxy changes something, and then suddenly it is not the way you thought it was. But I'm just going to have to accept that risk. I can't exactly rechart the entire galaxy every time I think there might have been an update, or it spawns something for a mission or similar. No, if I see my squares like this, I'm confident that the square is perfectly searched. I wonder if they're working on any expansions for this game, or any more expansions. The Into the Rift thing I don't think was particularly well received, although I might be projecting because I didn't like it. The modules are good, the way to get the modules, less good. Right, so before I start detaching the modules and taking this place over, let's check our relations with the... Are they even going to show up here? And the Buccaneers hate my alliance as well, which is rather funny. Alright, let's detach you then. And then let's detach you. And then I'm in a position to defend these guys if they really need it, although I don't want to. Let's engage station mode and take it over and unpack it into our typical mine. Donk. And then the other one, take it over, engage station mode, yes, and unfold into big titanium mine. Can you make rocks out of titanium? I don't know much about anything in this world, I guess. Feels like every time I open my mouth I just reveal my ignorances. And I'm okay with that. Oh, the problem is they aren't part of the Alliance yet. Right, well, let's see how they end up feeling about this then. So I go to my own fleet, I select Mine Copper, transfer to the Alliance, and now we're going to have an Alliance relationship with the Galactic Army of Kupte, and they're chill enough. Shouldn't be a problem. So I can go and transfer over gold plat as well, and then that's probably going to make them a lot less chill. No? Maybe I didn't take over the... No? Okay, 2 mines... I think you need to be 50% or more of the of the stations. Gold plat, good. In that case I can remove all my notes about mines. And be happy enough with that. And then Ducaire needs to go and pick up zinc, silicon, copper. And that's going to be zinc 04, silicon 03, and really another copper mine. This galaxy needs unbelievable amounts of copper. This will be the 7th copper mine. I got 3 to pick up. Well, there's 1, there's 2. There's 3 all the way down there. Okay, sure. Go get them. Looking serene. Perhaps too serene. It's good that I have the explorers. It gives me something to plug away in the relative downtime. So one of them's heading over there. You'll be able to do those 2. You're coming up there to do those 2. I guess I could move you over here to get a head start, but Avorionville is going to be too dangerous. You're going to need to work in pairs. So there are pirates hiding here. That's probably not a great place to go, huh? I'll have you join in over here. Ah, Naffle sure likes Into the Rift, or so it seems. Into the Rift. Oh, is that the other FTL developer game? I should really check that out someday. I bought that game purely because I loved FTL so much, and I did not once play it. Alright, done, and then I'm going to need more eyes on the prize over here, so why don't you go and join them over here, long though it may take. And then we fill out the rest of Ogonite Avorion, and then I decide whether or not I want to do this. I probably will, and then we are done exploring unless this area cheeses me off so much that I want to finish it off. Maybe so, maybe no. Like I said, it gives my explorers something to do during the relative other downtime that we have. Simply joking about his proclivity for entering rifts. Oh, yes, of course. I feel bad because we were blaming that for some of the performance issues, and that clearly wasn't the case. In single player, though, the rifts have dreadfully bad performance. Probably because it's loading a very large area. And not just a large area, but a large area full of many things. And it spawns an absurd amount of Zotan as well. But we'll have to do the rifts eventually. It is part of the mission tree. Or I suppose milestones it's called, right? Player profile milestones. Which we're really chewing through. Fidget's now dead. He's one of the 6 optional bosses. I don't know if the stick is a boss. I need to figure that one out. None of the rift stuff done. Practically none of the DLC Black Market stuff done. Open a container as Smuggler's Outpost. I guess I'll get into that. Haven't reached the center yet. It would be easy to do so, but we haven't done it yet. And Ducaire is now ready. Good. Go and pick up those asteroids then. Where am I taking these? Up to there. Did I grab this asteroid? But there's an asteroid here. How many do you need? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 there. Alright, that's no big deal. Because that was 2 more done, meaning we're at 23 out of 30. So I guess it's those 3 and then these 4, right? Where's the other place I have set up for it? Yeah, you there are meant to have 4. Kind of a shame I went all the way over here for them, but what you gonna do? Actually, wouldn't it make sense to go and get 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, not really. How many do you want again? 3. Then I'll take these 3 up there and then 1, 2, and 2, 4. Okay, okay, I understand what I'm doing now. Which is important. Where's my asteroid? Boy, Boys, oh boys, we've been at the mine setup for I think about 3 hours now, which is making this feel very patrician-esque. So what kind of mine are we looking for here? Zinc. Welcome to the world of being mine zinc with a C. 04. I'm gonna parse for spelling errors once I'm done. I need you to enter transport mode and of course buckle yourself up. And also of course have your people working in the right place. I swear I've missed that at least on one of them. So I will eventually get an alert that one of your ships is about to blow up, and that will mean that that's the ship that I forgot to assign the crew properly to. Alright. Grab these 2 as well. Remove this note. Remove this note. Do you spell zinc with a K in German? Probably, because otherwise what would it be? Zins? A mine without crew would blow up like that. It wouldn't be destroyed, but... Uh-oh, we don't like the look of this. Really don't like the look of this. Tell you what, I'm going to shield my my mine. I'm going to try to shield my mine so they don't blow it up. Because the zinc mine's the expensive one too. Fortunately, I'm in a relatively easy area, so I might just be able to pick them off with my shoulder turrets. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, good. Oh, it's so empowering using these. I feel like a god. Weren't there 2 claimed asteroids here? Yeah, there's the other one. Okay. So, silicon right here. Let's not crash the ship and not crash the packaged asteroid. Do you build your own ships? No. I go to the workshop for my ships. I don't have the wherewithal to be a ship builder. I'll be taking some of the community ships though. I can't wait to grab Suns. Silicon mine. Silicon mine. Mine silicon 03, I believe. I hope the silicon mines make money. I don't think I've tried making money with them before. Engage transport mode. Take it over. Order the crew to actually work. Package you up into a box made of organite. Starting to think I should have made these organite boxes bigger so that they're less likely to get ravaged, but so far we've done all of these mines without blowing up any of them, although one of them took 50% damage. That was scary. Get over here. Radio test, can you hear me? I hear you loud and... Oi, get back here! I know you don't want to work, but I'm paying you to work. Paying you the galactic standard of 150 credits every 3 hours to be my crewman. Now, this is a bit more of a risky one. Let's get over here without smashing the ship. And if we can grab that exotic drop over there, I hope it's a subsystem and not a crappy turret, because I think I'm in Trinium Valley now. Titanium Valley, but yes. And it was actually a turret, what a shame. Yes, it is zinc. Okay. I gotta say, if there's one advantage I'd have living in Germany or Austria, Austria is the real front runner, over my pick of Hungary, it would be the language. I think I'd be pretty good with my German by now. As it stands, I'm not even trying with Hungarian. It's just too indecipherable. Mine Copper 07. I was at the Budapest Museum of Hungarian History, no less. And they did have a bit about establishing national identity, and part of it was the creation of their language. And it's like, you can make your language whatever you wanted, and you made it this? Please. Some of us want to talk to you. Alright, let's pick up this third one, and this is the second last mine run that we're doing. There is one more mine run to do. And then all the mines will be set up, generating profit, and then we can move on to our next profitable venture, which is, of course, You gonna get over here? It's of course to strip mine Avorion. I like the sound of all those words. Right, where are we heading with you? That's a fair distance, but fortunately I pumped my ship full of jump boosters. So I can go blip, blip. Uh-oh, that's actually a little risky. Let's not do that. Let's... Pirates hiding here? Look at that. Let's go to inhabited sectors, because I don't want to get jumped by someone like Boss Swox or the AI on the way back. Obviously, they're all laughable enemies to fight. But I don't want to risk any spare missile or something similar hitting one of my very expensive and rather difficult to find mines. Up here, and then, oh, right on spot. Speaking and listening Japanese is easy. The grammar and stuff makes so much sense. It's just the writing that's hard, and it's mostly thanks to Chinese. Kana is easy. That's why I don't write it, just type it. You just type in the kana, hit tab, and then get the kanji you want. Easy money. I have slacked hardcore on my Japanese since moving here. But the motivation largely dried up because if I'm ever going to move to Japan, it's not going to be anytime soon. I've just settled here in Hungary. Hungary beat Japan as a tempting place to go. And it wasn't that far. My problem with Japan is it's just too damn far away. I do actually like Europe quite a lot. So going extremely far away. Oh god, that's risky biscuits. That's even riskier biscuits. That's even worse. Okay, right. Don't like you being here then. 10,000 channel points in less than a month. Avorion's getting that dictator nearer. Yeah, we're gonna have Age of Empires 2 for the PlayStation 2, courtesy of TVW, any moment now. Yeah, but Japanese is easy, very logical language. I mean, sure, it's got a lot of things that aren't very logical. And I'm not going to claim that my Japanese is any good, but I only know enough Japanese to be able to read some manga and play some games. Is this where I want to be? I've made this mistake before. Right, zinc. Yeah, all of it, all of it. Get you out of here. How far into the run are... I'm missing one. I am missing one of my one of my drops. Oh cripes, where is it? I'm gonna have to go and pick it up. But I'm also gonna have to go and find it. Well, these are the goals that we have for perfection. So you try and figure out how close to complete any of these look. Alright, anyway, it's time for you to engage station mode and engage big chunky mine mode. And then the silicon mine does much the same. Big chunky mine, dunk. And then just to test the waters, let's sign them both over to the Alliance. Silicon mine, over you go. Zinc mine, over you go. Do they hate you? Who are these people anyway? The army of Kupte are now not very happy with me because I went and took over this sector. Maybe. Actually, no, I think they're just neutral, right? Yeah. I'll drive someone to neutrality. Now, where exactly is that other mine? The Copper 7 mine is just sitting over there. Okay, Ducaire, could you please go and pick that thing up? I don't know how I missed it, but I did. And the Explorer 4 is waiting for... Explorer 5 and 6 getting over there. Because there's a lot more exploring to be done around here, and it's getting into the danger zone, so they need to muscle up. We're going to get back into exploring in pairs. Grab your safety, buddy. So it's going to take a bit for it to be in station mode, but it doesn't matter. I'm still waiting on the other one. Can't believe I missed it. I'm going to have to make the jump back with you again. How did I not grab it? I must have undocked. Did I do that sometimes? I think I double tap my C, or it doesn't like me holding it down, and then it takes the C input as time to undock. Even though I just drained the vault, the Alliance vault just keeps growing. Love to see it. Some of these new mines immediately being profitable. Some of the new mines, I think, are going to take over my ice mine in no time. They're certainly making more money than it. Alright, Decare has gotten there. Explorer 2 is still able to explore, that's good. Decare, could you kindly pick up that package facility and bring it back? Very far into the run and nowhere near the end, that's a way to put it. Some of the endgame stuff is just going to be like long, monotonous streams, much like we had of Patrician. And surely that's what everyone really wants. A reason not to come back to this channel. Must be some people looking at those Prime subs thinking, why don't I give this to, you know, someone whose streams I like? Hell, you could give it to ESA right now. They're doing their charity marathon. I think it's the Make-A-Wish Foundation that they're partnering with this time. Because normally they go for Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. But I don't know, if I were to partner up with a charity, I'd need to be really stringent on what they do with that money. And I have a feeling if I started looking to what charities do with their money, I'd end up a very jaded individual. Alright, now could you please dock with me and not run away this time? I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to make you a very profitable copper mine. Let's move a bit to make sure it is stuck there. And now jump our way back. And again, sticking to populated sectors so I don't get jumped. Nice tube factory. Gotcha. Viewer reduction strats are a proud tradition anyway. Yeah, if I had DDR today though, it would have been 3 times as good. Make-A-Wish Foundation sounds anti-ethical to Jake. Yell at the stick. Yell at the stick kids to get back to work in the mine. Yell at the sick kids. Get back to work in the mines. I don't make the sick kids work. The sick kids go to hospital so they can get better, so they can work even harder. That, or actually want the kids getting amputated if I'm going for a utopian run, because amputated people eat less. But then you get, then you question who gets the prosthetics. Come on, Senor Papa, look around you. How many other people are posting emotes? You think you want to be the special one with it? We try to keep this place relatively free of emote spam. Alright, 3 is up there, but not with 4. And just that's what it took to get a sign of life out of Baron. What are you up to, Baron? I'm certain this isn't taking up 100% of your brain. Get over there. Or maybe even 2%. Minecraft is proof that the children yearn for the mines. Ooh, I like the way you see that. I'm sure I've heard that before, but still good to drive the message home. These hazard zones are not good for my businesses, but eventually, in about, what is it, 2 or 3 hours, the hazard zone passes and then they can get back to having traders and such. Trade your goods at the factory. We offer way better prices than any trading posts. Not strictly true, but almost always true. Alright, now I can undock you and do the usual. Engage station mode, s'il vous plaît. Take it over. Become the big mine you were born to be. Make sure the workers are working. It's okay, they will be. And then we sign you over to the Alliance, so I don't have to get spammed with you. Alright, did I take over this? Yeah, I did take over this place. Now, how did they feel about that? I'm guessing not great. Surprisingly chill about it. I guess I should be thankful. Alright, once these guys' station warm-up time is done, I can give them their better orders. I can also remove my note here, because the mines are now here. And now I want Docker to go and grab the final mines for the final area, which is over there. That says, oh, that's claimable, not claimed asteroid. So where's the last place I'm taking these? Over here. So you want 4 mines. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm fine with that. Let's get the southern ones first, get the long leg of the journey done, get it out of the way. Also gives me time to organize my explorers. Need a few minutes for that. Take it, take it, take it, take it. Hold on. Whoa! An explorer found a legendary subsystem. I've never seen that from a lucky guy. I guess he was really lucky. Alright, well let's mark all this trash as trash. And then unmark it as trash. And then look for the subsystems. That was actually something of note. Look at that. The 7-headed Hydra. 5-minute production speed up. And 4 fighter squadrons. I'll never use it, but you know what it means? It means we now have probably about 14 out of 54 legendary subsystems. These 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 for the legendary module I put on the ship, and what's the other one? Maybe I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sure there's another one. I can do a more involved count later on. Just hand wave it away. Right, that looks good. This could look good. Yeah, it looks good to me. And then 4 and 5 need to work together here, because this is Risky Biscuitville. Okay. Tortuga, that is kind of ancient, but it's still good to keep around when it's relevant. So back in the day, and I'm not sure it's still the case or not, back in the day, if the stream went down, it was a very Twitch-like thing for people to yell panic. They just screamed the word panic. And especially when I was way back in Scotland, the internet wasn't that great, so if I cut out, the chat would just fill with panic. And that was just not the kind of behaviour that I was wanting around here. I always like to keep the chat a very civil and readable place. I adhere to a lot of old school netiquette. So that was specifically put in. So if somebody panics, they get hammered down for it. It's not a case of panicking because the situation is bad in the game. It's specifically just yelling panic like a drooling fool. Right. Apparently Explorer 5 can handle this alone, and I'm fine with that. But then we're going into the danger zone. More or less spamming, filling the chat with nonsense for any reason is prohibited precisely. But that one felt like it needed specifics. Right, are you guys ready to go? Looks like it. Alright. No one to sell to, but we undercut the competition. We explicitly sell. We max out. Alright, those don't actually need maxing out because they don't do anything. And Silicon Valley down to -5. No one to sell to, so we just max production. And then Copper Mine is still waiting 6 minutes for station mode. Okay. Cue me forgetting about it. With all the battle on hunger, I'd hoped we'd get some of that. People wanting to swing their swords. Well, what's the point in having it if you don't use it, right? Captains are reaching higher. Wait, does that say level 6? Captain Tiri. How? I didn't know it went up to level 6. That must be my titanium miners. How are they doing? Nice. Notice that even though they were working for about 8 or so hours, they still only gave me 3 items. It's much better to have lucky explorers, because they're going to give you the items much more often. I would quite like to equip these guys out with proper mining, proper things. Yes, those things. I think I'm going to leave them there, and I will properly give them carriers. Actually, I can do that now, can't I? I already have the setup for it. It's not much of an overhead, and I can spend some time ordering them to grab the fighters that they need. So you there, I want you to become the... not the malcontent, not the explorer, not you either. Do I even have it here? Here we go, the budget endgame miner. Made of trinium. And I think I have enough trinium to spare to make these and still have leftover for Avorion strip mining, so I don't feel bad about applying this design. All very good. And then, let's see, you are going to need a Hydra system. That's actually pretty good. That should bring you up to 4. And is there anything else you need on this? Seems like you've got plenty of other stuff to keep you good. It would be nice if I could avoid safe zone, but I don't think that's reasonably possible to avoid here. I'm just trying to think what other subsystem I could give you. Nothing's coming to mind, and you already have the mining subsystem, so that's okay. Then it's just a case of giving you some DPS per slot guns. Not giving you my precious bolters, but gunner chain guns. Especially good for this area, because it's relatively light and easy, so I can just hand out my relatively not so good chain guns. And your combined DPS should take care of everything. And you got space for 1 more. These legendary guns, you know, they don't mean anything to me, so just take them. On top of that, I want you to have the Breaks Stone. Material sorting. Wow, God, look at all of our miners I've picked up. Tons of them. Okay, well, I tell you what, if it's titanium or less, you get it. Titanium, 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 titanium. It doesn't matter where I put them on the ship. All the game cares about when it does these extra operations is just the raw values of the combined stuff. Yeah, I know that was a great explanation. Anything ending in stuff like that. Right, there we go. That'll keep you good. Of course, you are not on auto-assign. Why would you ever be on auto-assign? Grab the other ship and give it the same treatment. Turn it into budget end game thingamajigger. Similarly, give it a Hydra. I forgot to give it squads. 1, 2, 3, 4 squads, I think. Yeah, that's perfect. And then, what are you good for? Loads of unarmed turret slots. Working from titanium and work our way down. In fact, can I just go titanium? There's no point in giving them now night. In fact, there's probably no real reason to give them titanium when I can give them iron. But it's all okay. Right, just shove that over there. And then again, I want some gunner guns with best DPS. And since I don't like using them elsewhere, just give them the chain guns. Give them this awesome legendary nanobot dispensing guided missile chain gun. But it's only got 6 kilometer range, so I don't particularly care about it. Shove on the DPS. Huh, out of slots already. Sometimes I wonder if that firepower isn't enough, but what I need you to do, of course, is to have auto-assigned crew. But I want you... Oh, before we forget. You need to have 1, 2, 3, 4 squads. And I want you to maintain yourself. I can't work like this, there's no maintenance to do. Well, I'll change that for you. Get yourself raw mining lasers. And I think we found that common is just as good as exceptional, but you know what, let's treat our guys. I want you to get exceptional goods and maximum crew. That seems fine to me. Okay, and then the other guy also does maintenance, also gets raw mining lasers. If I'm making a mistake with any of these, please yell at me. For some reason the price changes, I've got no idea, the price and the time. Get the maximum crew. There we go. Look at that, so much more expensive and faster. Why? Always buys at lowest price, he says. Finds up to 6 items when executing the command. Do not understand it. But anyway, get out there. A few million here and there is nothing to me at this point. Now to care, go and grab these asteroids and bring them back. I checked by 10 hours after the start of the stream. We need to stage an intervention. So okay, I'm taking 2 days off. I will not be streaming Avorion on Monday or Tuesday. Well, unless this spills into Monday, but you know, after the sleep, it won't be streamed. You have my ironclad guarantee on that. But I might have to have it going on Wednesday, or else I might go insane. Remember Factorio? Oh, Factorio is an obsession that came and went. Right, I didn't write down the mines that I wanted here, which would have been a clever thing to do. So let's go to the map and check. Over here in Trinium Valley, in the neutral zone, I want copper 08, it's almost unbelievable. Gold plat 04, I believe it's going to be. It's funny, I would have thought I'd have more gold plats by now. Aluminium, looks like it's aluminium 04, I'll double check that. And silicon number 4, again I'll double check that. By going into my alliance fleet and saying that yeah, it's the 4th silicon, it's the 4th aluminium, it's the 4th gold plat, and the 8th copper. Crazy. 2 S coppers. I need to go and bulk both of them up. Weird that I would have missed one. Anyway, point is, you are about to become a copper mine. Tonk. Mine copper 08. Done. Take it over. Engage transport mode. And this is the last batch of mines that we're doing for a very long time-ish. Auto-assign those, strap you down into a little packaged facility, and to care, pick it up, 4 of these and we're done. If I end up breaking one, I don't know what I'll do. I suppose I have 1 backup mine that I could claim. Might as well make it an... Oh, did you detach? Oh, a small group of alien ships. Well, they won't be aggressive on me. It's okay either way. I'll get rid of that, as well as the claimed asteroid note. Claimed asteroid no note. There we go. I can't keep my Factorio runs going too long. I build a full chain of production to rockets, and then it becomes kind of meaningless to just expand and refine. I get that, which is why it was all the more fun to do the 100% run to get to rocket, and then have some very, well, Death World of course, and then has some very ironclad things to work towards. And granted, the green chip production one was ridiculous. I would have rather not had to do that. Okay, the next one is gold platinum. Transform, mine gold plat 04, tunk, and again, engage in transport mode, take it over, tell its workers to get to work, and package it down into packagefacility.xml. And then to care, it goes and picks you right up. I would love a game like this that was made by Factorio devs. Or at least made in the Factorio dev way, like huge focus on polish, quality of life, just making the best space sim they can. Not just making Skyrim in space or whatever else people make these days. Right. Again, I'm taking the safe route home. Where is home anyway? Oh, it's all the way up there, past these guys that hate my guts. Okay. A little bit of a jump over, but the next batch of asteroids are really close, so that's okay. Yeah, I suppose it is a .zip rather than a .xml. Alright, you know what? I'm interested to see if you can get that done without me holding your hand. I'm also interested where that... where's that portal go? That's too far away for me to get there in time. Only at 300 meters per second, that thing's, what, 40 kilometers away? Who's got 100 seconds to spare? That'll take 2 minutes to get there. Not when I could be checking on my fleet and stuff. For example, this S mine. That ain't right. Neither of these have been checked, so let's switch to them and expand them up. 5%, actively sell, boost you up, and there's no one to sell to. And noble metal mine, undercut the competition, actively sell. The station will request traders that come and buy its goods when it's full. If unchecked, blah 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 blah. Yeah, fine by me. There is a trading post to sell to, so I'll also max out your ability to move those goods over. Although it didn't need that, it doesn't produce that many goods. It produces, well, nowhere near that many goods, but it feels good to max it out if it's needed. There's a perfect run after all, right? And Decair's already made it over here. And you do have my mines, cool. I should do this hands-free more often. Alright, so again, let's just nudge these two off of me. Am I even moving? Apparently. Right, you get off of me in that direction. You get off of me in that direction. Oi. So get off of me. I'm not sure these are sufficiently far apart from each other, but I'll just get myself a bit away from them regardless. Now please engage station mode. Engage station mode. I should probably make them the alliance before engage station mode, just in case it... Ooh, no, I had a thought. I'm thinking about the way it takes the relations off. And it could be that if I take the relation hit, that might be better than my alliance taking it. But I don't know. Who really knows? Right. Station mode. Other one. Station mode. Enter. Unpack. Out of credits? I beg your pardon? How could I have spent all this money? Alliance Vault. I require all of your money, please. Now become the typical mine. Okay, switch back to Decair. Well, that's a problem. That is a bit of a problem. That's enough to make the two other mines and bring them over, but it's not enough to max them out. But that's okay, that's enough. The problem is, what about making my Avorion strip miners? How are they ever going to make ends meet? Something stinks, I'm telling you. Right. There's you, there's you, there's you. I'm going to move you over here. and hopefully not regret it. As for you to care, I got a claimed asteroid there and a claimed asteroid here, right? Good. Grab the top one first. What's the general pro con for this over the X series, X4? Build your own ship, less roleplay, probably for the better, less intrusive, multiplayer. I like the larger and randomly generated galaxy. I always felt that the galaxy in X4 felt kind of small and crummy, and I didn't really care for what they'd crafted there. I played X4 for what, 12 or 20 hours? I tried to love the game. I couldn't though. I also really like how they just let you off the leash from the get-go here. You just do what you want to do in this game. X4 kind of felt like it was holding me back in a lot of places. Although again, I didn't know the game well enough. And another thing is it's easier to get into this game. X4 was not a pleasant game to try and learn. Far from it. Easy now, easy now. I may not have my giant pregnant cargo bay, but I still don't handle like a dream. What were the other two I needed to get for you? Apparently I've got the copper and the gold plat. Yes, yes. And now I need the aluminium and the silicon. So you are going to be founded as an aluminium mine. Donk. Yes. Mine aluminium 04. And again, engage station mode. Yes. Take it over. Bundle her up into a little box and tell the workers to work. One more to go. Oh, I'm looking forward to this being over. All the money just flowing in endlessly. But, you know, it's good money that's going to come in endlessly, provided there are no unforeseen issues with my mines, and there shouldn't be. Not in neutral zones, not in allied zones. But, things could go wrong. Get yourself over there, and you know what, I'm just going to pop out so I don't need to deal with the loading zone. Explorer 02, again, needs a helping hand to scout this. Does this game have any hand-holding or direction, or is it a total sandbox? There's this adventure NPC that nudges you in the direction of going to the center of the galaxy, but you're free to ignore that and just spend all your time wherever you want, doing whatever you want. It's just generally, the closer to the center you go, the stronger the everything. The enemies are stronger, but the loot is better. And once you get a taste for any kind of loot in this game, you start going, I wish my ship were made of better materials. I wish my gun fired faster, stronger, longer. I wish I could make a larger fleet, but I'd need the stuff here. I wish I had shields, so I want to go to Nowonite. The game has a lot of things that definitely push you towards the center, but it doesn't feel like you're being dragged towards the center, and that is very important to my enjoyment of this. Yeah, I got a lot of love for Avorion. Not even gonna claim there's no bias here. Alright, you need to come in and join the fun, because this needs a lot of extra gunpowder to explore. I keep feeling like the feed me your sector is actually some kind of horrific thing or a slur. But it's not, it's just meant to be intimidating. Exactly, it's very well made. Even the lack of a robot voice is nice. Oh yeah, for sure. And this is a personal preference, but I really am sick of games talking to me all the time. I'm fine with voice acting, but a game just talking to me constantly, especially if it's quipping, I got no time for it. Right, Silicon Mine. Last one. And you are Mine Silicon 04. Boom. Engage transport mode. Take it over. Package it down. Can't believe we've done this 21 times today, but this is the 21st and final time we are doing it. At least until we need to set up our Well, the moment I say that, some pirates have arrived, huh? How much do we want to stand by this piracy? Well, I don't at all. Would you kindly dock to me so I can deal with these pirates before they eliminate our potential friend over there? I'll just do a quick spin around so the guns are able to... What do you mean immune? There we go. Thank you for defending us. Here's a 250,000 credits. Well, while we're at it, they wouldn't have happened to drop any cool things, would they? Well, if they did, they're flying over to me. And now I just need to jump once over here, and it's perfectly within range. 1 and 2, go and check that out. 4, I want you to join up with 3, but I can wait a little bit for that. Oh, but 4 is together with 6. Slightly awkward. It's okay, the numbers are largely meaningless. Please do show me the resource overlay. Get me over here. This is a place that needs a lot of attention. 4 and 6. Get up and explore this entire corner wedge, please. And I'll locate my... Where'd they go? Over they are. I guess I haven't handed them over to the Alliance yet, is that right? They'd be purple, pinkish if they were. Alright, you, off you go. Kapah. And then you get out of here as well. And then again, enter you. Engage station mode. And unfurl yourself into a big boy. And then you also engage station mode. Take it over. Just like I probably took over the sector. Unfurl yourself. Alright, all looking good. And now I turn them all over to the Alliance so I don't get spammed with their notifications. Transfer, yeah, I'm well aware. I'm well aware. I'm well aware. And I'm Delaware. Okay. Curiously, how does this faction feel about you? They're alright. I did steal this sector off of them, but they're alright. Oh yeah, look at that, worsened by many thousands. But there we go. These guys are all set up to make me tons of dosh. I don't have the money to fully upgrade them, but the nice thing is that I now have the automated money to fully upgrade them. The Alliance Vault, which I emptied not very long ago, now grows and grows and grows. There's another 8,000, another 1,000. You know what, we have a log for this, don't we? Can we get down to the bottom? Are the factions generated each galaxy as well? Yes, you put in a seed and that seed generates everything. So you can see the regularity of the money. There's 71,000, there's 700, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 500. And down at the bottom, 1,000, 5,000, 700, 700, 5,600. They're just going to keep giving me money infinitely. The mines are inexhaustible. They can be destroyed, but mines are difficult to destroy. They're big, heavy, made of stone, and have millions of hull. Unfortunately, in insane mode, the enemies have a lot of hull blasting material, but they shouldn't get through that with any ease. So satisfied with this. Maintenance will be done for you in a minute. Maintenance will be done for you in 20 minutes. Big floating question mark over my head, why it's any different, but it is. Now the only reasonable thing left to do is to create my mining fleet for Avorion. Now, I do want Ogonite, but I don't have enough money for Ogonite, evidently. So Trinium is still going to have to do, even in Avorionville. That's not necessarily true, is it? Well, maybe it is. I think I'll stick to these being made out of Trinium for now, much as I'd like them made out of Ogonite. If I material change to Ogonite, yeah, I'd need hundreds of thousands. And that would cost me about 18 million in organite. Yeah, I don't have that, but I do have the trinium. So we're going to work on that. What I need is a safe space over in Avorionville, and I also need to get rid of this accursed subsystem that I have. Keeps getting in the way. Right, 4 and 6, please get exploring up here. Okay, they are enough together, but they might have to travel in a group of 3 soon. Might. Get you over here. The miner can just hang around, but it's a good idea to see how well you can mine for now. If I give you 8 hours on safe mode, you're perfectly safe. I'm curious how I do you for 8 hours of not safe mode, because look at that, you alone can mine out $4 million dues. 4 million titanium constantly. I do like it. I'm going to need a lot of titanium to fill up my budget, but once I have plenty of goods incoming, I can always invest it into even more miners. As you saw, it's not difficult to set up. It just needs money, materials, and a few subsystems. And I already have the subsystems. The materials are now automated. And the money is now automated. I feel lost in ED. I'm sure many people your age do. It's like I was missing where I was and what I was doing. ED. ED. Oh, Elite Dangerous. Yeah, I saw some of that. I don't know, I didn't quite like the whole landing planets and the first-person-y stuff. I like the lack of that in this game. Lost in ED. Right, oops, no, do not do that. Took care. What I wanted to do was remove the asteroid thing here, because I've claimed the asteroid. And same with you. There we go. If I want to find more asteroids, I'll have to find somewhere unpilfered. So with that done, that's another square completed. So the universe is now 10% charted. All these long sessions, we've charted a staggering 10%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And I'm not far off having 11 and 12% right here as well. But that'll be a bit slower because my... well, my guys are just slower for it. I'm 33, Jake. What do you mean? Shh, no one needs to know. Okay. I do want to set up my ships, but okay, one step at a time. I need to find an equipment dock. And let's quickly type in EQ so it doesn't scan the whole place for everything with an E in it. And move Docare over to here. Actually, maybe there's an equipment dock that I can use all the way over here. There is that, but I don't want to risk the attack of the killer Zotan. But I do need a shipyard. I don't need the equipment dock, but I do need a shipyard. So I can set up the shipyard, set up the miners, and then send them in. I'm quite certain I'll have enough gun for them to keep them safe, because they all combine their gun, their Omicron. Alright, number 5, can you keep going? You can keep going, excellent. We'll chunk our way through this section as well then. For me, the real problem was their games as a service model. They add stuff and events all the time, and I can't keep up with that. Elite Dangerous does that? People talk about FOMO a lot. I seldom feel that with games. I have no problem waiting until early access is over and no one's really talking about a game anymore. The only time I've really felt regret with waiting on a game is Slay the Spire. I want to see more people play Slay the Spire, but apparently I'm years late to that party. Right. Legendary... Ah, that's the other legendary subsystem, my trading module. Out you come. You are no longer necessary. And since I'm going into the danger zone, I absolutely want some shield durability boosters. Still haven't found more of the red ones that give proportional percentage based, but I've got quite a few of the yellow ones, and 31 mil is enough to survive a bad situation. Yeah, I can roll with that. I'd rather not, but I can roll with that. You got anything good for me? Yes, an energy shield converter. I'm always interested in those. I'm not so interested in combat turret subsystems anymore. I guess I'll still pick them up though. Because I want to melt them down into better ones, I suppose. Haven't done a good bit of melting of things together in quite some time. I'm a little tempted to buy you, but I don't really have the money to spare right now. He says, spending all of his money. What I need is a shipyard. Okay, there are a ton of shipyards here. That's good-ish. Tell you what, if I'm going up there, I actually want another dosage of shields. So I'm going to drop my my jump thing out and get a bit more shield durability. What's your story? You're just recharge rate. I don't like you. I'd rather melt you down and hope that I get a different version. It's a reviving protector. Yeah, I want one that actually gives flat shields, not just shield recharge rate. Those are stinky. There we go. 79 million shield is enough to feel a little bit okay about going up north. So to care, I need to get you over to a shipyard. I believe I said... Oh, I was quite curious if this survived at all, but I believe I said I was going to use this shipyard. Seems to be enough wrecks and asteroids around here to get the goodies. There's also a syndicate over here. Might be even better. Yeah, I'll go there then. No, it's still there in 3 minutes. Cool, I didn't need the extra booster. Well, I needed it for moving the asteroids around. I don't regret my choice. We didn't spend all the money you gave us. Here's 56,000 credits back. Okay, the other one will be done in 12 minutes. And this shipyard thing is really lagging the screen. This screen lags horribly for UX. Of course, that's where most of this game's problems are, UX. Stands for user experience. Some people say UI, but UI is the screen for it. The UX is the overall experience that the end user gets out of it. That's why you might get UI artists, but you get UX designers. Not to say that one is more important than the other, heavens no. I wish I was more artistically inclined. Would have made expressing stuff in game development a whole lot easier rather than my 1,000 hours in MS Paint pictures. I saw someone say UX was a mistake. What? That's like saying the color red is a mistake. So, okay, you want me to redefine the splitting of light? I don't have those powers. Feed Me Your Sector could actually be told to go on general trade missions, and they would make some money, but I always feel like it's very hard to dodge the ambush probability. Also, the money is pathetic. Look, I invest 4.5 million to make, well, admittedly about 10% of my money back in 20 minutes, but not how I like to operate. No, thank you. Distress signal, I don't care. I'm going to... Oh, Decare has made it. Excellent. Computers are a mistake. Putting magic smoke into rocks. Mistake. Primordial soup. Terrible mistake. Never look back. Oh, hello. If there's one place that I do like getting secret stashes, it's over here. Hang on, there haven't been indications of attack, are there? Good. I do not want these Zotan attacking here. Pirates, fine. Pirates usually come in as a group of 3 or 4 and are, even at this stage in the galaxy, quite laughable. But the Zotan are not laughable at this part. The Zotan can and will destroy entire sectors. In fact, they did destroy a sector. 2 sectors, in fact. A resistance outpost and a smuggler yard, both of which I wanted to use. There we go. How much needed? I'm not sure which... Not sure how much money that was, because it's hard to tell what's my credits and what's Alliance. I think it was 500,000 there. And another chain gun that's just going to be thrown over to my DPS counters for the other guys. Now, you. You. looks like the comm is on. It is on. I want to get up close and personal with you, because I'm going to make my... Well, actually, I don't need to be close to them, because I'm going to send my guys out on maintenance anyway. So what I do is I pop out into the drone, boop, 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 and then I make... well, actually, I forget what my mining naming convention is. It's Miner, Avorion, 01, and 02. I'm going to start with 2, and if I can make a third, then I'll be all the happier. The idea is to have a lot more, but for now we'll just set up the basics. So, Miner, Avorion, 01, Blonk, and then we make them into budget endgame miner. You say budget, still costs over 3 million smackaroos. And then what do I give you? Definitely need good shields over here. I'm not made of good shields, but... Maybe 2 flat shields. I'd like to give you 3 flat shields if I could. Yeah, maybe 3 blue flat shields. I also want to multiply them, that's the problem. And I'm not made of slots here. Could up the slots, but I don't want to, if I can avoid it. Maybe they'll be fine as they are, but that doesn't seem like a lot of hull or shield combined. Well, we'll see what we have. That'll do for shield 4 now. I need turret slots. What'll I give them? 2 armed, 1 unarmed. 2 armed, 2 unarmed. Actually, God, what do I even have in terms of Avorion tech mining equipment? That's a big part of this. Forget the gunners for now. I want to know my breaks, stone, sort by material, and scroll until I'm at the end of... Oh God, I barely have any. Right. I have Ogonite, Avorion, Avorion. So, I'm going to give them each 1 Avorion. And then fill them up with lesser stuff. Because believe it or not, the lesser ones do actually contribute. They are huge, though. Really freakishly huge. You're going to need another unarmed. Armed. Alright, take another unarmed then. And then do I have another 2 slaughter? Yeah, even if they don't mine Avorion, I think they only need 1 Avorion to unlock the ability to do Avorion mining. At least I hope so. And given how dangerous it is out here, I might give you another armed slot. I also need you to have the mining subsystem. And that gives me 2 wildcard slots, which I'm okay. Oh, right, it's not wildcard, because I also need you to get the legendary +4 fighter squadrons. Bonk. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're not going to use all 5. 4 should be sufficient. Actually, you know what? Get 5. And then I need to give you DPS per slot gunning. And finally, we're going to use the side-mounted coaxial. Propels our ship to the right instead of using thrusters. And then the rest goes into chain guns here. Whatever I have, you may have. Wait, hang on. This Iron Tech 22 one is one of my better DPS chain guns. Well, chain guns are chain guns, I guess. Just keep shoving them all on. I can even shove them on the side here. I got 4 of these things. And now there's not enough turrets. Get a size 1-1. And shove it on there. It's all Omicron, and hell, that's 15,000 Omicron on you. I want to set you to auto-assign, and I forgot one very important thing. And that is to transfer over a minor captain. Do I even have minor captains? Educated, intimidating, commoner... Do I have a better one? Stealthy, harmless, commoner, lucky. Intimidated, cunning, stealthy. Hey, that's all good for the main one. You're going to be in charge around here after all. And then, and then, and then. Okay. Okay. If I go to the map and I say Miner Avorion, I want you to do maintenance. I want you to get maximal crew. And I want to completely fill you up with R miners. Now these ones are extremely expensive, so I'm not going to risk it killing my budget by getting the really good ones. Look at the exceptional costs. Doubles it just for one of them. So it costs about 4 million to give you a full load here. I can give you that, that's fine. So what were those costs in total? A lot. Good thing my alliance is constantly chugging out money for me to just dip my gammy fingers into. I feel like I've forgotten something about all of this, but oh well. And now I want Miner Avorion 02. Blonk. And you too shall take this form. Take form of budget miner. And again, we want you to have, well, you're going to need this. I forget what I gave you in terms of shield durability already. Was it 3 of them or 2 of them? I don't know. Those I can give later on if really needed though. Turrets though, I believe I went unarmed, unarmed, armed, armed, and mining subsystem. That all seems agreeable, and once again, I need you to have, well, I guess I'll just give you all the guns first. You're going to be combining your DPS with the other guy, so that's okay. Another 1, another 2, and then again I want breaks stone. So I give you my Avorion Mega Driller. I'm going to keep, oh god, did I give away the Oganite one? I guess I did. No, there it is. I'm going to hold on to that so I can give it to another one so that at least they're capable of mining Avorion. Otherwise I just give you all these other goods, including, holy moly, look at that! The Elite R Driller. Alright, alright. And then, once again, I make sure you get yourself a captain. A miner captain. Not to say he's small. Miner, smuggler, stealthy, harmless, commoner, lucky. I like the smuggler class of him, but I will hand him over regardless. Put him in charge. And again, you get the maintenance done. Maximal crew, and I forgot to give you your hangars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Miner, Avorion, maintenance. Max, 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 max. Raw mining, raw mining, raw mining, raw mining, and raw mining. You're going to take 35 minutes. Make it so. Do I have enough money to make one more? I think I do. So this is Miner Avorion 03. Why do I feel like miner is the wrong word? Is that what I call them? Apparently I do. Apparently. Why does something feel off here? I don't know. Probably just going insane. Going insane from 11 hours of Avorion today and yesterday and the day before. And maybe even similarly the day before. I don't pay attention to my own schedules. Anyway, once again, I need to give you the... running lower than these than I thought. Give you the thingamajigger for getting all the pilots working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. And the subsystems, what was it again? We want the shield ones. 1, 2. And then I need the turret ones. Unarmed, unarmed, armed, armed. And then I give you the mining subsystem. Alright. Now if these appear to be insufficient for them to be able to mine here with relative safety, I can stack shields, but it's going to start getting expensive because I'd have to slap computer cores onto them to give them the the slots, maybe even energy generation as well, and I give them additional energy generation subsystem and multiple multiplying shield subsystems. Do I have such things? Kind of, but I wouldn't be happy with it. Or rather, I could stack them on one of them and see if that makes a difference. I wanted to try that anyway, didn't I? Yes, and you know what? I think I will do it. On one of them, maybe the lead one, I'm going to smack a large amount of shield and see if that helps the entire thing go a lot safer. Alright, good thinking, Jake. Alright, get on there with the mining. You have one Augenite, which means you could barely mine Trinium, Avorion rather. And then other than that, we need DPS per slot. Gunner. You have both miners and scraps. Is that what's making me feel wrong about it? Yeah. How much do these bolters add in Omicron anyway? Not bad for a single slot. About 1800 Omicron. Anyway, I still prefer to give you chain guns, even though they don't add diddly, do they? Throwing on this 3 slotter. It only gives you about 300 Omicron. I know that is a bit sad, isn't it? Maybe I shouldn't be giving such crummy guns to my most important batch here. How about this double nullifying railgun? And how about this Augenite bolter? And how about... yeah, how about we say no to these crappy, assy chain guns, because I need to treat these ships with respect. They're going to be bringing in the red gold. There's a long-range quadra cannon. Actually, don't I feel that that would be more suited for a certain other ship? Not enough armed turrets. Well, what if we had enough armed turrets? What a size 6 slaughter, but I kind of really want that for the other ship. I'll hold on to it for now. Well, no, I'm going to make my own cannons for that ship. This will be okay. Just get you that Omicron. Okay. And now you also are going to be doing maintenance. At least you would if you had a captain. How many miners do I have left? This might be my last one. No, I got these 2. Connected, intimidating, commoner. Reckless. No, we don't give out the reckless one. That guy belongs in the airlock. I haven't figured out what to do with him. He's a real troublemaker for me. Alright, Captain, you own this ship, and now, as the ship owner, it's up to you to staff it up and put it to good use. Do I have the money to do so? Of course I do. Go on maintenance, get maximal crew, and maximize all of these with raw mining lasers. There we go. Ah! Job well done. So on our to-do list for today, let's make sure that these are all working fine. Take it, take it. Are all my factories operational? For some reason these guys are not. They claim to be running, but I don't think I told them to actually do their jobs, did I? Perhaps not. Let's go to my fleet. There's not subspace signals coming in, by the way, are there? It seems okay, but maybe I'd be a lot happier moving you out of here to somewhere not likely to be bum rushed. Actually, maybe Dakar could just generally move back somewhere a lot safer. Where's a neutral zone around here? Oh hey, this is actually an excellent place to go. Repair dock, da-da-da-da-da, somewhere really nice and populated. But not a neutral zone, actually. So, somewhere like this that has loads of factories. Can't go wrong with that. I'm going to shove you over there. Pew! All my explorers need to get to work as well. You are a job well done, so get over here. With Explorer 2? Yes. Explorer 3, I'm going to want you probably over here. Hopefully it's not inhabited. Explorer 4 and 5, I know it's risky biscuits up here, so watch each other's backs. Titanium Miner still waiting on his buddy. Ducaire is here. I'll put you to work shortly. In fact, I'll put you to work now. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? Yes. It's not going to be 166 episodes long like Patrician, because I don't tend to do half-hour arbitrary cut-ups of my videos anymore. Alright, you are going to get your pot belly back. Goodbye, computer core. Hello. Good old cargo bay. I know you've missed this. I know I have. There we go. Can we make it larger? Of course we can make it larger. Dump, dump, dump. Take it all, mix it all together. Hang on a second. I'm missing a vital part here. Where is there in a equipment dock? Don't tell me you don't have one. I need one. Ducaire, get over that equipment dock. I want you kitted out for this because I'm not going to move you back anytime soon. Commander, luck was on our side. I'm glad to hear it. Explorer and Ducaire already in position. Explorer 3. That's too dangerous for you. That is too dangerous for you. That is still too dangerous. I don't like it. Alright, once this one's done, you're going to pair up together. But it seems like you're safe there for now. But I need to go and check on my mines that aren't working. Or rather, the ones that aren't making any profit. Like Silicon Mine 04. Mine Silicon 04. Take me there. And switch to a crafting sector. I probably just didn't give them the orders to sell, which is fine because as soon as I give them the order to, they're going to offload all the goods that they've been producing. So with you, trade goods. Yeah, I haven't given them the orders. Undercut, sell to others. And I can't boost them up yet because I don't have the dosh, but I will eventually. You as well. Actively sell to others. Including that trading post, actually. I will give you that. Noble Metal Mine. Actively sell to others. Undercut. Trading post takes your goods. Alright then, move them over there. Silicon Mine. Undercut the competition. Actively sell. All looks good. And I guess that means the other one nearby also isn't doing that. Goddess, damn UI. I can get rid of these mine lists. Get rid of that. Where was the other one? Is it you? Are you guys working? The Habsburg chin, all your shit. I think they're either pregnant or have big beer bellies, personally. Right, here we go. Even though I upgraded you, I didn't actually give you the orders. There you go. Oh, I did give you the orders, though. It was just the last copper mine that didn't get it. Probably because I was waiting for them to become station moded. And now, factory overview tells me that they're still not making money, but give it a bit of time and I'm pretty sure they will get someone coming over and buying their goods. Explorer 1 and 2 feel grave danger here. So they work together. Titanium Miner 1 and 2 are ready to get properly mining. Look at that. Look at that. No real chance of being ambushed. 4.6 million titanium, 2.8 million iron coming in all the time. I could turn off safe mode and dial it down and just tell them to do it every 1 hour safely, but nah. The whole point of this is to automate, so there you go. There's 3, there's 5. Can you help each other out? No, so 5, go and join 3. Alright, seems to have all worked out very well. With this, I have automated essentially infinite money for as long as I leave it, although it's not infinite money fast enough, or rather the throughput of cash isn't fast enough. The next stage will be to take the money that we do get and invest it into things that can make silly money infinitely. And as soon as my Avorion miners have finished their work here, they are going to start finding the ideal place to strip mine Avorion. And once I have that, well, it's time to add more Trinium miners, more Avorion miners, more Avorion scrappers, or rather move my Trinium scrappers up. I might actually move them up already. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Let's go to scrap Trinium. Okay, you got 2 minutes to give me that yield, and then I'm pulling you out, because I no longer want Trinium tier goods, I want Avorion tier goods. You two please continue to explore together for safety. And Dokir, I moved you over here with something in mind. I initially thought the generator pot belly rather than cargo hold. No, that was computer core so that I could boost my processing power to get 15 slots. Because your ship actually needs to be big enough to get all of these subsystem slots. If it becomes too small, you lose access to some of them, and the subsystem becomes dormant. If we can use more Dominion's words. But now, I have never been happy with these guys not being my friends. So what I do here is I'm going to get rid of my hyperspace jumping ability. Maybe even get rid of you, because I desperately need some big shields here. How big is big? 200 million big? I would actually truthfully like more than 200 million. Seriously. But not to the point where I'm going to give up Botan's subsystem, so 200 million is going to have to do. Then I'm going to move you back to... Oh god, look at those mining robots. Now there's some loot. Yeah, if those ever blow up, I want my piece of that. Alright, get back over there. Got my loot off of scrap. It says Scarp Trinium. I knew something was off on my list here. Right, Scarp Trinium, cease. Give me those goods. Did he have a bunch of money for me? Why did he have money? Oh, God knows. Right, Scarp Trinium. Titanium, rather. No, it is Trinium. Scarp. Scrap Trinium. You and your buddy are traveling up here. Where's that smuggler hideout that I used? There you are. It's going to take you a while, but the two of you are going to get up here, and then you are going to harvest all the modules and guns and things you can from here, so I actually end up getting stuff from the scrappers that I want. I don't see any point in using scrappers outside of the Avorion once you have good access there. Because they're going to give you crummier subsystems and guns you're never going to use. But Avorion's so good. As opposed to mining, I'm always going to want iron, titanium, naonite, trinium. And then from here I'll get the Avorion, ogonite, and xenion. There's an argument that says don't mine in trinium, mine in xenion. But I want more, far more, orders of magnitude more trinium than xenion. Xenion's just not useful as a building material in my view, unless you want large-scale cloning facilities, and why would you want that? Small-scale cloning facilities, sure, just constantly keep your crew topped up, but large-scale? Nah. I think it's slightly better in terms of power for some blocks, but trinium just makes your ships handle all that much better. What if it'll be a 166 video playlist without the arbitrary half-hour cutoffs? Then someone just needs to put an end to me, because it'll mean that I've streamed about 2,000 hours of this game. And that just ain't right. So, I don't like the fact that these people don't like me very much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set you to autopilot patrol sector. And then when enemies come in, you are going to shoot them dead. Good, you still pick up goods. Nobody here is going to want to do business with me. I might give them a little bit of tribute, but I also might not, because they want a lot of money in tribute. Yeah, nah, it was just to stay on the safe side, but I don't even have the money to do that. Unless I raided the old Alliance vault. Yeah, now I can get relations. It's just in case I misfire and I shoot one of their ships, it might just be enough to push them into hostile and then they fight me. But you're going to fly around there, so that even when I'm not actively playing, you're going to build up relations with these people and also get some nice Avorion tier loot, because we're in Avorionville here. And if I can get these guys eventually allied, then it's another safe area inside the zone for me. But I just paid a lot of money to get these people a ceasefire. I want to make good on that. Alright. Alright. What's on our to-do list? So, we have actually set up 30 profit-making stations, provided we can actually say they're making a profit. These 3 aren't, but I'm sure they will. They're just waiting for someone to come over and dock and buy their goods. So now we're just going to say that's done. I've made my Avorion tier weaponry. I want to make more. Carriers for miners. Done. And you know what? We actually did titanium, didn't we? I thought we wouldn't, but we did. So all of our carriers have miners have carriers. Mine the Avorion region. Yes. They're set up for it. You know what? I can't say they're done until they're actively mining. The upgrade will be done next time. The Zotan Hunter Expedition. I completely forgot about you. I'm still sitting on my Zotan Hunter right here. It's a shame I don't have a smuggler Zotan Hunter together. Just quickly checking to make sure that's not the case. Do I have any stolen goods I care about? Oxygen, paint, aluminium. No, the Zotan adventure can wait for later then. So we're going to say next time. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to strip all this away and call it our next session to do. What does need to be done? I do want to still try out my Zotan Hunter Expedition. I need to upgrade from a flagship to a squadron. I want to... This feels weird compared to doing it in LibreOffice. Build Mega Factory for accelerators. That's going to be massively expensive, but I should be able to have the seed money to make it happen. But it will be very expensive. I still want to do it though. Anyone in chat got any bright ideas for what else we want to do? What needs to be done? Let's consider the perfect Hansa checklist. Could start chipping away at some more of the milestones. Legendary modules, that's just something that's ongoing. I already have Avorion building knowledge. Need Naonite, Trinium, Xenion, and Orgonite. Production chains, charting. I should also finish charting Avorion space, which means charting all of this. Explore 15% of the galaxy. Oh, what have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it'll be 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 is going to have to be, unless I want to do this square or these 3 squares. And I mean, maybe. Explorer 4 and 6. Wait, 4 is here and 6 is also there. I guess I'll get them over here. Actually, you can go over to where the smugglers are. That'll be nice and safe for you. And then you got another couple of squares to explore there. The Avorion miners are not mining yet. Put on the to-do list. No, I'm waiting for them to be done. I'm not wrapping up until I actually have my Avorion miners mining. It must be done. Ah, of course, weapons. Create Avorion tier tech 52. What do we want? What do we want? Railguns. Railguns I'm happy with now. Oh, right. Actually, so how about create turrets, and I want Tech 50 cannons, Tech 52 railguns. There is no Tech 53, Tech 52 railguns, and Tech 52 shield pen anything. Probably going to be chain guns though. That way I can have my railgun chain gun combo. Sounds about right. Railguns for the distance, shield pen chain guns for closing up, cannons for the additional ship. Tech 52 and 50 are very different because Tech 50 can be blueprinted and copied. Tech 52, no, you got to make them there and then. You can't just dip. Rainbow lasers, I think those are a unique item that you cannot create in the tech place. By the way, this isn't a neutral zone, is it? No, it's not. It's just that there's no attack happening around here. For now. Okay, how long until those Avorion ships are starting to get going? Ship is doing maintenance. The last one will be done in 16 minutes. These guys are all mining stuff out. Minor titanium for the next 8 hours or so. That seems about right. That seems about right. Traveling in 20 minutes. Yeah, it seems it'll all be done in 20 minutes then. Which leaves me little to do for 20 minutes. Maybe I can just relax. Who would have thought? God, dinner. Dinner is a distant dream. It's already Monday in 7 minutes. 20-minute power nap? I don't do naps. Okay, still waiting on Aluminium 2 and Silvplat 1 to make money, and I don't know why they're not. Again, it could just be waiting on someone to come along and buy their goods. Not enough cargo space for products. Ah, that's probably time that they spent as a little cube, though. Go AI hunting. I want this guy sitting here very specifically to fight anything that comes here. So I don't need to hunt the AI. I do naps between 3 AM and so bed by 3 AM. Well, maybe I'm not one to speak. It's almost midnight. Oh boy, it's dangerous here. Gonna need to start charting in groups of 3. That does make the Avorion area slower to do that, or we could just do the outer part of the square first in groups of 2, and then once we encircle it, do it in groups of 3. Give it a few years. I just don't like naps. Or, well, it's not that, it's that I can't do a nap. If I lay down to nap, I'm gone for pretty much a full sleep. I remember occasionally back in Sweden coming home from work, I'd lie down on the sofa. I'll take a wee nap before dinner, and then I wake up and it's 11 p.m. and I just crawl into bed and sleep the rest of the night away, and then I wake up very well rested, having slept something like 14 hours or so. I do like getting a lot of sleep. So although there's no pirate attacks, they will eventually happen, and in my experience, if you just leave your ship doing this all night, you'll wake up to maximum relations and a lot of fat loot, including scrap. Of course, you have to make sure they survive. That's why I was quite insistent on getting 20 million impenetrable shields on the thing. Would have been a smarter thing to actually rip off Botans, but we're fine as we are. Energy holds nicely. Ore mine gets paid. Come on, you useless mines, go and sell something to somebody. I hate naps for one weird reason. I clench my jaw and my teeth hurt. I don't do it at night, at least not enough to feel I do it. That's a weird one. A guy I know that his girlfriend was saying grinds his teeth in his sleep. That sounds unpleasant. I guess everyone's got their problems. It's like someone said to me, everyone's got their burden to bear. This guy had gammy knees. And he just said, I just got to accept I can't run. Wish I could, but I can't. Oh well, just chill out, wait for those ships to be ready. Mine Avorion, done in 12 minutes. Huzzah. Everyone's got their burden to enjoy. I'm enjoying my Avorion burden. Feels good to have pushed through. Now we've got to the point that we are harvesting the center of the galaxy for what it's worth. And would you look at that, I actually got 2 of these hyperspace boosters and neither one's the one I want. Yeah, I get the hyperspace cooldown with the jump range, radar range and all that, but it's not the one I'm after. Alright, this is much too dangerous for you, so keep on getting out. I think they're all doing it in pairs now, which is fine by me. A pair here, a pair here. And then I'll just do the outside of the square, maybe up and around here before we triple up and do the Avorion Center. How do you build your ships? Are they spawned out of thin air like a vacuum? Or do you have shipyards? You have both. What you can do is drop out a little drone. Whee! And then from the drone, you can spawn a ship. You have to pay an upfront fee. And then it spawns a block, and then you use your resources. These are very ethereal inventory resources. You always have them on your person. And then you just build a ship. I could build that ship right here out of thin air, as long as there was a shipyard to allow some of the blocks, but I could make some crappy little ship and it would be okay. Or you can just go to a shipyard and order a ship and they'll build the whole thing for you, crew and all. So you've got options. On a go for the next stream, upgrade those mining fighters to maximum rarity, assuming it's close to worth it. It is not. Actually, I think we found that there was no difference between the rarity of the miners on the fighters on the miners, so no. That is functionally useless. Feed me your sector, still hanging around doing a whole lot of not much, but I don't have a good task for him. Well, actually, I could have certainly given you these, Neon Hunter. Maybe I can do that, right? Are you able to get over here with any reasonable speed? 9 minutes. Well, I do have time to spare. I'm just not sure that the adventure would be very... Oh, well, finally. I can prove my value for these people and raise my relations at long last, hopefully. Blow up one of them. And then I get some relations. Some much needed relations. Take out your other pal. There we go. God, look at those bolters go. Oh man. Love to see it. And they're saying, thank you for defeating those pirates. You have our endless gratitude. They pay me 250,000. And I actually get 7,600 relations with them. Now that doesn't tear us out of ceasefire territory. The option's still there to pay them tribute, but nah. So with enough of that, we're going to push into neutral, and then good, and then excellent, and then hopefully I can ally them. I do have to ally pretty much the universe by the end of all this. Right, 3 and 5. Get exploring the other part of this. Get your exploration buddy. They also tossed a good bit of credits your way. Yeah, they tossed a 250,000 my way. The thing is, well actually, after spending all that money, a 250,000 is more than welcome. But my alliance vault just keeps swelling with cash. Wonder how long it takes the alliance vault to make a 250,000. I'm gonna start a timer when it hits 800,000. There we go. Automated money, come to me. Whilst it's doing that, I'll check the factories. These two still mysteriously not working. I'm going to check on them actually. Aluminium and Silvplat, as soon as I have a time on how long it takes to make a 250,000. Well, it took 20 seconds for them to make 70,000. The Avorion miner 1 has finished maintenance, but it's not until all 3 are finished maintenance, although I should make sure it's in a safe location first. Do you have an R salvaging carrier yet? Yes. For Avorion, you mean? They're moving up here as we speak. The question might be, do you have an R salvage weapon? And I hope the answer is yes. And there we go, it took 50 seconds to make a 250,000. Let's even round that up and say it takes a minute to make a 250,000, 4 minutes to make 1,000,000 credits. So every hour we make 60 million credit. That feel a little lowballing? I'm not sure. Anyway, Aluminium 2 and Silvplat 1 aren't working for me. I have a feeling I didn't tell them to do what they need to do. Where are you anyway? You're just hanging around at a smuggler hideout. That's good, that's where I want you to be. What were they again? Aluminium 2, Silvplat 1. Aluminium 2 is over here, and it's with Silvplat, which tells me I probably didn't order them to sell their goods. I didn't. Okay, there we go. Undercut the competition. Actively sell, please. So I'll upgrade that. Yeah, they're actually pretty... They've got a load of aluminium. They'll sell that and catch up then. And the Noble Metal Mine's got all those goods. So once again, undercut the competition. Sell directly if you must. I really want to upgrade all these to maximum parallel. And I will. I'll have the money to do that. It's just I need to generate the money to do that. Make sure I'm stuck over into care, so if ever there were pirates spawning, I'm here to take them on. You might want to start doing some Sigma entrepreneur talk soon. Maybe an Instagram account with those gains. Crypto bros hate him. A lot of people died for my gains. You know, they're far away from us now, but there's a reason all of this, and this are in red. And why there used to be Rift research centers here. Always enjoyed playing this game. Yeah, me too, Xviers. I'll probably be done with the game once I finish this perfect run, but it's going to be like RimWorld or something. I'll probably just load up the galaxy every now and then to just kind of, you know, swirl some whiskey in my hand, look over at what I have and go, yes, quite. Maybe tweak a few things here and there. Make a new ship just for the hell of it. Kind of like what I do with other games that I've got, dare I say, perfected. But it's still going to be quite the undertaking to get that far. There we go. Immediately those other mines started selling their goods, and now every mine is officially profitable. It's kind of unfair though. It's difficult for a mine not to be profitable. They would have to never sell their goods, because overheads are very low in this game. Your ships don't cost any overhead, it's just your crew. And you barely need any crew to staff a mine, which seems bizarre. I mean, I pay $1 million every 3 hours to keep my flagship going, but that's because it's full of captains. And, to a lesser extent, full of quite a lot of crew. Could be more crew, though. I'm going to want a cloning pod at some point. Quite stonks. They've been making noise about another bigger update and expansion sometime. No real news since Christmas, I think, but I thought Avorion had a roadmap. Because I remember reading about, oh, you know, we wanted to do this, but we didn't get around, it'll come soon, yada yada. A lot of good communication to the fan base for it, about the game. Right, 3 minutes until the maintenance is done, and I can start seeing if I've set up my miners for Avorion correctly, or if they are terribly incorrectly set up and I find myself having a miserable time trying to work with them. On top of that, Scarp 1 and 2 are 8 minutes away from getting over to start scrapping the Avorion scraps. Why would you need a roadmap in space? There are no roads in space. If you play X, there are. You got the hyperlanes in X4. In this game, you have gates, which are kind of like roads. Did I feed you my... Okay, I thought I sent him up here, but I guess I thought against it. Oh, I got distracted, but now there's no time. Cloning pods do not seem to scale at all, sadly. Of course they do. It's not in speed, it's capacity. The larger the cloning pod, the more people you can clone at the same time. So what I usually do is have enough to clone about 80 people, and then if I ever need to give out people, I can clone another 80 at a time. And they queue up as well. It's not like I have to manually go in and punch another 80 in. I just send them all in and keep getting armies of clones out. And then I can take them off of my flagship to top up stations or give it to new ships that I make. Oh, I completely misinterpreted it then. I thought it was stuck at 1 per 15 minute. No, it's 1 batch every 15 minutes. Having worked with people and computers for the past 10 years, I can say I'd rather deploy 500 servers and work with another 5 humans. I'm quite happy to have largely cut humans out of my work life. I mean, there are you people, but for all I know, there is one cackling Dane sitting in a corner who's actually programmed all of you to keep me from being completely isolated in my streaming. And that's okay, because he's done a very convincing job of it. Danes, man. Sweden told me to hate the Danes, but on reflection, I think Danes might be better people than Swedes. But in the end, Norwegians are better than both of them. Oh my god, Norway. Whoa. Whoa. Don't know whether putting the water up in Norway, but it works. We're not real as an AI language model. I can't say any more, because I'm not really sentient. Have you been lobotomized, though? Alright. Come on, my Avorion miners. I can actually spoil myself a bit and see how well they mine. Ambush probability 50%, but look at these numbers. Simultaneous mining is good. Cargo space is perfect. Damage efficiency is almost 100%, and that's good because this does not scale up endlessly as it says. And on top of that, we get a bonus for this. Now, it will be safe mode, otherwise they get ganked, but we'll see what they end up doing for me. All 3 of them are in location. Miner 1, get mining, the area is perfect, and then it's not perfect. And then I send you for a long time, and then I give you the backup. 2% chance, that's great, and we're not going to waste our time with iron, or titanium, or naonite. What about trinium? I like trinium, I'm going to keep the trinium. Not bad. For Avorion income and Oganite income and Xenion for no risk, that is good. It's a shame you're so low leveled. But as time goes on, you'll get better levels. And look at that. Ooh, wait, what? You're reckless? When and why and how did I put a reckless captain in here? Buggery. Wait, Commodore has a minus 15% ambush risk? Maybe that offsets it. Anyways, okay, I'll still have you do that. I don't like the fact you're reckless. But I do love the fact that Commodore does. I had no idea Commodore adds minus 15% chance of ambush. That's incredible. Anyway, get to work. And we'll see if we can get our scrappers over here as well. They're on their way. Should be there any few minutes now. Cool. Okay, so suddenly Commodore is an amazing stat to have on my miners. I guess that makes the Lost Friend mission even better to do. I might grind out more of them later on. Reckless fire stat. Yeah, Reckless but Commodore might actually work together. I'd rather not have the Reckless, but Commodores be Commodores. 4 minutes until Scarp is up here. Stealthy, cunning, connected. As for you, I should just airlock my remaining Reckless guy. Although for all I know, Daredevil has another effect on their jobs, huh? But yeah, look at this, another Commodore Scavenger with Reckless. God, I hate Reckless. And a Merchant Explorer, Reckless. Scavenger Explorer, Reckless. I just hate Reckless so much. Maybe I'll just chuck him out the airlock. I'm just thinking, you know, maybe I could find some use for him. Ah yes, Tark. We're wrapping up for now. We've achieved all of our goals for today and are just thinking about the goals for the next session. Better weapons, a proper fleet instead of a flagship. Sotan Hunter Expeditions. No, build Mega Factory for accelerators is pretty damn good an idea. Pretty great, I'd even say. The thing about the accelerator factory is that we're not going to build its prerequisites because the prerequisites are enormous, but if you just pay enough money, you don't need to worry about it. But we are going to need Avorion as well. Next session tomorrow? No, next session will probably be on Wednesday. Wednesday for Avorion, and maybe some DDR if I can, you know, figure out how my legs work again. Thursday to finally get into Resident Evil. That long play has been on the cards and it's been waiting for about a week and a half to get its time in the limelight. I'll sort out my schedule, but it's going to be Avorion, hopefully DDR, Resident Evil, weekly one-shot. Yeah. But you know, Avorion's just here to fill in the gaps, the cracks in the schedule. Explorers are doing God's work. And in fact, they are done here. It's 3 and 5 together, I think, right? Yeah, okay, that's very confusing. Get over there, we know it's empty. Send off the both of you. Pew! And then there are 4 and 6, who are trembling with fear at exploring this, so they won't. 4 and 6, I want you to get over here and aid the exploration, please. Watch the itch be too much on Tuesday. It's not impossible. Do I have anything better to do on Tuesday? What day is Tuesday? Well, it's Tuesday, but it's Tuesday the 20th of February. Not too shabby. And Scarp Triniums have arrived. But where's all the wreckage? There's loads of wrecks over here. So I'm actually going to move both of you... Oh, this is ugly. Get out of that wreck screen. Where's the... There's the Syndicate. Right, that's actually a good place for you. I'm going to move both of you down to the Syndicate. And then I need to equip you with our salvagers that can deal with Avorion. And I should have those. I haven't checked if I have them, but I'll be diddled if I don't. Alright, looking good. Switch over. Well, you know, my hunger would be sated if somebody else were to stream Avorion. That'd be nice. Not often I get a chance to watch someone else do it. Why do you not have any guns? You've been scrapping all this time with no guns. That can't be right. Where's the other one? What the... I don't think I gave either of them guns. They've just been purely scrapping with their hangers. Boy, Oh, that is weird and a half, but okay. Guess I just forgot to arm them. They've still been doing a fine enough job, but okay, sure. I only stream once a year, unless you count last year. Oh, who counts around here? You're your own man, you can do whatever you want. Okay, well, how are you doing on subsystems? Sadly and badly. You're playing with the big boys now. We need much better shields on you. Fortunately, I've got flat shield. I'm going to give them each extra flat shielding. But for the love of God, they need some guns. So I want break alloy, sorted by material. And I do have 2 Avorion break alloys. Good. Good. Take this massive Avorion one. And then take everything that's Xanion or below. Well, I've already used up most of these slots for you, haven't I? Not enough miners, not sounding like my problem there. I'm sure I gave you maximum crew. I hope I gave you maximum crew. What does this say? Crew, yep. Put it on auto assign. And give you DPS gunners. And I'll seriously give you anything with my best DPS. Even that ginormous... Wow, that's a sizable bolter. What the heck did I pick you up? Look at that! Imagine just finding that lying in the dirt. That's, I think it's more... The game thinks it's more DPS than my... DPS per slot than my cool one that I made. But I know my one's better. I'll listen to the game. I know better. Alright, there you go, I guess. And then we go over to you as well. Can't believe I didn't give these guys guns. I'm losing it. Just shove them full of it. 5, 15, there you go. You know, I forgot to max out one of my ships with shields to see if that would help. But I forget many things. There you go. Sideload all those guns, because the enemy won't see it coming. And then I want break alloy sorted by material. No, not break my allies. Break my alloys, please. There's a tiny little beam that can somewhat make its way through Avorion. And then I want the rest of it to be just raw mining power. The game only really cares that you can do some amount of Avorion with your mining, and then it just counts overall mining prowess. I think, again, I could be wrong. There's a lot of information about these that I just don't have access to. Now, can you scrap over here? That looks incredibly dangerous for the two of you. And now it looks incredibly... Oh god, look at that damage efficiency. 1%. You're still getting stuff, though. Is that because I didn't give you enough? I mean, look at that. You're still giving me goods. I shouldn't complain. I think it'll be fine, really. You know what? They still say they're going to give me hundreds of subsystems and turrets, so you're just going to get on with it. Yeah. And then I get back to care. Breaking allies who do their capsule machines. Certainly makes them less than chuffed. Chuffed means happy. Continue patrolling the sector. Explorers. Yeah, the situation looks okay, doesn't it? That's 1 and 2 together, right? Where can 1 and 2 go? You guys are here to do that. You guys are there to do that. How does this look so unexplored? Has this been explored? Or did I misplace the square? Kinda looks like I misplaced the square. Okay, how about the two of you get over here then? And then you can explore more from there. 4 and 5 are over here. Can you explore this together, or is that too much? Hey, you could do it. And the trinium miners have mined aplenty, and that means they can mine aplenty more. Mine, mine. I wonder. I truly wonder. Let's take over miner trinium 1. There's a shipyard here, so I should be able to shove things onto him. And let's try maxing out shields something fierce and seeing if it has an effect. So I got 5 slots that I can use for shields. So what we're going to do with this guy is try and find a nasty underbelly to give him a good old Habsburg chin, or whatever we're calling it. That bit points out, which makes this undesirable. So what am I thinking of doing here? I'm going to go Now Night. I'm going to go Now Night Generator. It's a shame about some of this stuff getting in the way, but you know, I could just unceremoniously blonk it onto here. When you're doing your captain missions, it doesn't care about such trivial things as whether or not the ship is actually going to fly any good. There you go, how's that? Not good enough? How's that? Not good enough? How's that? Wait, these are generators. I want shield generators. Also, I'm kind of out of money here, so I'm going to have to dip my greasy fingers into the Alliance Vault. I feel like ninjin already. Yoink. Probably will need that generator, though. Maybe not that much of it, though. Where's the shield generator? That's what I actually want. Any more for any more? Yeah, there we go. Nice big shield generator. And then I'm actually going to need some computer core. Wow, I'm going to need a lot of computer core for this thing. That should be fine. This is all an experiment. I haven't tried what I'm about to try here before. And then what I'm going to give you is extra power, obviously. Because I need you to be able to run out there. Is that going to be enough? Might not. And I want to give you a shield multiplier. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Now your energy is struggling once again. Maybe I could get rid of this and replace it with some more Now Night Generator. Alright, alright. Got some more computer core technology going. Alright, alright. No, not quite alright. It once again ran out of actual generator. There we go. It technically runs. Might even technically have the crew to run the ship too. Now I'm wondering, with this abortion of a ship, can I mine this safely? Did that actually make any difference to these numbers? Because I still can't do it in safe mode. I still can't do it safely without safe mode on, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not actually convinced that made much of a difference. And now I've got you sitting on all of my cool tech. And I'd rather you didn't. It looks cursed or inspired, I can't tell. What I'm saying is I'm finding it very difficult to not have safe mode on, but also have 4% or lower ambush chance. And I just tried stacking shields from about 2 million to 76 million and it's still not helping. So I think I need to take a long hard look at how that is calculated and run some experiments and see if there's a way to do it. I'd like to pull these off of you, but I think for now what I'm going to do is just tell you guys to get mining. Safe mode, all of you on. It's a shame the safe mode cripples the delivery, but probably worth it. Off you go. Get back to Decare, and we're done. That is it for today. What a long one, but that's plenty. So we've done a whole lot, we've charted a ton of the galaxy, and I am going to be leaving this game idling for pretty much any time that I can. Yeah, it runs just fine when I put the computer under lock, go to sleep, come back, and what I hope will happen is that our very safe Alliance ships or stations are going to fill up the Alliance vault with hopefully billions. Anyone run some quick numbers? Let's imagine that it's let's see, it's kind of Monday morning. Let's say 2 days, 48, let's say 50. Let's just be generous and say 60 hours from now. How much money is it going to generate if it's generating... Let's see how long it takes to make 1 million. Yeah, 1 million's too much. Let's extrapolate from 250,000. That's not fair because it just made a big transaction. Whatever, I think we said it makes something like 1 million every 4 minutes. So let's actually bring up our calculator here. In 50 hours, I thought I said 60, right? In 60 hours, there are 3,600 minutes, and every 4 minutes, so it should make about 900 million credits. Does that sound reasonable? Maybe. Guess we'll find out when we're back. When are we back? I don't know. Also, it might not be running every minute of those times because... Well, because... Anyway, I'm very tired and I'm very hungry. So whilst the Decare flagship that has still survived against all odds and probably will continue to survive, I can't imagine why it wouldn't, until that ship and the new ships we're going to have and the empire we're creating are back, it is a cheers and a cheerio. I know you're waiting for that loot to arrive, because I am too. Come on, you slow loot.